Testing 1 2. Oh, I was mute. That was weird. Swag, swag, swag. All right, so let me get my things together. I know people are late. They are about to be very angry with me. I hope nobody's too angry with me. I would not blame you, but I had a very, very important talk I had to catch up on. I feel like I'm gonna lose subscribers over that, but that's okay. We will be okay. All right, let me go ahead and get this bot going. Just make sure nobody's in the queue. And we should be public, right? Yeah, we're public. Okay. What's going on, Win? How you? Yeah, I'm here super late. What's going on, Win? How you doing? Yeah, super duper 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 late. Yeah, I was having a I was kind of talking, I guess, business to the squad. You know what I mean? Yeah, I had some stuff. Some stuff I had to talk to them about. The picture is still sending. Oh, I see it. Nice. I just got a message in Discord. What's going on, Gabby? What's going on, Eggs? Hi again. That was one of the folks I was talking to. You good? Thanks. How are you? I'm doing good. What are we doing today? Oh, is it closed? Oh, okay, hold on. Let me open it. Yeah, what we got going on today, Win? Yeah, sorry for being late, guys. It was I felt it in my bones. It was a pretty important conversation that I kind of needed to have. You know what I mean? So I just was like, let me just go ahead and have the conversation while it's on my mind, and I'll just eat if I get flack on stream, I'm just gonna have to eat that because it's important. You know, so I just, so I am late today, so I do apologize for that, but it had to be done. You know, so anyway, you said review, okay? You have news? What is this news? And let me see what Gabby said. I finally got a feather with crit rate. Jesus! Does it have crit damage too? Please tell me that. Hold on. Ooh, excuse me. Alright, so where is Allura Master? Am I looking at Yalan, Bennett? Who am I looking at? D-Luke, Yalan, and Bennett. Okay. I'm gonna show you something. Uh-oh. Hey, do you need help? I see a clown head. Oh, Miko's here. What's cracking, Miko? Don't worry, we understand. I appreciate you, Shen. All right, so let's see. So we got level 6 on. What's your AR? Yes. Okay. Wait, what? Oh, I'm tripping. Sorry. Wires got crossed. All right, so we got level 60 D-Loop. Okay, good. 4-piece Crimson. We're going to get into that. 334. Yeah, what's funny is, I mean, it's up to you. Here's what's funny about D-Loop. All of them are important. Now, technically, his normal and his skill is more important than his burst. But you can literally, like, he is one of the, I don't know if you guys notice when I talk about his talents, I always say, normal skill burst, but it really doesn't matter. As long as they're all leveled even, like relatively evenly, you're really fine. If it was me, I would do the normal and skill first, but I understand the burst. Like, I do get it. Yeah, but you can do a skill and hit 25k. Like his burst doesn't hit a lot. You're using this burst for conversion, but it's really up to the person. It's up to you. I don't mind the talents. Let's see. So we got. You know what's funny when I saw it? Is melt stronger than vape? Vape is stronger than melt on D-Loop because of the consistency. But you can melt with D-Loop. We would need somebody who has no ICD like at all on their cryo application who can apply. We basically need a cryo zinc show, and then melt would be stronger at that point. Yeah, melts hit harder, but the consistency is why. Yeah, they're 50% stronger than vapes. So them in themselves are stronger, but it's the you run into application issues. So you end up losing damage per second. So the number's bigger, but the enemy dies. I think the enemy dies around 50% slower on melt. Yeah, no worries. No worries. Yeah, you already knew what I was finna get at. I'll see like every time, man. All right, so let's see. So let's get into these. Okay, so EM is a big proponent, regardless if you do melt or vape. EM is a hitter on any pyro character, really. That one is good. I mean, this is going to be determined by your goblet though, which we'll talk about in a minute. We'll look at it in a minute. What's going on, Ari? How you doing? That's hold on. What's your crit rate? 31. What's your circlet? Crit damage is 7, so it'd be 24. But he's level 60. So 60, 70, 80, 90. So you still got about 20. You still got like 20 crit rate, I think, that you're gonna. No, not 20. Like 10. Maybe. What, like 10 or 20? Yeah, we can pause for a sec. Just come back to you. Okay, I mean that's fine too. That's fine too. Yeah, I didn't take your name out the queue, so I could just leave you there. That's fine. All right, so let's see. So yeah, it's an onset goblet. It's not necessarily a weak goblet either. At level 70? No, no, but you get it at 80. So it's six. I think it's 60 and 80. So the CR they would get is like 10, right? Because if they got the 10 CR, that'll put them at 60-ish crit rate. Yeah, we could. Yeah, I mean, yeah, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. So I'll come. So we'll do this. So I'm gonna do a whole other person, and then we'll tap back in with Win, and then hopefully you're good by the time all that's wrapped up. Luna, sound good? So let's see. So mods, do not take a name out. Don't type next or remove. We're gonna leave the names in the queue as is. Gabby, what we doing? And then once Win and Luna, once they're good, then we'll pull names. You think so? No, I think you're correct though, Shin. Yeah. So it's eight. So it's see, because here's the thing: from level 1 to 90, you get 20 crit rate, and then from 1 to 90, you get like 38. I'm just gonna go ahead and say 40. It's basically 30. It's basically 19.4 and like 30. It's like 38.8 crit damage. So it's 20 and 40 respectively. You know what I mean? But because they're at level 60/60, right? They cross over to 70. That should give them 5, and then they skip 80 and then cross over to 90, and that so they should come out with 10 extra crit rate. Yes. Hold on. We good? Hello? Can you hear me? Am I good? Yo. What in the world? Hold on. Dude, is YouTube tripping? That's crazy. The minute my family came in and started tripping. Yeah, my upload is fine. Is YouTube tripping? Okay. Okay, can I do this? Got the mid-splitter to 90. Can you hear me? Okay, so it seemed like it's cool. I think. Yeah, artifacts, constellations. YouTube? Yeah, YouTube. Yeah, because the internet was like I did a speed test and everything. Everything seemed fine. It started tripping. I'm like, hold on, bro. Like I done rewired my cable and I've been cool since. All right, so anyway. All right, so let's see. Jesus Christ, that's weird. It's working now? Okay. Jesus. All right, so I like his ratio. Crit rate's a little low, but let's see what's going on. Huh. I actually like that feather. Yeah, sorry about that, Gabby. That was odd. God dang. You finished all the books on Friday? Jesus Christ. Ooh, we need a new circlet. Yeah, so I still couldn't find that book, by the way. I think, okay, so if you're gonna reroll, hold on real quick. So if you're gonna do a reroll, it's going to come from, I don't want you touching the goblet, right? The circlet, I mean, we could reroll the circlet, obviously, but I think because of the goblet, we gotta make up that crit rate. And that's what's gonna be difficult. Unless you get a crit rate weapon. If you can get a crit rate weapon, do you have a crit rate weapon, Gabby? By chance? Oh, there you go, Win. Okay. You said sorry for lying. Wait, what? Oh, I heard that. You do not have a crit rate weapon. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. You know, for what it's worth, the only thing you can do as it stands right now, in my opinion, would be to re-roll this circlet, and that's about it. I'm not comfortable with you addressing this, and you already have a buttload of crit rate from this, and then this one is a relatively even, very balanced feather for the most part, so I don't know if I'd necessarily touch that one. And this one has 20 crit damage, so I'm not sure I'd want you touching that one either, right? So the only place I can see where you can do something would be on the circlet, but then that still leaves you with a sub 70 crit rate on an Ayato, which makes me a little uncomfortable. So I would maybe even look into like maybe a battle pass weapon if you have an extra 10 bucks kind of laying around, not implying spend money on the game because you don't need to, right? But if you were to do anything, it would be that, and you've exhausted all your opportunities for crit rate. And really, it boils down to this guy. To be fair, though, you have an astronomically high ratio, if we're being pretty frank about it, right? Like, you literally are just missing a circlet, and you have basically all the other folks Ayato. And take this with you, Gabby. Okay? If you add 44 crit rate to this, how much crit rate do you have? If you add 33 crit rate to this, how much crit rate do you have? That's what every other Ayato's situation looked like. Obviously, you would minus 30, what, 35, 36? Obviously, you would minus 36 from this, and that you can supplement off your circlet. But looking at it from that perspective, I think your Ayato is actually pretty good for where he's at, as far as the ratio is concerned, right? As far as the attack will come with the weapon, right? But keep in mind, as far as your artifacts are concerned, was it 58, 85? I'm gonna pull. I'm gonna. I only pull these guys' accounts because I know their Ayatos. Like I know what their ratios look like. That's why I keep pulling them. So you're 58, right? 90 something, right? So if you took that 15 on the circlet and converted it to, let's say, 20, let's say you converted it to 17, you would have your 98 plus 12, and then even still, you have room to pull away crit rate let's say on your timepiece and add more crit damage if that's the case. But be mindful that all these Ayatos with these ratios have crit rate weapons. So for what it's worth, your ratio is actually in a really good ballpark area right now. You know what I mean? Because you're over crit rate for where you're at, but you're over so much crit rate because you're running a crit damage weapon, right? So yeah. So that's why I'm saying you're actually in a relatively good position, and I would address the circlet for now, and just kind of chill. You're just going to have to chill on the 63% crit rate. I don't know if I would necessarily address that. Outside of that, he looked good. Hold on, where you at? Outside of that, he looks fine. I wouldn't do anything. Yeah, and he's crowned. Yeah, so you're fine. And then you said, who? Do you have any questions? Yeah, you're good. Yeah, that's. I just wanted you to know that you're good. Is I guess the point I'm making. Yeah, we want him in the 70s, but all things considered, you're kind of in an amazing position. Because the minute you get a crit rate weapon, you have everybody else's Ayato. Gene, all right. Yes. And we know what this means. If you run Gene with him, to my understanding, with C2, you collect the particle, switch to him, you should get 1 extra slash or 2 extra slashes on his skill. You should get like 2 extra, I think. Yeah, that's really good. I was surprised with something really not. By the way, I'm not, for anybody in the chat, I'm not like ignoring you. It's just I'm trying to focus on this so I can get through the thing. Okay. No, okay. One sec, Miko. You said what? I have to choose who you build. No, you build who you want. I was joking. Other than Shenhe, any hard attack scaling polearm users like Zhongli or Rosaria, stuff like that. Gabby, depending on how you use your gene, first off, your energy recharge is a little bit low. Plus, you have attack scaling right here. You could do Xiangling. If you don't mind her, yeah, Zhao too. If you don't mind where her heals are at, might I propose you run energy recharge here? Or when you're picking out art, I know you can't do nothing about the goblet right now, but when you are picking artifacts, as you build up your inventory of VV artifacts, might I propose you prioritize energy recharge? Obviously after your crit rate, crit damage, but definitely prioritize energy recharge. Yeah, what was your question? I saw you ask a question. I think I just missed it because stuff started flying around. But yeah, just ask the question, Star. You good? You could just ask the question. You don't got to join the queue. What's the question? But yeah, so yeah, no, your gene is fine. Clearly, you want damage out of her. Here's the thing about Jean, and just remember this: Jean will naturally do a lot of damage. So just give her. She only needs like 2 artifacts and a pretty good weapon to do a decent amount of damage. It's not until you're trying to do YouTube numbers, which typically it's going to have, it's going to be crit fish ratios and whatnot. It's not until that point is where you start worrying about, the ratio per se, right? Make sure she's healing your team first. Make sure she has a pretty decent uptime. You know what I mean? And then you should be okay. And I had a dream about Sunfire Gene. It was really weird. Zhao talents you need to level up. The burst first. Nope. It goes normal first, then burst, then E. What if I go without following the rule? So you should see about a 10% difference, roughly. I can't remember who Mika is. You should see about a 10% difference if you level his burst versus leveling his normals. And if you level his skill is only going to hit once for every, if I remember, it's going to hit once for every like 7 plunge attacks. So you're doing 7 times less of it. It's 7 times less growth than just putting it on his normals. But you can do what you want. It's up to you. But it's not going to be like, you know, it's not gonna hurt your account unless your Zhao is hurting. If your Zhao is hurting, it's not that you're hurting Zhao, it's that is he growing at the pace you want him to grow at. She heals my team pretty good, no problems. All right, yeah, you're straight then. At that point, we just need to focus on getting you your burst. Now, you have two options, right? So 10, 10, 10. They say don't crown a burst, but that's up to you. So for and that's because it's a 3% difference. Anyway, so with this, if you are having a hard time getting her energy recharge up, then what you might be looking into is running an energy recharge timepiece and then just ranking up her burst. Really. Like you should be able to rank it to I think like between what, 8 and 9 or something like that, and then you can switch this attack piece to energy recharge. Just to give her more uptime if she's already healing. Right, but make sure she's healing before she's DPSing. She doesn't have to overheal, that's not what I mean, but just make sure make sure she's competent in healing. And the reason why is because she beats her, she beats her, she beats her. He technically beats her, and he beats her, he definitely beats her, and everybody up here beats her in DPS. So put your DPS efforts into these guys before putting them into there. We don't want to soup up a bicycle. We want to soup up a Maserati. Not calling her a bicycle, but you get the metaphor. C6 Kaz, C6 Kaz is good. He allows you to run a animal goblet. You can run a DPS Kazuha at C6. All right, so any questions on Gene? Yeah, I'm going back to you right after this. And then, is there anybody here who might be able to assist Gabby with? You're doing tenacity, right, Pale Flame? Is there someone here who could help Gabby with the tenacity run by chance? No questions? Perfect. If not, Gabby, can I hold up just for a second while I do Wynn's review? Because they had to take a work call, so I just kind of put them on hold for a sec. Yeah, they're doing tenacity. They typically run the Shogun and Pin. Oh, sorry. Oh, I see. I'm so sorry. So sorry. So sorry. Pin. Got you, Miko. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Why did I not see that? I'm an idiot. I'm so sorry. All right, cool. All right, cool. All right, so you're going to be getting roughly 10% more crit rate once you ascend him to 90. And then, obviously once you get the crit rate circlet, there's going to be a difference, if I remember, of 24 crit rate. So you'll go up 34 crit rate, meaning that you should, if nothing changes, you actually will be sitting at a 60. No, if you switch to a crit rate circlet, you'll end on a 65% crit rate. I want to say something like that. Right. As far as the artifacts, I would investigate. I wouldn't necessarily switch it because there's so much EM on it. The EM is really strong on him on Vaporize. Well, Mel too, but that's whatever, right? But it is really strong on him. And then with this one's cool, but it's offset. And if anything, I would be weighing this one against the goblet, which we'll look at here in a second. This one is fantastic, but yeah, that's fine, Genji. This one is fantastic, but I can't tell you the performance difference between this and like an attack time piece that has like a 10-14, right? So for what it's worth, here's what I would do. Save this for nukes, but I don't know if I'd use this in the Abyss unless you're running like some form, like Rosaria. With him, you just pop Rosaria's burst in the corner and then come, because it's a very strong piece, right? But you're gonna have to make up all that crit rate, and unless you can get that crit rate from some other location, then we're gonna be struggling, right? So, yeah, it's a really strong piece. Another thing is I would get out of the habit of rolling single stat artifacts because they typically will put you into this scenario where now, for what it's worth, you may have to re-roll anyway. Because what I would rather you have had, for all, just for all intents and purposes, what I would rather you have rolled is something that had crit rate on it. I'm just showing you that it's possible. Where's Gene? Right? And this is on a goblet. So you could have rolled it with crit rate, but you rolled a single stat artifact. So I would get out of the habit of rolling single stat artifacts because those, you'll get those, but you don't want to lock yourself into the single stat artifact. Because now you got to make up that crit rate some other Fugazi way. Like my Yelan cannot run a crit damage circlet because of that. I have to run crit rate. Which is really, you know what I mean? So that's from my personal, as you can see, that's from my personal experience, is I don't recommend it, personally. Hold on, where you at? Back to D-Loop. So for what it's worth, this is good, but we got to make up the crit rate somewhere. And being that there's no crit rate on the goblet, that might be hurting you too. So here's what I would change in the immediate. I would investigate, switch. You don't have to do it, but I would investigate switching this to crit rate. Try to get a good amount of crit damage. I'm sure you already know. Try to get a good amount of crit damage on it, minimum 14, right? I would actually be looking into an onset of this guy, because I would not be surprised you get a crazy goblet that's offset, and I don't want you to not be, especially if it has a ton of crit rate. Because right now you're getting all of nothing on this piece. We can have conversations until our face turn purple about that 5.8% energy recharge, but I think it's safe to say that's doing a whole lot of nothing for D-Look right now. But the crit rate is going to be very valuable because of this piece, like extremely valuable. Right, so for what it's worth, if you get, let's say you got 13 crit rate, 14 crit rate here, but you got like 7 crit damage. Well, now we're doing okay, because now you have 37 crit damage across 2 pieces, which is a pretty healthy amount of crit damage. And then you also have 7 crit rate across 2 pieces, so now you have a 17 across 2 pieces. But you would need like 14 crit rate on this guy, and that'll potentially allow you to maintain running a crit damage circlet, because the circlet's fine if you had crit rate here, but you don't, right? So it's just kind of rebalancing it. But the first thing I would approach would be seeing about getting this guy on set. It's a really healthy piece, but I have a strong feeling that maybe sometime in the future, this guy right here, in combination with this guy, is going to hold you back, because it's always the goblet. It's always the goblet that holds people back. And then I'll paint this one picture for you using Yelan as an example, and then we'll go back to your account. Let's say we have Yelan here, and I use the onset goblet, right? We got 615, great. Let's say I use this onset goblet. I have 12 crit rate, fantastic. Well, my offset goblet looks like this though. Which one would you use? Not only am I getting energy recharge for the emblem set, but I got 19 crit damage, 6 crit rate, 12 energy recharge, 10% HP, and HP is basically crit damage on her. So I have 30 crit damage on this thing, basically. But it's an offset piece. And that look at this. This is an offset piece. Right? That wacky one on Gene, that's an offset piece. This is an offset piece, right? So you're strong, or at least in my experience, and what I see throughout the streams when I do reviews, typically the stronger goblets are always offset. Ning Wong's is offset. Ayaka's is offset, right? So they're usually offset though. So how much you're not getting from your current goblet compared to what you could be getting from an offset goblet is I'm kind of trying to balance that out, because whatever you feel like you may lose from the feather, you may go up so far above and beyond on an offset goblet, right? So we could trade 7 crit damage because you're 21 on your feather, right? Let's say we minus 7. Well, you only need 7 to break even on your goblet. So if you have a goblet that has 14 crit damage, you're up 7 crit damage just off that. So it doesn't need to say 20. We just need the cumulative number between the two to be higher than where you're currently at, right? And that's where we start to see those incremental gains. But either way it goes, we still want to see a gain. We don't want one piece to say 20, right? Hold on. Why I keep pulling your account? Like, because the goal is not for an individual artifact to be strong. The goal is for these two numbers to be really high. Right? So, and I just don't want you feeling locked into this piece. I guess that's why I'm spending a little time on this. So yeah, so that would be the approach. As far as talents, my vote would be normal, skill, burst, but it's really whatever you want to do. Because I know you win. You just want to see the big number, right? But you want the big number yesterday. But it takes time to get the big number, you know. But just one step at a time, you know. So if I was to do anything, I would actually level, because I don't mind where he's at. Believe it or not, I don't mind any of this because he's level 60, right? I would actually level him, level the weapon, level his talents to at least like 7 or 6. Just get him somewhere where he can hit like a 20k vape off like a 110 crit damage or something. You know, maybe like 6, 6, 7, 7, 6, 7, something like that. No? Okay, cool. Yeah, so yeah. No, I know you say you want the crit rate ratio. Yeah, so, or the crit rate circle, yeah. So, but I would level him and the weapon and then the talents. And then I would go back and start researching that circlet. Yeah, if you want to kill faster, yeah, you only need, yeah, if you want to kill faster for D-Luke, you want crit rate. Like the goal is to run a crit damage circlet, but you have to run crit rate. You have to run more crit. You have to prioritize crit rate on your artifacts to rock crit damage. All right, I'll show you. So let's just say for all intents and purposes, I had Crimson, right? So I have a non-crit rate weapon. Here's my ratio. And then they're not the greatest artifacts, but we got 11, 10, what's that, 14? So we got a healthy one. 10, and then 7. Now we can switch this for like a not so strong crit rate, but the goal is you still want his crit rate relatively high. And you could do a Serpent Spine. The Serpent Spine is really strong on him, right? But it's really like this right here. Like if you could get this number to 45, then you should be okay. You know, and then over time, and one thing I want to point out too, over time, because all these are hand-me-downs. Nothing here was ever, I never farmed for him. All right, so if you're actually farming for him, you should be able to, you will, I guess what I'm saying is you will be able to hit your goal. Right, so, yeah. Yeah, that doesn't mean I get more resin than you. I mean, unless you consider the battle pass. Maybe the battle pass. We can say the battle pass, that's fair. Right, but you know who else is free to play? Also, I kind of want, it is for any free to play. I'm not singling you out. This is for any free to plays here. This account is free to play. This is a free to play account. 7203 on a, yeah, there's no money on this account. There was no money spent on this account. Yeah, this account has never seen the light of day of a battle pass. This is a free to play account. So it's not necessarily free to play. It's knowing what you're doing. You know whose account this is, right? This is Kinko's account. Only free to play. This is Kinko's account, showing what a free to play account actually can look like. So you can be free to play and still get crit rate and crit damage, and they don't have a welcome. To my understanding, maybe they do. I don't know, but long story short, this is not I'm spending money on a banner. No, no, no. I wasn't saying get a serpent spine. No, no, no. I was talking about. Oh, you're talking free to play for serpent spine. Oh, okay, okay. No, but I think that was still important to say that in case anybody here was like, oh, well, free to play. Like, hold on now. Like, well, now hold on now, because there are accounts that exist that are mighty strong that don't have a dollar, not even a dollar on them. Like they slide through every now and again. Like you'll see them. Yeah, he won a lot of 50-50s, but that doesn't dictate. I'm gonna pull Lord Master's account one more time, but I need to make this case real quick. The point is not the weapons. The point is the artifacts. That's the point. So if you pull this account, and it's the same for you, right? So 5887, 46, which is over 45, and you only need 45 for D-loop, right? So 46 122, 64 105. She doesn't matter. 43 133. That's the point I'm making. If you take 5-star weapons out and the 5-star character themselves, and you just look at the ratios of the artifacts themselves, you don't need to spend money even anywhere close to that on a free to play account, right? So we still want, so you can still hit 125, which I'm sure you know. You can still hit 125, but this number, right? And that's so the strategy that and I'm using win as an example. So the strategy that I give all you guys in the stream, it's that account, like that, the artifact screen that I was showing you, that's what I'm trying to get you guys ready for. Right? I'm trying to get you guys to that. But I don't want you guys to cripple yourselves. Yeah, and there's a way to get cracked artifacts, and that's by not investing in a single stat artifact. Because this scenario can cripple your character. Think of it like the devil is a lie. This artifact is lying. It's giving you the impression it's a lot more valuable. It's really strong, but is it valuable? It's like a car that can drive really fast, but can't bend corners. Right? So are you driving that to work? Or are you driving it just because it drives really fast? And it's balancing that out, right? Now I know you can't just handpick your artifacts, right? But what I'm saying is just keep an eye out for the future artifacts is what I'm saying. So when you get the future artifacts, I would keep an eye out for this one and then balance that with, because I'm anticipating an offset goblet hitting your account sometime. So I have a feeling it's going to hit your account soon. It'll be a crit rate, crit damage, and you'll want to use it, but it'll be offset. But you can't use it because you got this piece. So if we can switch this to something that has some crit rate on it and maybe 14 crit damage, then that'll at least give some playroom. And there's no EM across either one. Yeah, don't let the goblet have EM. Don't let either one have EM, because once you put EM with the crit damage, with the crit rate on either of these pieces, automatically it's better. Like immediately better. Wait, so right, so but yeah, that would be the strategy. That would be the approach I would use, and then just rock a crit rate circlet and see about getting maybe crit damage and EM on that, or crit damage and attack. I like the fact that you have these attack stats though. Like the 9% there is great. I wish one of those stats were attack percent. The reason why I was kind of okay, so you could rock EM, but to rock EM you want at least like 30% in attack rolls to justify the EM, to help at least kind of offset it. If not, like maybe, yeah, like 30%. So you're sitting pretty good. You got what, 23%? So I guess with all that being said, I guess technically you're fine. You could rock, yeah, you could rock EM. Yeah, I think yeah, yeah, yeah. There's two. Yeah, I only see two options. Switch this to use the offset, or you're gonna need the most godlike crit rate goblet ever. You know what I mean? It's like a Maserati looks way better than it actually is, and once you get a real artifact that's actually good, you'll see it immediately. I think at least. Yeah, no, it's kind of similar. It's like my Yai Miko goblet is not as strong as people think it may be. Any questions on D-Loop? I just don't want you feeling like you don't have options. That's all. Like I'm not gonna get the artifacts. Like no, you'll get them. You'll definitely get them. Look at the bow. Okay. Ha ha ha. Okay, I concur. Actually, really, really concur. Hmm. Okay. You know, that's actually correct. All right, so let's see. So with her question, are you building her for her skill, her burst, or I know you're building her for both, but is there a prioritization on her skill by chance or no? Okay, that's fine. So we'll treat it. I mean, I'm still gonna refresh it to see what she'll be. I mean, I know she's gonna be at least looking at it. She should be at 52% crit rate. Yeah, so she'll be at 52, somewhere around there. She'll be at 50 and some change, right? Yeah, because it'll be that plus 20 plus 31 minus 4. That's okay. All right, so let's see. So yeah, so I'm sure you already know we're gonna be going for. Okay, the reason why I was asking about the skill is I'm trying to figure out if the Wanderer's Troop is on purpose or if it's placeholders. Or is this a placeholder and this a placeholder? Are these placeholders? Because there's a reason for it. I'm not sure. There's a reason for it. I'm just trying to understand if there's like because you can use troop, right? And if you're gonna use troop, that opens you up to the option for gilded as well. Because you can't really like farm troop, but you can farm gilded if you want the plus 80, right? And typically the reason you would use this is if you want to do vaporizers on skill. But it's kind of there can sometimes be an issue with that, and typically you want to do that with like Xiangling, where she can not only cleanse the hydro but add pyro, and then you hit skill and vaporize off that. That's where the EM becomes a thing. Now it's just decent pieces better than my pill. Gotcha. Okay, so placeholders, right? So all right, cool. So with Yalan, let's see. I wonder if you have because Gabby has an account like this where the account refuses to give Gabby. It literally refuses to give her crit rate. Because I've noticed that has been it's always a thing on your account. Like your account hates crit rate. It gives you all the crit damage. It almost never gives you crit rate. And I don't get why both of you guys accounts are like that. Like Gabby's whole account is 20 crit damage everywhere. Like it's like what? All right. So I'm assuming you want to do emblem because typically you would not go off emblem until around C6. You haven't gotten a single crit. That's what I'm saying. And you farm daily. Are you farming emblem? Like who are you farming for actively? Because he is. If you're farming crimson, he's going to take forever. I can promise you that. So he's always a stretch goal. Him, Hu Tao, any Crimson character, you have to look at those characters as long-term investments. They are not 1 month, 3 month investments. They are like a year investment. And if not, it has to be like a year's worth of like resin, like 10K resin easy. Crazy. Two-piece emblem and a placeholder set. You don't want to do four-piece emblem? Because you want her skill to hit hard, right? I mean, I'm assuming. So given the weapon, it has to be for the skill. That's the only justification. That's the only reason you would not do four-piece emblem. It has to be for the skill. There can't be no other reason. Because the burst on four-piece emblem beats out whatever rotation the skill has by like 4 times the damage. It's not that much, but it's got to be. It's like I gotta sit down and crunch the numbers. But if I don't, If I remember correctly, a rotation on 4-piece emblem with 200, because you're probably going to have this much energy recharge because the weapon gives you 61 off base, right? By having, so her rotation with her burst active hitting her skill with emblem, I think is about double the damage versus a two piece. Like you could switch to noblesse, but it's only specific to this weapon though, right? Like, so if you did, it has to be for the skill. Yeah, so if you're gonna do the skill, I would say maybe two-piece hydro. You could do two-piece hydro or two-piece tenacity. Her burst hits 3K. Oh, her burst will hit a lot more than that. It'll hit a, by the time you're done with her, it'll hit a lot more than 3K. A lot more. Yeah, per tick. It'll hit like 7K a tick. I mean, that's I'm talking emblem. I don't. It's how much it's gonna hit on. It's gonna hit less on the two piece though. The burst will hit less, but the skill will hit a little more. I guess is the point I'm getting at, right? So but the only thing I can think of is it has to be for the skill. Like we don't care that much about the burst because of the difference in damage on burst. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it has to be. Yeah. So if that's the case, then I would say to either tenacity or hydro. I almost want to say tenacity. I almost want to say tenacity because I've been finding way more characters use tenacity than hydro characters use hydro for whatever the reason is. Like I only know off the top of my head two characters that can and will use hydro, and that's Tartaglia and Ayato. For vapes, you hit 6 to 7K. Vapes on burst. Hey, what's going on, Jack? How you doing, brother? You never knew an account review was this long? Well, yeah. I take my time when I do account reviews, especially if there's, you know, if you know, it could take a while. Maybe because I care, right? And not everybody wants to do like meta or, they have an idea that they want to go for. And so Win has an idea he wants to go for, and if he wants to go for it, then I'm not gonna stop him. Right. So at that point, yeah, just run I almost want to say tenacity though, because tenacity hits like crit damage. No, the fix is 4-piece emblem. You don't want to. You're not gonna do 4-piece emblem though. We had this. We got in an argument over that. Like I think you got like mad at me at one point. So it's like, yeah, the fix is 4-piece emblem, but you don't want to do that. So just do two piece. And if you're gonna do two-piece, I'd recommend tenacity. It's not about meta. It's about performance. I actually had to talk about this with somebody yesterday. Meta is there to adjust to your liking, but there's a reason why it's meta. No, it has nothing to do with meta. There's a reason why meta is meta though. Meta is meta because it performs the best. That's why meta is meta. Like I had to have it was a long talk. Like people were mad and upset. I think what it is that there's a tendency where people who run meta tend to judge people who don't run meta. So meta has the worst stigma. But meta is meta because it's the best option. That's what meta. It's the most efficient tactic available. That is meta. And meta for her with this weapon is 4-piece emblem pre C6. But you don't want to do. But you're not going to do that. But I still want you to perform. So if you're refusing to run emblem for meta, but you still want to perform, then at least do tenacity. Yeah, that's because you wanted to do that. I run a healer Nahida. You think that's meta? It's the best option I have available though, for what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for a damaged Nahida though. But I can only assume, but you got to tell me if I'm wrong. If you're looking for a damage Yalan, four-piece emblem is the most damage output Yalan. But because it's meta, you're not going to do. If it's because it's meta, why you're not going to do it? You're hurting yourself. But I'm not going to sit here and stop you from doing what you want to do. And if you don't want to run four-piece, then the next best option, if you want the two-piece emblem fate, would be two-piece tenacity because HP converts this. It's almost as valuable and in some cases stronger than crit damage. So it's like tenacity is like adding 20 crit damage to your line. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. I don't mind people not running meta. My thing is don't like unless you're looking for a stronger option, because the stronger option is meta. If you have something stronger than meta, that's the new meta. That's how meta works. Meta is not to judge people with. Meta is to provide people with the most efficient option available, right? It's the people who judge that gives it a stigma. I'll sit here right now and tell you that I'm a meta slave, but I use meta to do what I am comfortable doing and what I'm looking for to get out of a character. So I'll take meta and adjust it. I'll take meta components and say, I want to do this with this character using meta strategies and my knowledge of meta. Right? So if you're doing a vaporize Yalan, this would be fine, but you would want to convert this to tenacity. Now that's just taking the knowledge of meta and how meta works and applying it to Yalan. But if you want the overall strongest Yalan in a burst rotation, four-piece emblem does the trick because the four-piece emblem gives you the equivalent of like let's say 2 or 3 hydro sets, tenacity sets. That's how much damage it adds to your burst. It's like having 2.5 hydro sets, like 2.5 tenacity, two-piece tenacities on your line. It's like having noblesse and tenacity and a third set. That's emblem. And you got and that's without an HP piece. The minute you run an HP piece, like it's really really strong. Is tenacity good for healer Barbara? Yes and no. You can run tenacity, but it'll only proc tenacity on the first hit. It doesn't proc tenacity for the application. You have to produce a damage number for Barbara to proc tenacity. This is where Chi Chi beats tenacity, or beats Barbara. It's because Chi Chi and Kuki Shinobu they can proc a damage number on tick, so they can use tenacity. But because Barbara cannot proc a damage number, she can't use tenacity. Who is Mika? I remember the name, but I don't know if this is that Mika. Because I had a whole bunch of different Mikas. They had different pictures and profiles. You don't know how to build Barbara? We're getting to Barbara. I could show you Barbara real quick. But yeah, do you have any questions for her though? You think it's that Mika? Okay, I'll let him in. Do you have any questions for Yolan? No? Okay, cool. All right, yeah, so, but yeah, tenacity, and then, I would adjust the crit rate. You can get away with 60, by the way, on your crit rate, and then the rest can go into, I would put the rest into, and you could split it between HP and crit damage. So, but at the end of the day, what I would do is add up all your percentages and see if the percentage rolls of HP plus the percentage rolls of crit damage is around like a buck 50-ish, somewhere in that ballpark should be the combination of the two. So it's either a buck 50 in HP or a buck 50 in crit damage or 75 here and 75 like you know what I mean? But try to get if you're gonna do outrageous numbers, I guess we want those numbers cumulatively to be very high. Kind of balanced, sure, but we like pretty ratios too. You know, don't look at your Barbara. No, I know. I seen you didn't really have too much going on with Barber. Like that's fine. I'll talk about Barber here in a minute. I'm assuming you're going for that Bennett that can hit a big number or something or another. So what we're gonna be doing is because I think I know exactly. I think I know the Bennett you're going for. So you have a Pyro Goblet, right? Or waiting, what is this attack? Energy recharge? Okay. But you're doing crit numbers. Okay. So what I would do is yeah, I would do a Pyro Goblet. Yeah, I would do a Pyro Goblet. You can technically run a four-piece Crimson on him, so his throwaways you can give to him, right? Just be mindful with Bennett, in order for him to use the fullness of the four-piece Crimson, you're gonna have to hit his skill 3 times, which is 12 seconds. So that's why I'm looking at this set and I'm cool with it, right? Now, as far as the attack, I mean, you already know it's only based on the white number here. So, level him all the way up. Level the weapon's level 80, but I mean, level it to 90 anyway. But level him all the way up. What does Miko want? Matter of fact, hold on. Let me do this. I just thought about this because I'm doing a review and you must have interrupted like 17 times. That's rude to Win. Like you disrespecting Win on that. Yeah, you good. Yeah, you gotta chill. You disrespecting Win. I don't mind. But their time. You know what I mean? So anyway, that's who you meant? No, not yet. All right, so anyway, yeah. So I would heavily prioritize crit rate in this scenario. So the minute you get a offset goblet or goblet anywhere, that's pyro. The one stat you want the most is crit rate. Period. Like if it has HP defense, if it has defense, flat HP, but it got crit rate, level that. Level that. And it's not until a little bit later down the line when you start to accumulate it, maybe a few more crimson, off crimson pieces, is when I would start converting him to, because I know you're going to do damage. So I would start converting him to damage maybe a little bit later once the repository gets a little bit bigger, right? But at some point I would look into converting, but you only need to convert 2 pieces, because like I said, it's going to be a little difficult for him to proc the 4-piece set of crimson consistently. You can, but you'll see once you get it on him. You know what I mean? So he only needs 2 of the 4 crimson pieces. But for now, because he's not doing anything close to what D-Luke is doing in DPS at all, one D-Luke skill is going to clear his... One D-Luke normal will do his skill. And you can only get his skill once every 4 seconds. We can argue 2 seconds, but a D-Luke normal does his damage. And a D-Luke burst is double the damage that his does. Which is ridiculous. Right, so all he needs, so that's why I'm saying I would give him the Pyro Goblet. I would give him the weaker of the 2 Pyro Goblets. Just to get him going. And then your goal would be 60% crit rate. 120 is fine though. I think 120 is fine. The amount of ER he needs, well, if you run him with Bennett, you basically need nothing. Oh yeah, because I was going to say, yeah, he really don't need. If you run him with Bennett, he don't even need ER. Okay, no worries, Luna. But yeah, I mean, outside of that, let me see. Just C5, and then I would rank up his skill and his burst. Yeah, his burst is cheap. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I would rank up his skill and his burst. Not until C6 is when you would start ranking his normals. So economically speaking, Pyro Goblet with crit rate, try to get like 10, 11 crit rate-ish. We want to get you in the 60s on your crit rate. And then only do the burst and the skill with a priority on the burst. And then that's it. And then if you go C6, at that point, you can start doing his normals. All right, Newts, that is good to know. Yeah. Level him first, though, please. Out of everything I just said, level him first. And then you should be all right. Sound good? Any questions?
班尼冒险团出发！
No, you good, Newts. Okay, cool. Barbara, probably the easiest character ever. So, there's two sets, or a combination of the two sets. I'm just going to let you know a combination of the two sets is really, really stupid, in my personal opinion. Never do a combination of the two sets, only because of how absolutely ridiculously cheap these two sets are to get, given it's Barbara's build we're talking about, unless you're doing DPS Barbara, for a reason, right? Being that you have this weapon, you should not be doing any. Should not see Hydro, and you have Hydro. You should not have attack, or you don't need energy recharge and crit rate. You don't need any of this if you have this weapon. Just to give you a heads up, Barbara does all of no damage outside of her charge attack. As far as catalyst users, if I'm not mistaken, even with even though Yanfei exists, Yanfei circumstantially has the highest charge attack damage, to my understanding. But Lisa actually has the highest charge attack damage amongst all catalyst users, to my understanding, and she has the second highest. But that's the only place her damage is. That's why every time you see a DPS Barbara, they do charge attacks. There's a reason for that, and that's the reason. Is because all of her damage, her burst does no damage, her skill does basically no damage, and then her normals do no damage. Yeah, I did like a 80k on, or 70k on stream recent. Was it 60? Something like that. Yeah, you could do 60. We had a guy on here do 90k. Remember that? But he had a triple crown, Skyward Atlas, Lost Prayer, something else going on with a Freedom Sworn, Kazuha, and all. It was all type of stuff going on. And they hit 90k on a Barbara. But it takes all that for her to hit 90k when she could do 90k with an emblem set on accident. Not the number, but she does 90k worth of damage like that. And if you build him with a Wolf's Gravestone, he can hit 90k on vape. So it doesn't, off of normal. So building her for DPS is like, it doesn't make sense. That's no buff. That's cap. He hit the Pyro Cube to hit 60k. 60k is burst damage. Here's how. Okay, now I gotta explain this real quick. All right, so here's Barbara. Right, I'm explaining the 60k. All right, so where's Barbara? So here's Barbara. Here's a multiplier on her charge attack. Right, so 249. At what percentage do you need to be at to just flat on crit? And how much attack do you need to hit 60k? What does that percent need to be? And how much attack do you need? And how much crit damage do you need to hit 60k? Off of just a raw, and you hit 60k. Do you know? So if they have 145 crit damage, so if they have 145 crit damage and 140, so if they have 145 crit, not the crit rate doesn't matter. If they have 100, this is for everybody in the stream. If they have 145 crit damage, how much attack, or matter of fact, how much attack and what does that percentage need to be? Do you know? For them to hit 60k with 145 crit damage. It's not magic. It's just math. There's no superstitious magic tricks. It's no gameplay that does it. It's just math. If it's a raw 60K, that percentage needs to be a certain number. 17. Okay, so if it's 17K, that number needs to be outrageously high. That's not a. I can. You know how much? You know how much it takes? Yeah, it's a. I can guarantee it's a vape. It's a vape. It doesn't have to have a buff necessarily, but it's definitely a vape involved. They're hitting less than 27K, or maybe 27K. But if they hit 60K, no. My question is, how much attack do you need, and what does that charge attack percentage number need to be to hit a raw 60K? Everybody here knows because everybody's 5-star characters have burst numbers. And everybody here has 2K attack, and everybody here has like almost 200 crit damage. So you need almost 200 crit damage, 2K attack, and 700% to hit a raw 60K. So unless they have 700% there, 200% crit damage, and 2000 attack, that's not going to be a raw 60K. Unless it's buffed or vaporized. You can cut one of those numbers in half or the equivalent of it and just vaporize and you can hit 60K. That's how that works. So if anything, if they told you that, they're lying to you that it was not raw. It has to be a vape. Because in order for him to hit 60K with 900% on burst, which has no reactions, right? He needs to have upwards of 200% crit damage. Now, I don't need the UID. I can literally tell you how they hit the 60K. You can take what I'm saying, take your character and go hit something with your numbers, and your character will do the same thing. The only difference between Hydro, Electro, Geo, Dendro is the reactions in between them. And if there's any resistance present on the enemy. But all the elements operate the exact same. This is why a 30K skill at 490% hits roughly the same number as a cryo skill that hits at 431%. Because it's not the element that magically introduces something. Yeah, that's how they did it. No, I just didn't want somebody in the stream thinking that, where is it? I didn't want somebody thinking that um it was just a raw 60K when it's like, will they hit a raw 60K? Yeah, you need a really high, you need to have burst numbers to do that. Like you gotta have Tartaglia bursts or whatever. Like you need that multiplier. Either that or like 300% crit damage or like 3000 attack, or you need something like that. Yeah. Oh, I thought you said it was raw. Yeah, I was saying, yeah. I thought you said it was raw. Oh, okay, my bad. I thought you said it was a raw 60K. I was gonna be like, no, there's no way that's a raw 60K. So for Barbara, with her on charge attack, right? She would need. I don't know if I'd build DPS Barbara. It would be like a meme or something like that, right? So I would actually just build Barbara as a Hydro applicator and a healer. I can just give you the build, but I want to make sure you understand why the build is what it is. Because now, I'm just going to give you the build, and then I'll tell the stream why the build is the way it is. So I recommend 4-piece Maiden. HP healing bonus, right? So, no, I know. Are you doing DPS Barber? It's not my business. But I can literally put on a DPS Barber right now, and we can just do DPS Barber things. My thing is, I don't want you getting upset when I'm trying to recommend the best thing for you. I guess that's all I'm really. That's what I'm starting to. That's the vibe I'm getting. Is like, I don't want you getting upset because I'm trying to recommend and make sense of things. Plus, I bumped heads with somebody because it's like, if I agree with that, I'm telling everybody in the stream that that's good, and if it's not, like if I co-sign on it, then you know what I mean? Like I can't co-sign it because they're you know what I mean? So if it's DPS Barber for whatever it is, then do it, but this is the expectation. So I'm not saying don't do it, but I'm saying when you go into it, be realistic of the outcome. Don't expect to do your line numbers magically. But have fun. Do it, have fun with it, right? But when it comes time to do the Abyss, you're probably doing this. So I don't want to hear nothing about the Abyss, my DPS, but I don't want to hear it because I told you. Like this doesn't work. That energy you put into her to make her a DPS probably should have went into her. And that energy you put into him probably should have went in to make her a DPS. Right? As far as performance, right? But I don't want you getting upset with me for making the recommendations. Right? So I'm giving you the build, and then when you say I'm going to build it the way I want, it's like, okay, do that, but HP healing bonus. Now I'm telling you that. So that's the build with the weapon that you have, right? But if I pull your barber in the future and I see a hydro goblet, you know, it is what it is. That's what I'm saying. Does that make sense? I have to go. Yeah, no worries. No worries. Any questions on Barbara? Oh, oh, never mind. Oh, they're okay. They probably took off. Okay, no worries. All right, take it easy now. Okay, no worries. And then I think next is Luna. Yeah, and definitely take care of yourself and stay safe. I wish one was in the Discord. Yeah, we got a million people in there. And then we helped Gabby, have you been helped with your resin, by the way? Oh, what's happening, Hicks? How you doing, brother? Luna, what you got going on? Oh, let me see. They're still on the quest? Okay, we'll come back to them. Yeah, I'll come back to them. No, you good, brother. Shin, what's happening with you? Yeah, no worries, brother. Review what we got going on. That's a Hu Tao main, right? You got a 76%? That ain't bad. I mean, you still got it though. Is that at the art school? Where's Hu Tao? Ah, Kariko Besko. I keep forgetting, brother. Are you on right now? Hold on. It's your homework? Okay. All right, and then I'm looking at whom? Who am I looking at? Who we looking at today, Kai? Your boy need a cigarette. Don't smoke. Do not smoke, kids. Boop. I've done my test for animation school, and you passed it, swag. You feel me? Just got to do the interview? Okay. I apologize for the goof up at the end of the last stream. I was so, but no. Nooch ain't do nothing. I'm sorry for that last review I just did. I feel like it. I feel like I don't know. I feel like I don't know. I don't know what that was about. Yeah, you feel me, David? Like that's where I'm at. This happens every time I log in on my iPad now. I don't know why it does this. Okay, so you said Ayaka, Al Habibi, and Shenhe. Okay. I'm gonna do Hu Tao real quick because that one should be super quick. I'm gonna do a super quick one on Hu Tao. Is that cool? I'm gonna just go blop blop blop. And you want the do you want meta? Sleepy Den, Jesus Christ. Love the name. Swag 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 swag. No, just keep going. Keep in mind it is school. You know what I mean? So they're gonna grade you on specifics. Okay. All right. So 147, good. Got a Homa. Got a 4-piece. 775. 202. Okay, we're missing some crit damage. Where are we missing it from? Not there. Not there. HP. Okay. Possibly. There it is. Okay. So you got to reroll your goblet. Number 1. That HP is not hitting like you think it is. So if you're gonna, so I'll just put it like this. Where you are missing crit damage, you can definitely run more EM. So for what it's worth, if you get a goblet and it has crit rate and EM, that is going to be way stronger, provided you're running her on vape. If not, then yeah, we need to just get a goblet with more crit damage. We can make an argument about this piece right here, but for what it's worth, it's actually pretty decent. The EM is going to translate to crit damage on vape anyway, and you got an HP roll. It's not really doing much, but it's something. But every other piece seems like it's relatively healthy, especially this one. This one's really, 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 really. That's a god dang. That's a perfect piece. And this one is extremely strong, so you're stuck with that. Yeah, just reroll the goblet, and the stats you're gonna look for is crit rate and EM. Really, it's crit rate, crit damage, EM, right? But it's crit rate and crit damage or EM. The or being on the crit damage and EM, right? Yes, perfect piece. Yes, I guess arguably would have made it more perfect is instead of hitting defense, it hit either EM or crit damage. Especially if it hit crit damage, it just looks prettier. But I think the EM is stronger. Anyway, as far as talents, 99X, whatever the burst is, whatever you want to do. If you're going to be employing the burst, you might as well just go on ahead and keep that thing even too. So 999, but that's going to be up to you. But put your foot in on her normals first, and then go ahead and put your foot in on that skill, and then you can do as you wish with the burst. That's totally up to you. All her performance, as I'm sure everybody here knows, is going to be coming out of charge attacks. The person who can hit 700k on burst can easily hit 700k on charge attack. It's just going to take more button presses per rotation, but it's the same thing. Anyway, I digress. Other than that, level the weapon to 90, level her to 90. Why she's not even ascended, I'm not sure. But yeah, 90, 90. I would actually level her to 90, right? There's all the HP rolls you need. Level her to 90, level the weapon to 90, 99 on that, and then you're done. Any questions on Hu Tao? Swag, 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 swag. Wait, Sleepy Den. Okay, I know you. I feel like I haven't seen your name in a minute, though. You been lurking? And you said you're in lockdown. I hope everything is cool. I'm assuming they're... hold on. My whole situation almost yanked everything and dropped everything. It would have been bad just now. No, I don't think that's Ganyu. Yeah, that's Dior. That's what I was finna say, man. Look, you can't just be switching your name on me all the time like that. That's like one day I'm Nike, the next day I'm Adidas. It's like, okay, now hold on now. Okay, yesterday there was a swoosh. Today I'm seeing lines. How you doing, Dior? Hey, I ain't seen you in a minute. Wagwan, cat. All right, so let's go ahead and jump into the rest of these characters. We are looking at, you said, Ayaka. I'm just pulling up the list. Ayaka Al-Habibi. All right, so let's get to her. Oh, so you just got. Oh yeah, didn't you just get her? All right, so Ayaka's pretty straightforward for what. And you got a miss splitter. All right, so Ayaka's really straightforward. Don't smoke, please don't. I feel terrible if anybody here did. I'd be actually mad at y'all because y'all have the option to not smoke. That's why I would actually be mad at you if you started smoking. I really would. And you don't smoke, I'd be mad if you started. Thank you for leveling the weapon to 90. Ascend her at least to 90. But you're all right. Okay, good. Okay, good. What was the lockdown for? COVID or something? Um. So her normals and her burst are her priority. Oh, somebody did some weird things. Shikasu's cracking. Why did it hide what you just said? Oh, because of that. Too many called a bunch of schools. Oh, no, they should still take homie to jail though. Real talk. No, it was high. No, because it filters on my end. I have to change it to all chat, and it'll show everything. Which is funny because it'll still hide UIDs. Anyway, wow, that's looking fantastic. And we got to. You know what's funny? This technically works. Hmm. Yes, you guys saw that, right? I'm numb to it at this point. I'm numb to that piece now. I'm like, okay, like I want it, I'll never see it. I'm just gonna look at it. I'm just gonna look over it. All right. So, okay, that's a really good goblet. Wow. Okay. Okay. So, looking at the build, okay, I would set this build keep it. It's good for what it is. It's good because you do want energy recharge somewhere on your Ayaka. It depends on how you want to play her, and what content you're playing her in. It depends on her team and all that jazz. I'm going to do my best to relate to your experience by kind of. I mean, you guys see how I play Ayaka, right? And I have zero energy recharge. I'm speaking to this because of the two-piece emblem, right? You got a level 60 and she's doing decent damage right now. Oh shit, it just gets crazier the more you level her, trust me. So with Ayaka having zero energy recharge, but being as astronomically strong as she is, I don't feel the need to hit her burst all the time. It would be nice, but I don't feel like I need it outside of the abyss, right? And I really, if anything for me, I want her to have a really strong burst, but it's not like she does not get a burst back. And really, I just nerf my because you're gonna nerf her to get energy recharge at the end of the day. And because I don't have refinements on this weapon, and a lot of my Ayaka's powers and her artifacts, I don't mind nerfing her down to like a Favonius sword. You know what I mean? You do around 10k without shenhe. That sounds about right. I think it's because of how much attack you have. Or maybe not. I'm not sure, but I know part of it is because of that miss splitter. I can almost guarantee that, especially if you go in, hit a normal, hit a skill, and then hit your burst. Like you're probably gonna hit really hard, if I'm not mistaken. Level 1 talent. Oh, no, you're not hitting 10k. You're hitting high, not or without shenhe, yeah, but that's Bennett or Kaz is still in there. A buff is somewhere in there. You're not hitting 10k. Like a max Ayaka hits 10k with a Kakeuchi. If you have a Kakeuchi and you max your Ayaka, like that Ayaka hits 10k a tick. But that's probably with buffs and all that. But either way it goes, she's still, if it's 10k a tick, that's still 200k. Yeah. And you do have burst uptime, right? So that's where the reason why I'm bringing this up Oh, you do have a buff. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah. So the reason I'm bringing this up is, yeah, Thrilling Tales. Yeah, that'll definitely help. The reason I'm bringing this up though is because my recommendation is four-piece Blizzard every single time, just based on the little bit of testing that I've been doing behind the scenes. And Blizzard, for what it's worth, what Blizzard does is it's basically a conversion set, right? Now, you guys know I hate CV, right? But, well, I hate the notion of CV. But in essence, what you are doing is converting your crit rate into CV, is basically what the Blizzard set does, right? Now, you can still get energy recharge. You just have to get it by way of, it's recommended, you get it by way of substats. You know what I mean? You're just waiting for the set to come. Gotcha. Okay, so when the set comes, yeah, when the Blizzard set comes, are you sure you're doing AK a tick?
剑就和这拿下了。
Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, I could. Yeah, yeah. I guess I could believe that. Yeah. Okay. So no, no, no. It could be. No, no. It could be. I don't know. It seemed a little. Well, I think it's because when I first got her, she had like nothing. So I'm pulling from like I might be pulling from a bad resource. But you have really strong. Yeah, and a level 90 mist splitter. I didn't have a mist splitter when I got mine. I had a battle pass weapon. So my burst was mega nerfed. Where you? There you go. So I mean, it definitely could be. No, no, no. I think it's fine. It doesn't matter. I mean, it at the end of the day, I don't know if it necessarily matters. But so mine hit 13K just now. Now yours could be higher, it could be lower, right? But your goal, at least my goal for you, would be roughly. You only need about. I would say maybe between 12 and 15K at base. But this is a crown. It's a crown burst on my Ayaka, right? Yeah, with the Kageuchi, yours hits 11. But I'm thinking the damage. That's why I was thinking the damage would be lower because he's still missing base attack, and he's missing. Well, not he's not missing attack. You have enough attack, but you're missing like you have no ticks on the talent, right? So I'm like, he hasn't even leveled the talent, and there's like a 4 times multiplier in the or at least 2 times multiplier just in talents. So it should effectively double by the time you get there. But then when I saw 8 to 13, I'm like, it might be right. Maybe. No, I don't know, because mine has 2. Maybe. But we might hit 15K if you 90 her and crown the burst. If, like, as long as that's your goal, I think you're fine. As long as the number you're producing is over like 10, 13, I think you're good.
刀剑爆焰，
Really, anywhere between like 10 and 15 is kind of where I want your Yaka sitting with competent crit rate, and your crit rate is fine. So what I would do is go hit a burst, see where you're, because your numbers technically are fine. I have way more crit damage, so I'm not sure how that's going to translate. But I know attack is really strong on Ayaka. Solo, right? Now, crit damage comes into play when you start doing comps, particularly Shenhe and Bennett. Anything attack scaling, TTDS and all that. So if you start throwing a bunch of attack buffs on her, then the attack stat becomes less valuable, and that's where crit rate is crazy. Especially because a mist splitter gives you so much base attack. Yeah, but you're Kinkle. It's like burger. Yeah, but you're burger. Like, I mean, you can if you want to. You can hit the burst if you want to. It doesn't matter to me. But what I would start with, this is where I would start, is ascend your Ayaka to level 90, 80/90. Weapons done. Leave the artifacts for now because you have a healthy ratio. And then I would work on her normals and her burst. If you want her going like now, then work on her normals and her burst and completely ignore her, tick her skill to 2 because you don't want to go back in the domain specifically to rank it to level 2 just so you can use silver books. But rank it to 2, but immediately go and level her normals and her burst, but keep them even though. I'd recommend keeping them even. Her burst is stronger, but you're going to be using her normals a whole lot more. Whether it's applying cryo or doing charge attacks or hitting an enemy on the other side somewhere. Like overall, like your normals are really, really valuable. They're super valuable. They're just as valuable as her burst. Is that normal? Her skill, doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter till everything else is done, or unless you just want it. If you just want it, you can do it. But as long as you understand the priority stack. Does that make sense? And then any questions on your Ayaka? No questions? Okay, and then I'll jump to the next one. Yeah, don't use Shenhe when you do this. I see you got Shenhe on your team. Don't actually use Shenhe. Just hit a raw burst. And that'll tell me and Kinko everything we need to know. Is my volume up on this? Oh, it is. Y'all can hear the game in the background. Baba la chuya. Oh, you don't? Oh, you better come get a burst. Cause I got. So while you're doing, well, I'll wait. I should have got Diona maybe. Yeah, so 6.2. Yeah. I was like, it can't be that high. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. So you have 2 directions you can go with your Ayaka, by the way, and I just want to point this out. Once again, I got to shout out definitely free to play Bob Ross and Kinko on this one because we had a discussion about the attack stat on Ayaka. So the approach I would take is, and this is really, it's really impactful because of the miss splitter, because the base attack is really high, right? So it's determining how much attack percent is viable on your Ayaka based on your team comp. So if you're doing something like a freeze comp with no TTDS or no attack scaling or no shenhe, blah blah blah, then the attack stat becomes more valuable. Whereas I would go Blizzard, and this is where Blizzard comes into play, is if you're playing her with TTDS or Shenhe or Bennett, at that point, you want to bolster your crit damage a lot more. You want a lot more crit damage at that point. Because between Bennett, Shenhe, and TTDS, you're either really close or you're already in diminishing returns on your attack stat. So to balance out the damage and seek more damage out of it, and I can show you because we did the test on stream, crit damage hits harder on Ayaka when you do attack comps. Now if you land on crazy attack rolls and that's just the way the cookie crumbles for your Ayaka, maybe looking into a Mona comp and a Kazuha comp might be a little bit more beneficial. You can still have Shenhe, but maybe using those 2 for your buffers because they don't buff attack. You know what I mean? Oh, Daniel Por Segundo is here. What's happening, y'all? Yeah, so does that make sense? And I know you had no questions about Ayaka, so I'm gonna go to the next one, but I just want to make sure you got all that information. All right, for sure. So as far as I'll hate them, Al Khabi, oh snap, Al Khabibi. What are we doing here? You know, it's funny. I get it, but yeah, we'll talk about it. Okay. Before I get started, what set are you going for? Like, what are you planning to do with our Hatham? Because it's a rainbow set, but I'm pretty sure it's a placeholder. But do you have like a approach in mind? Like I want his burst or uptime or something. Or I'm gonna be running him on hyper bloom or spread or whatever. And then we can kind of take it from there. Oh yeah, because you got two mist splitters, right? Is that correct? Somebody in the Discord got two mist splitters. I can't remember who it was. I'm really in my cause I feel like a consult. I'm doing consult. I feel like I'm consulting right now. I walk around with a cigarette when I do consulting. Anyway, ignore that last statement. Don't smoke, kids. Please don't. Either two-piece paradise, two-piece wanderers, or four-piece emblem. You got three calamity. That's hecka funny. Okay, so any reason why it's no? There's not a problem with the two-piece approach. What'd you say? You said two-piece paradise, two-piece wanderers. So you want to do 80-80 for. So you want the consistent. Okay, I get it. So you want the consist. Okay, any reason why? Just to flex. Is it flexibility of team comps or something? Is that why? Because if you do like a mono dendro, that makes sense. Or if you do like a two element team, you know, like dendro electro or dendro something else. That makes sense because you get 160 instead of 150 over over gilded. What happened? Oh, nothing. Aggravate spread. So it's only two elements, right? Okay. Yeah. I mean, just but my thing is, I just want to make sure you can do that. I'm not telling you not to do it. I'm just saying whatever you invest in, it is going to be a relatively strong investment. I just want to make sure you don't have to redo your investment. That's why I'm bringing it up right now. Okay, cool. So you'll end with an extra of 160 EM. That's why this is important. In contrast, like I'm not selling you on Gilded. I'm just saying, in contrast to Gilded, if you run a third element, with Gilded, you end with 180 EM. It's an extra 30 EM. It's not going to make that big of a difference, but it's a free difference that's just there, right? So, also a two-piece Gilded could be a safe option as well. Now, I see you got one. Wow. Okay, that's. I wish it didn't have. I wish it didn't hit HP. If that would have been maybe EM or attack percent, that would have been perfect. But that's fine. All right. So let me pause this. All right. Man, I got all types of stuff going on in this room right now. Booyaka shawagwan. All right, so anyway, I don't know how I feel about four-piece emblem. I'm gonna let Kinko take that one. Um, but I think the two-piece approach would probably be the safest approach, and then I would investigate subsetting your energy recharge. If anything, maybe hold on, let me look at what's his energy pool. And I'm assuming it's gonna be two dendro, two electro. Is that right? What is my control doing? No, that makes sense. So let's see. I'm just looking for what his energy cost is. 70. Okay. So maybe like I don't know what 140, 150 energy recharge somewhere around there should be safe. I mean, if you had to choose. Like I'm going to choose. Like if you have the option, then maybe like an extra 50 energy recharge should be safe. I mean, you could probably, yeah, see, like you should be safe with that. Well, this is plus emblem, so it'd be minus 20, right? But even like 130, 150, like you should be good somewhere in that pocket as far as substats. So when you're farming this domain, either this domain or troop or anything really, then as you build up your selection, I would try to make sure you got it. I mean, that's a good piece, yeah, but I would make sure to just see about. I don't know. It just happened. Wait, what? Oh, that. Yeah, I would just make sure to pick, a collective, healthy amount of energy recharge with respect for your crit rate and crit damage, obviously, right? Now you're saying you have another miss splitter, I'm assuming, right? So if that's the case, we don't necessarily want to ignore the pieces, but then that's going to make your crit rate more valuable.
占卜就是把既定的
And
秘
you're
密
going to
准
see
确地展示出来。
a healthy amount of
攻破
performance out of this
形式
gentleman by just
就会
giving
让
him
人们
simply
产
more
生
crit
误解。
rate, provided you got a miss splitter, right? So I don't know if I need to necessarily look at these pieces. The emblem pieces, for what it's worth, look, that one's really solid for I hate them. Like they're solid, really solid pieces for him. So I don't know if I'm gonna preach against emblem, but I am gonna say at least try the two piece approach first. What's your goblet look like? Yep. So you're really gonna want crit rate across the pieces, right? So when you switch this out, prioritize crit rate. You want crit damage. We still want a minimum 14 per piece, 14 crit damage per piece, but you want to select the pieces. You want to select pieces that have a lot of crit rate. They don't need 13, but like 7 plus per piece. Because your goal in this situation is to get, if I'm not mistaken, you want to get about 60. So 55 is your minimum, 65 is your goal, just across artifacts. 31 is going to be coming from your circlet, right? So you only need 30 across these pieces, give or take. Not even 30. You need like
限制物欲
25,
是占
25
星
across
术
these
士
pieces.
修
Sorry
行的
about
一
that.
部分。
Yeah, so
只有
7,
简
yeah,
伪
so
的生
about 7,
活，
yeah, about
才能可以
7%
看
per
到
piece.
世界的真实。
Oh, forgot about that one. Somebody 7. So you need about 9 per piece. So you probably need about 9 per these 3. So across these 3, because I'm not going to tell you to get rid of this. So you need about 9 across these 3. And then you should be all right. 9 crit rate. And then whatever crit damage you get is fine. You'll have a miss splitter to supplement that. You should be all right. And that goes for emblem or the two piece, right? And as far as talents, his skill and his bursts are the kickers, right? His normals are cool, but his normals literally only account for the damage of his normals. His skill is where the particles and the big swords flying around and all that is skill damage. And that's where all his damage is coming from. Like pretty much all of it. Side note, he doesn't, if you get a bunch of EM on him, the EM is not there for the reaction per se. Well, it's there for the spread, but you're already in diminishing returns technically on that. But, of course, extra EM doesn't hurt, specifically him. But don't worry about getting so much EM on him. If you get pieces that don't have EM, it's okay. Because you have an EM timepiece. And you should be all right. Sound good? Oh, it didn't add you to the queue for some reason. Yeah, so it should add you to the queue now, Phantom. All right, cool. So Raiden, Kuki, Nahida, I hate them. Yeah, you'll be fine. Oh, and Nahida? Oh, yeah. Nah, you really don't need EM. If that's the team, period, you don't need that much EM. Two piece is fine. You'll be all right. Emblem is fine. I mean, give him EM, yes, but you'll be fine. You might have to type. I just noticed it didn't add you for some reason. You might have to type it again, Phantom. I don't know why it hid your comment, but that whatever that did, it didn't add you to the queue. Yeah, I would just copy paste it. But yeah, any questions on I hate them? Why is it hiding it, bro? There it goes. All right, cool. Just the EM sands should be enough. Yeah, especially in the situation you're in, the EM sands is all you need. And it's because Nahida. And if you build Nahida the way any Nahida, for the most part, is built, you should get at least 100 EM from from Nahida. Like minimum. And as I'm sure everybody here knows, it's part of her passive. So, yeah. And it's not really hard to give her 400 EM. I could not have an EM. You only need one EM piece to give her 400. That's why I'm saying 100. Sorry, give me one sec. Yeah. So so I'm assuming there's no questions. I should probably make some condensed. Welcome back, eggs. What's happening with you? Yeah. If she has 400 EM, you're good. As far as transferring what he needs. Sound good? Yeah, lamb chop. Oh my god. You heard her in my voice. Oh, oh, oh. All right, cool. So we good? All right, cool. All right, on to the next one. On to the next one. By the way, all this advice I'm giving, or all the feedback I'm giving, it doesn't necessarily mean you can't go above and beyond, or the character can't benefit from. Oh wait, I was doing shenhe too. You're right, because Hu was super quick. My bad. Who did I just take out? Eggs. Okay, eggs. I'm gonna get right to you here right after this. It was shenhe. Yeah. So wow. I'm assuming she's gonna be supporting her. Is that correct? Are you doing any funky jazz with her or no? The reason I'm asking is, do you need a crit ratio? Is all I'm looking for. Okay, so if you do not need this, which is not easy to get, mind you. Okay, yeah, this is not easy unless you have like a jade spear or something. Like it's really a jade spear specifically. Like we can say homas till our face turn blue. But when you need a Homa, you need to take a whole circlet and convert that to crit rate. Now you're missing 46% attack, blah, blah, blah. Not going to go there. Anyway, so if she's a support, then at that point, all I would recommend, what are you? C0? Okay. Now, this is my personal opinion, okay? I'm finding, for one reason or another, about 180 to 200 energy recharge is sufficient on Shenhe. Mine is nowhere near that. But it would be, but I don't play mine like that. But when I run her as a support, my God, is she a energy hungry character for like no reason though? You know what I mean? What's happening with you, Dark Void? You know what I'm saying? So somewhere around like you might need an ER timepiece, unless you can get crazy substats. Now this is where this becomes like okay, we're gonna build Shenhe for real, right? What you're looking for, realistically, obviously level 90 the character for the base attack. Level 90 the weapon, obviously. The only talents that matter is her skill and her burst. Her skill is going to give you the quills. So for Ayaka's skill and burst, you're going to tap. That gives you 5 quills. For Ayaka's charge attacks, you hold. That gives you 7 quills. Blah, 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 right? Her burst is going to be the one that does the cryo shred. You decide which one is going to be more beneficial for you. For what it's worth, I feel like her burst consistency, the consistency of the buff is what I'm appreciating more, even though the quills are outstandingly strong, outlandishly strong, right? But you only get 5 of them. And being that it's for Ayaka, my vote is going to be prioritize her burst over her skill. Keep them even though, because I don't have a definite answer for you which one is going to be stronger damage per second wise, but what I'm finding is the consistency seems to be serving my Ayaka better when I play Shenhe. So I started prioritizing her burst over her skill, but being what you're going to be using her for, tick her normals to 2, and then if you want to have fun with the character, then start adding to her normals. But for what it's worth, my recommendation would be, my personal recommendation would be to rank her burst before her skill, but strive to keep them roughly even. So it'd be X56, X67, X78. You know what I mean? X88. You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? And then as far as the build, it's going to be a two-piece. You could do four-piece noblesse. Technically, is stronger, believe it or not. But If you don't want to go out and farm a four-piece noblesse, which I'm not doing ever, you can, but you don't have to unless you have an extra one laying around. But what you're really looking for is your two-piece. You're looking for attack percent and energy recharge on this piece and this piece, right? And then you're going to be looking for attack percent with a really strong energy recharge substat. Same thing here, same thing here. And I'm talking like 17 plus energy recharge. Don't worry about the flat attack. The flat attack is the flex. That's the flex. That's where that's when you go outside with your Jordans on, right? But they're uncomfortable to wear. That's what that build is. It looks really good and it's really good in conversations, but I'm not going to hire you though. You look good and your resume is great. I don't want you working on my team though. That's that shenhe. It's not that it's bad, but that is literally the attack. I'm not devaluing the flat attack role because there's a lot of people even here that have flat attack and they prioritize flat attack on their attack percent pieces. There's nothing wrong with it, but that approach is a showcase. It's a showcase shenhe because you're never going to see her cryo shred unless you funnel all the particles to your shenhe, which is why I'm telling you to prioritize because you're going to miss like. So imagine this. You only care about attack percent now? Yeah, attack percent is the only thing that matters because of how hard it hits, especially because of the weapon. You're going to have over 700 and something base attack just from the weapon. And then her base attack is relatively high. So attack percent is going to hit so astronomically high. I mean, her attack percent is going to hit so hard. Flat attack does nothing for you except get you over 4,000. Right? But imagine having 3,800 attack, but a 100% cryo shred uptime, or having 4,000 attack and only about half of the uptime that you would normally have. So whatever buffs you're getting from her burst is only going to occur about half of the time if you have all these flat attack rolls with 4,000 attack. But it looks really good. Does that make sense? I want to make sure you know going into it. And if you're okay with the rotation to be able to keep and maintain 100% uptime with the 4,000 attack shenhe, go for it. But if you're not willing to do all the rotation particles and skill and play like as Marvel's Capcom 2, which I actually do like, right? You don't need the flat attack, but it'll make your shenhe a lot more comfortable getting much stronger energy recharge substats. And you can hit 180 just off substats. Right? So any questions in regards to that approach? Do as you wish, but I'm just letting you know the outcome of both. And if anything, have both. Nah, think about it. Yeah. So have the 4,000 shenhe, but also have the 180 energy recharge shenhe. Same artifacts, different substats, but have both. So when you feel froggish, like I'm finna go flex on these fools, you got your 4,000 shenhe. But when you go hit the abyss and you're crying about, not crying, but you know what I mean when I say that. When you crying about her energy recharge, guess what? You got the energy recharge shenhe. She never gets her burst. With this, she does. So now she's consistently doing 30, 40K ticks. Whereas half the time she's doing 13K ticks. Right? So, yep. So that is pretty much that. All right, cool. Any questions as far as anything? Because I'm going to jump to the next one here in a minute. By the way, I am loving shenhe. I got so many rerolls I got to do, though. It's 73,201 on Yalan Good. Yeah. Oh, you have you're getting there. Yeah, that's not bad. I mean, yeah, I'm assuming you're missing. It's either the goblet or the circlet is missing crit damage or something like that. But that's not bad. Like by the time you're done with your Yalan, you should either have a 7220 or you should have a 8200. And I'm not even talking CV. I can feel the CV conversation happening in people's heads right now, but that's basically what it boils down to. You're looking at either with the aqua, you're looking at 7200 or 7220, or you're looking at you could do 7250 technically, but to get started, 7220 or 8200. Okay, no worries. And then you just of course you just reroll, you know. And oh, by the way, so high 20s for HP, 27, 29,000 HP. If you run energy recharge, you want to be 32 plus if you're running the HP timepiece, just to give you a heads up. And then if you're C1, 150-ish, shout out to Ace on that, 150 energy recharge. It's okay, but I mean, I like having it a little higher is nice though. You know, easily over 200 though if you're running energy recharge. All right, let me go to the next one. Give me one sec. My phone is being ghetto. My phone over here is speaking Ebonics right now. Yes, that was a knock. Is he knocking our language? Yeah, and I'll speak it. And trust me, when I start speaking Ebonics, I get just as ignorant as all the rest of us, bro. I'll be in the pocket with it. I like Ebonics, though. That is my native tongue. I speak rap. You know what I mean? But when I speak rap... Okay, that did sound like reverse racism, and I did not mean it that way. This is a podcast. I'm going to have to do a podcast on just that topic. Ebonics? Yep. Let's talk about it. Do you feel it's negatively or positively impacting the black community? Blah, 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 blah. And there's going to be half saying yes and half saying no, and we just going to have to hash it out. I don't feel like it is. All right, so anyway, next is Miko. What's going on, Miko? Miko with message. Both accounts, Resin, review, bounties. All right, let's do the tasks first, and then hey, what's going on, Em? Let's do the tasks, and then we'll jump into and then we'll jump into the reviews. Actually, I do before. Actually, nah, because I do want to look. Because I know you're doing. Because I think I know what you're doing. Like we're still trying to figure out exactly what to do. And for the last two streams, it boiled down to Kave and Al Haytham. It was like a split. Eggs. Eggs! Oh my God! You're right. Oh my God, Eggs! I'm so sorry. This is gonna be a thing. Please, I hope this does not become a thing today. Eggs was cracking. I know. You're right. Oh my God. Jesus Christ! I'm sorry, Miko. I'm smoking. I saw. Think the stream's behind. Oh my God. I gotta make another coffee, cuh. Eggs, what we doing? Jesus Christ. Bruh, I am not on point today. I'm just gonna join you. Get Eggos first. Sorry, Eggs. So sorry. Super sorry. I'm not embarrassed. I'm embarrassed, but I can't let myself be embarrassed. Ayaka talent domain? Oh, it's cookies. Yeah, let's do this. You need food? Get food. Swag. Bro, there's something I want to talk to y'all about, but it's like, bro, I feel like if I even mention it, I'm going to be a part of the Tectone verse, and I don't even want to be a part of that verse. But I feel like I personally experienced some of the weirdest combination of Vibe A. It's funny too, because I read it right in the beginning. I just didn't say nothing. Like the easiest read ever. And I was like, oh yeah. Yeah, we pick our nose. We're cool doing all of the things. We do the lulls. You know what I mean? We put on the whole everything, and I'm like, bruh, let's see how this turns out. So I'm speaking very metaphorically, okay? I go to a party where I'm assuming that there's going to be regular music, regular, food, regular conversation. And I go there, and it's not what I expected. Let me put it that way. So I was like, I'm good. Like, nah, I'm good. We're okay. We will be just fine. All right, so they're coming. Yeah. All right, so there's a couple options in this domain. We got Bennett here, which makes Kazuha super valuable in this domain. You're bringing Ayaka, so I think I will be bringing. It depends on if you're bringing those two. You're bringing Venti. He works. But we need a healer now, so I'm going to bring Kakomi, I think. You're bringing. Oh, Shin, aren't you a? I thought you were a Ayaka main, but I know you just got. What was your? Who's your main? Well, it's because Venti's there, but we need a healer. I know Bennett, but I'm trying to see who they're gonna bring. Oh, you main Ito? Oh yeah, if you main Ito, I'll bring Bennett. It's because Ayaka has a tendency to move the enemies around, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Let's just see how it goes. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Bring Ayaka. It's fine. Air fryer? Stop it. Stop it. I'm not calling it air fryer, bro. I meant what I said in Discord. Zajef needs a cooking show. He should just make a cooking meme before I do, because I don't want attention from him. But at this point, you're just a cooking channel. You keep naming these, every team name you come up with is food based. I'm gonna start calling you fat because you're calling yourself fat or something. Like you worship food. I don't know. It's funny to me. To me, it's funny. I don't know. Am I the only person that is? I don't know. I think it's funny. It just does it have to be food? Can we do not food, bro? What's the other one? What was it? It's freeze, fridge. I'm just waiting for frozen peas. Where it's like, oh, it's two dendro. You know what I'm saying? I like the Jeff though. The Jeff is I really do like him. Theory crafters aren't hungry. He's hungry. Don't pawn your excuses off on me, bro. I'm hungry, but I ain't out here calling Taser grape juice. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like, oh, this a grape juice team. Like, okay, now we getting out of hand. I'm joking. I respect it. I just think it's fun. I'm just playing off the fact every team he makes is food based. Your team is frozen peas. That's what I'm saying. Everything is food based. I don't think it's that theory crafters are hungry. I think it's just he's hungry. Yeah, curry, air fry, oven, yeah, he's just making up food names. But I'm boring though. If to be honest, like I'm probably the most boring theory crafter ever. Like my names is just literally a description of stuff. Like Hyper Ayaka. There's the team. Something national. Taser stuff. Like y'all would hate my team names. But one of these days I was actually gonna start like one piece of content I was thinking about coming out with was every week somebody would just take a super random team and just give it the dumbest name possible. We wouldn't even have to vote on it. And I would just do a 10-minute video every week of all the dumb names everybody comes up with, food-based or not. It'd just be dumb names of every single. We would just literally name every possible team in Genshin Impact. Let's just knock it out, because I'm tired of these names. Like, let's just name all the teams. We might as well just name them all. That way when somebody comes and they go, I got this new team. Nope. Right here. We got all the teams. We got Mono, Bennett, this, that, and the third. We're going to call this Lava Rock. What's Lava Rock? It's Ito, Bennett, Xiangling, and Toma. What's what's Lava Meteor? Bennett, Xiangling, Ito, and Zhongli. Whatever. We just name all the teams. Dumb names though, just all of them. Just let's just get it out the way. That way, if we just start naming all the teams for every team, so when like before the Archon comes out, we already got that team. We got the Archon. We're gonna call it Arch Sprite. What's Arch Sprite? It's the Archon, the Hydro, the we're gonna call it Sprite, Team Sprite, and it's the Shogun, Nahida, the Hydro Archon, and a Flex Spot. And if you add Zhongli in there, we're gonna call it Sprite on the Rocks. You know what I mean? Just make up just whatever. My team is called Slap a Team here. There you go. We gonna call it Slap a Team. Slap a Team here. That's a rainbow team. Nope, that's the Slap a Team here. But we gotta do every single combination. We're gonna do so many videos that the goal of it would be, I don't know if I care what team comes out, we will already have a name for that team. That is the goal. We already made all the, because everybody's making these silly names. Like, we might as well just make all the names because they're getting out of hand now. Like, now it's a joke. So let's just make all the names. All of them. Hu Tao? Exactly. Yep, there's the team. Hu Tao. It's Hu Tao, but two of the characters are random. There you go. Right? But y'all think that'd be funny, right? I would get a kick out of that. I would get a huge kick out of that. I would wait every week just to see what kind of ridiculous names we get. But they would be like actual teams, and we would literally just be like this team. What is this? Bennett, Kazuha, Venti, Ayaka? Yeah, we just named this team. I don't even know what I called it. What would I call this? What is it when you gotta you put like cold and hot glass together, like, or something like that? Like you take frozen glass and then you heat it, or you take hot glass and you dunk it in cold water, but you do that with air. Whatever that process is called, that's the name of this team. I don't know. My D-Luke team is called Burnt Grass because he always burns the grass. Boom. Call it Burnt Grass. I'm telling you. Quenching. I guess quenching. This is the quenching team. Or quench. I guess because Bennett's here, it's called Quench National. Magically. I don't know. I think it'd be a fun piece. Okay, all jokes aside, me with my little snarkiness behind it, like the snarkiness is just for entertainment value. But really, I think that'd be fun. I think it'd be really fun because everybody got some weird names. I had I got a team name, and so it's not Hyper Ningguang. Well, I would have called it Hyper Ningguang if I knew the language, but I called it Omega Ningguang because I didn't know Hyper was the generalized terminology. But all it is Ningguang with a 277 crit damage on a Hyper Ningguang team. Your Zhao team is called Wing Glider? Wind Glider? Because I'm out of... You said because you're out of... Wait, now you're paying attention. Because you're out of ideas? Babe! I'm going to save my burst. Ito team is called Rock Candy because it's Ito Lois. Oh, looks like he's holding a rock candy stick in his burst. Hey, that'd be cool. If you throw I think if you throw like candy colored characters in it. Actually, I can't tell y'all what the reason behind the name would be. Y'all just would have to make up names. And emo. Ain't that a team? Ain't that already a team? Hey, but the way we'll do it is we're gonna put the video out as though it's an already established team name, just to confuse people. Where are these names coming from? I don't know. So we'll slide in like some official names, like National, Fridge, um, you know, Taser. Right? We'll throw those like in between. That way it confuses people. Are these names for real though? Rock Candy? Is that a real name? Yep. It's real. It's not called Rock Candy. Yeah, it is. And we're gonna make it official. If y'all can make stupid names, we can make stupid names too. Everybody gets to make up the team names, not just CN and not just as a Jeff and not just Theory Crafters. If you can make dumb names, I want to see what names I want to see what names regular people come up with, not just Theory Crafters. I'm tired of food names. I want to see the other creative names. Like Scoop has like Candy Boom and whatnot. My Yalan team is called One Shot Kill. There you go. Was that like a hyper? Why is it called One Shot Kill? Because when I do the video, I'm just gonna say why it's called that. You didn't mean to do that? You didn't mean to do what? What'd you do? You didn't do nothing. Full Geo, Ito, Albeo, Zhongli. Yeah, you should. I don't know if that. I feel like that team has a name. Oh, leave the domain? Oh, you're straight. I think that team has a name. If it has an already established name, we got to chalk that one up. But if it ain't got no name, oh, we're definitely doing that name. In a single shot? So can't you just take everybody off the team and just leave Yalan? And that's one shot kill? Or is it a one shot kill? Like based on the team count. Like I got double hydro for the HP and then I run Kazuha and then we hit Mona for the or something like that. Oh, what?
剑就和茶一样，细细品味，才能理解其中风雅。像这样悠闲安稳的时光，
These are the Raiden's talents.
我真贪心呐。
Eggs. Are we farming Ayaka? No, it's okay. Eggs, we're farming Ayaka?
民工怀抱。
That's okay.
这就是旅行者平日里的生活了。民工怀抱，感觉又多了解了你一些。
How many times did we run? 4 times? What's that, 4 condensed? 3, 4 condensed? I mean, you can. Yeah, you can use these for Yai Miko. She uses, well, she's triple crown. But yeah, I think she uses those. Have the domains live in your head rent free? Nah, my business occupies my mind. My business and builds. I know what you mean. No, I'm just messing with you. She does, yeah. Yeah, just use them on the Miko. So you're not in the dark. Like you're not in the negatives. You still got a net positive gain on your account, especially doing talents. Right, but if you're doing Ayaka, we could just spend the rest of your resin farming Ayaka's boss if she's not level 90 yet. Yeah, let's farm. Yeah, you need to farm boss mats. Yeah, you need boss mats. 6, 9, 8. Yeah, I mean that's fine. You can get her burst to 9. Like you were probably gonna do it one day anyway,
俗话
so
说，
I don't
等
think
在
it's
原地
necessarily
是
a
不会
negative.
有好事发生的。
But we can
看
farm
来以我
the
的运气
mechanical
来
array.
说，往哪里
Oh,
走
you
都一样
condensed it
了。
already? Yeah, let's farm Blizzard. We can do Blizzard.
像这样悠闲安稳的时光，
Unless the
如果再
Kageuchi's
多一点
weapon
就好了。
talents or weapon materials are out.
我真贪心呐。
I just don't know what they are. I don't think that's them. Yeah, so it's Kageuchi or Blizzard.
哎呀，
Because you're gonna need a Blizzard set, like, regardless.
刀剑
Because you don't even have... No? Yeah, let's just do this then. Because you're gonna need a Blizzard set, like, period.
美景当前，
Like, regardless if you run two-piece, like, you're at some point, you're gonna want a Blizzard set. And the only reason I say that is because I've had the two-piece set, I have Blizzard, and I tested Emblem.
是哪里来
I
的？
haven't tested Shimanawa, but I also have a Gladiator. Blizzard destroys all that. And the only bosses that I find I run into trouble against are the cubes, with the exception of the mechanical array, obviously, but the cubes are the only ones that Ayaka would struggle with the Blizzard set, and that's because you can't apply cryo to the cubes. You can only react off the cubes. Does that make sense? Oh, I'm already Bennett. Wait, are they not coming?
等等等，
Are they?
是哪里来的？
I'm assuming they're not coming.
剑就和茶一样，细细品味，才能理解其中风雅。
I mean, we can go. Okay. Let's do it. I feel like I should have got D-Loop, but it's okay. I know Kinko, but we just gonna go on ahead and stop right there. We're gonna go on ahead and just stop right there. I'm gonna stop you right there. Yeah, I didn't know. Were you joining?
远视如何？收起来吧，捉的，别逞强，交给我。
All right, so we'll. I mean, we could. You want to leave now? We can leave now if you want.
何必心急？
Or okay. So I'm gonna take off from this domain after that.
像这样悠闲安稳的时光，如果再多一点就好了。
Look at Ayaka out here just talking to herself. I need to change something on Yo-Yo real quick.
刀剑爆焰，
We talking about Yo? Oh, Yo Emiya.
怀抱。
I hope not, Yao Yao. We do not need Yao Yao in there.
哪里来的？
Really, all we need is Kaz and Bennett.
剑就和茶一样，细细品味，才能理解其中风雅。
I'm gonna be sack sword my face off. Ah!
班尼冒险团出发！
Yeah, Yao Yao would be terrible for this domain.
刀剑爆焰，民工怀抱。哎呀，
You wanna know why I do meta? By the way? Because I work a lot. And when you start having 30 things to do throughout the day, you're gonna know exactly what that statement means. You're not gonna have time to do anything else. And it's like, I just need to get the thing done. What is the most efficient approach? And still have fun, obviously. You know what I mean? What's going on, Pippa? Yeah, that's why I do performance. That's why I try to go high perform. I don't have time to sit and dilly-dally. I have maybe a little bit, but I'll overcompensate with the dilly-dallies and whatnot, and then I'm waiting for Bennett. There we go. Hey, what's going on, Leon? Long time no see, brother. Uh-oh. I ain't tripping. Me personally, I'm not tripping. That's up to eggs. I should have held that button, and I didn't. Yay! Yeah, it's been a super minute. How's everything going, brother? Well, I know Leon. I think Leon, he got like a new job. Like life is going good. I think last time I talked to you, there were some ventures upcoming. There were some things upcoming, and it was going good. So I'm assuming it's that. You know what I mean? But it's good to see a familiar face, bro. Trending upwards? Yeah, that's good. That's yeah. Last time I talked to you, life was on an upward trend, though. You know what I mean? And hey, if that's the case, keep it cracking, brother. I tell everybody all the time, we be banning burger from the stream. We ban burger from the stream. Like, go win in life, bro. Like, Genshin will be here. It's cool. You know what I mean? Bennett! Yay! Ah! Up for renewal, them and who actually keep the building running. Yeah, I mean, but that happens. But that's work. That's why I be talking to these children about entrepreneurship and all that jazz. You know, find what you love to do and all that, because grown folks hate what they do. Me included, I was that guy. I hated what I did. It paid a lot, and I hated it, but it paid a lot. But now I do what I love, spend way less time working, and make the same amount of money I made working a heck of hours. No, he didn't get banned for a bad reason. Yeah, no, he wanted to get banned. It's because he wasn't focusing on school, and it was hard for him to find a balance. But yeah, sometimes you got to ban yourself sometimes. That's the trick. Yeah. Like, know your own limit. This is why I keep telling people there's something special about burger. Like I'll be trying to tell people. You got like only heart or death. That's part of the domain. That's how it is. But I'll tell you this: don't think about it when you're farming for Ayaka. This is my advice, especially for Ayaka. When you're farming Ayaka, don't think about it. Just go in, do it, and then just be patient. Just go in, get what you get, hop off the game. Go in, get what you get, hop off the game. Get back to school, get back to work on your projects, do the dishes, clean your whatever it is you're doing in life, do that. Right? And then come back, and when you come back, filter through all that stuff you got, and then you should have something workable. And if you don't, provided you have carries on your account, I'm about to speak to that strongbox here in a second. Provided you have solid carries on your account, you got what is this, an EM Cos, you got he's looking swaggy, she got a workable ratio, not a catch, that's okay. Your Yai Miko's sitting pretty, yeah, just strongbox. You can definitely strongbox, right? So, but just it takes patience, and don't level nothing past 4 unless it has a double stat. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, re-rolling an Ayaka artifact takes months.
这就是旅行者平日里的生活吗？
You run EM rating?
感觉又多
Oh,
了
that's
一种
good then.
东
Never
西
mind. You got no more resin? Okay. Did you have anything else you needed at all? Because I know you've been here for a minute and you do all the things we tell you, and I'm assuming that the account is working out for you. 301. You know what? I got tired of everybody hitting the 300% on Bennett. So I hit 300% because I'm tired of being an oddball out.
是哪里来的？
I'm like, let me just go ahead and do it. But I'm not gonna lie. I like my passive proc. But I'm in the club, cuz I'm in there with y'all now. Yeah, yeah. So I don't want to hear nothing about it. Yeah, yeah. Hey, but it feel good though, don't it? That 290 plus, that 300, bro. You can't beat that Bennett. I don't care what nobody say. My Bennett, put 300 energy recharge on him. See if you don't like it. See if you don't never take that build off. You will never take that build off your Bennett. Ever. You will never do it. Yeah, but I burned through like thousands more artifacts. Like for where you're at, here's the context I want you to understand too. For where you're at, you're way ahead of where I was. Wait, we got another donation? Wait, what? We in the club, cuz. Hold on, you in the club, Ari? Shout out to Ari. We got a healthy donation on that one. Jesus Christ, thank you for. I appreciate the $20 donation. Swag, swag, swag. You know what I mean? Shout out to you. We're gonna make sure to get it live. Yeah, as soon as the swag hit, I'll keep you in the loop on it. As soon as the swag hit, we're gonna get it popping. You know what I'm talking about, Ari? I'm talking about the Welkins. Like, but I gotta wait for the YouTube money to hit. You know what I mean? Alright, so 300 ER Club. Swag. We in there, cuz. Oh, you got it. You got it too, Ari? Hold on. Alright, so hold on. Let's check in on eggs because I don't want to hold this up too long. So eggs, are we good? You're good? And yes, we are still taking donations. It's going towards a lot of big projects. Like a lot of big projects. Like we're doing product testing for merch and we do welcome give. This is for anybody new here. We do welcome giveaways and all that jazz. So you can be confident your donation's going somewhere. Like it's not just going into the ether or going into a pack of cigarettes. I have a business that pays for that. You know what I mean? But no, just know your donation is going to be going somewhere healthy. And to the person who keeps those, that's not a call for you to do that. They done blessed us enough. We need other folks. You know what I mean? To see the vision, I guess. All right, so you said you're good? All right, cool. But yes, we do take donations via Super Chat, Super Thanks. I think you use like Apple Pay, PayPal, blah, blah, blah. You use whatever. We also have a Cash App. If you wish to donate, you can do it via this right here. We don't do the Facebook thing. I don't even know if that's an option, but yeah, if you wish to donate, you can do it however you feel. And then it's on Miko. So Miko, my computer is acting weird. Hang on. Okay, no worries. Yeah, no worries, Ronald. Bro, did you hear about the chocolate factory blowing up in Philadelphia? No? That's a thing? Wait, wait, for real? Oh. Oh. Okay, okay, well let's be quite frank about this one. Why are chocolate factories out here just blowing up like that? Like what's that about? Your lack of handguards? Well I can do this. You can join my world, steal all my handguards, because I'm gonna look at Nico's account here for a second. But yeah, you see what I'm saying? Like why is people out here just blowing, like why are chocolate factories blowing up? Why does cooking take so long? To ensure the taste is amazing and that you don't get sick from the food. What's going on, Ari? Oh, did you figure out the clips thing? I know it's uh-oh. Hold on.
Say what? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, hold on. Give me 1 second, y'all. What? No, I'm not in the Philippines. The heck? Bruh, just... Bro! Oh my God. There we go. Yeah, give me 1 sec, Ari. I gotta knock something out for Ari real quick. Pretty important. So I can't see the chat for 2 seconds. Oh, you gotta edit them? Oh, okay. Okay. 2 shakes of a lamb's tail, and then we'll be back in the queue. Yeah, I'm knocking it out right now. Oh, I didn't even check the whatchamacallit. I mean, I don't have to, but my phone died. Of course it did. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Okay, we're gonna be on hold for just a second, Ari, because my phone died, and I actually need that to finish this. So yeah, it'll only be a couple moments, Ari. All right, Miko, you back? Mm-mm. Okay. So while that is going on, it is not Sunday. Yeah, Ari, by the way, Ari, I'm literally just waiting on my phone to turn on. It died. So once it turns back on, 1, 2, 3, and then we're good. Yeah, I'm waiting on Miko to get back so I can take care of them, and then there's something I'm knocking out for Ari behind the scenes. But while we are waiting on those two things to occur, we're going to grab this Fab Sword. I don't have a burst on Ayaka for some reason. That's okay. Whoa, that was a little too strong. Okay, cool. Make me some ramen as well, please. Uh-oh. Okay, phone is turning on. Miko, you back? Miko, you here? Now we get to see the run in its splendor. Yay. The day I go back to the emblem domain, I can find, not emblem, VV domain, I can finally finish my gene. I need 1 timepiece and I'm done. Are you bald? No. Why? Wait a minute. That's some low-key start. Wait, why are you asking if I'm bald? Hold on, cuz. Help, the question? What's the question? If I don't eat... If I do what? If I don't eat it all, I'll shit some... Oh, thank you. Yeah, what kind of question is that? Wait, why you want to know if I'm bald? Now I'm wondering why people because people be I've been noticing people be wanting to know what I look like as of late. You're back? Okay, I'm just gonna throw a burst at this domain and then we're gonna get started. By the way, do you know who you wanna work on? Is High Key?
呀，失礼了，阴
No, I
出
mean I
血。
don't mind people wanting to know what I look like. I wanted to know what win to lose look like. But I mean I'm not asking them. You know what I mean? Yes, he does. Well, I mean I'm a grandpa. You know what I mean? So I don't. I'll tell you what I look like when I was younger. I did have a fro when I was younger, and I used to have a low cut when I was younger. But I am not bald, and I'll let you guys use your imagination from there. Not the do rag. Yep, I was a do rag wearing fella back then. I was born during the baggy pants and FUBU. I was part of the FUBU era. I was born before that, but FUBU, Tommy Hilfiger, cross colors, all that. I'm from that time.
就和茶一样，
It wasn't until like my life didn't really start taking off until like the LRG era. You know, LRG was becoming a thing. Puma's stocks were going up, stuff like that.
才能理解其中风雅。
Yes. So my two boys have kids. So the oldest has a daughter and the youngest has a son. Okay, I feel like I'm answering too many personal questions now. But yes. Yes. By the way, the reason I don't mention nothing or I don't say nothing about that is because of doxing. People are weird on the internet. So all it takes is for me to say, I don't like your build, and next thing you know, I'm doxed. And then I'm gonna have to get ghetto and then Cypher's on the news. What happened? Somebody pulled up to his house and he shot somebody. And it's like, well, thank you, Doxer. Because I don't play that. I don't play none of that. I don't play none of that okey doke on the internet. Like I don't do none of that. So that's why I don't be telling nobody nothing. Because somebody will get shot coming up to my door on that internet energy, sending me bullheads or whatever. Like I know people around the country. All I gotta do is find a return address and figure that part out. And if I figure that out, I'm grown. We're grown. So grown things will follow suit, and we'll leave that there. You know what I mean? I really, when it comes to that, I really don't play because my family's at risk when you do that. And the way I treat y'all, it's that tenfold for my family. You sneeze in the wrong direction of my mom, I'm slapping you. Like that type of energy. Like I really care about my family. Like that is why I do what I do. So if my family is even close to a joke, somebody's gonna have to understand that it's not cool. Whatever action that looks like, you it's my mission at that point to make sure that you understand that I'm not playing. However that looks. Whether it's doxing you to myself and then following up with an interaction or because it's not internet at that point. Like no, we're gonna have to have a face to face on this because it was funny then, but now it's like no, we're taking care of this. Ha ha. Oh, ha ha. No, we're taking care of it. We're gonna take care of this now because it was ha ha when you couldn't be held accountable, but I'm gonna hold you accountable because I don't play because my family. You can do whatever you want to me, but not my family. You know what I'm saying? So it's like that's why I'm like chill. You know what I mean? That's why I don't give out my information. You know what I mean? So yeah. Yeah, like chill. Anyway, so yeah, it's just yeah. But there's some like, yeah, we'll reserve that for a podcast. We'll do it that way. All right, so Miko, who we farming for? Yeah, this is about to turn into a podcast. I have to stop myself because I can talk about that for hours and hours. Yeah, so I fixed it all the best I could. I think it's all the same again. You do not know. Okay, well let me ask you this. When you are playing Genshin, what is the thing you care about the most on your account, period? Like for the last week. What's the one thing that has been bothering you about your account? Because I can tell you right now about my account, I don't have a problem going first in any conversation. The thing that bothers me the most on my account is my Xiangling. But it bothers me because of Daya conversations. So I can say Daya this, Daya that, but now I have to prove it because if I don't prove it, the conversation will keep going on and I'll keep having to be in arguments. So I'd rather just prove it and get it out the way so I don't have to keep having this, to me, having this unnecessary conversation about Daya. So I want to make her cracked so I can shut all this Daya praise up and we can get back on the facts of the matter. You know what I mean? Can we see your Xiangling? Sure. Like, she's cool, but she still got a ways to go from where I want her. But I need my Xiangling to destroy Daya. You can't just be better than Daya with this. You need to destroy Daya. Because then we're going to get into the C6R5. Like, I was talking to some dude about C6R5, this, that, and the third, and it's like your whole, like, I don't think you, like, you know what you're saying, but you sound like you're horny. If I'm being real. You sound like you're just horny, bro. And you're having trouble just keeping it real with me on that front. Just say you like the way she looks, and if she was a real person, you would do wacky things with her. Just say that, bro. You don't have to try and explain how she's good. I'm a theory crafter. There's nothing you can tell me about this character, bro. You don't even know how much she hits at C6R5. You know what I mean? But whatever. We'll leave it there. So yeah, I want my Xiangling to, like, that's why so I can put that whole side of the conversation, I could dead it. Let's just dead it. Let's just dead that whole conversation because it's been going on too long at this point. I'm gonna follow your instructions and change my Kazuha from EM to animal damage. I mean, I don't recommend DPS Kaz, but I will coach a DPS Kaz if you insist on it. I'm not gonna keep you from doing it. Yeah, you do want to do DPS Kaz at C6. Well, every time I do the Abyss, I feel like I don't have enough characters built. Okay, so are you getting into the Abyss is the question, I guess. Yeah, I don't think they have C6. Yeah, it's Pippa. Pippa. Yeah, it's Pippa. Hey, I did the same thing though. Yeah, they had to correct me. All right, so no, you're good. So yeah, kinda. I'm just bothered I can't get past 4 of 10. All right, so now, all right, so Miko, so we're gonna have a little discussion. So when it comes to the Abyss, first off, your characters are fine, but when it comes to the Abyss, and you've heard me say this before, the Abyss is a different video game. The Abyss is not the same Genshin. It's a different Genshin Impact. The Abyss is where the Abyss is where, like, this is an Abyss, like this right here. This isn't, okay, let me use Barbara. This is an Abyss Barbara. Right? A non-Abyss Barbara is this. You will never beat the Abyss with this Barbara. You will 100 beat the Abyss with this Barbara. You will never beat the Abyss, or you'll need to spend money on your account. But that Bennett, you will never beat the Abyss with. This Bennett, you'll never beat the Abyss with. You're going to struggle. That's substats only, by the way. But if you don't have any energy recharge at all on your Bennett, you're going to struggle. But this Bennett, I 36 every time. Yeah. Like the Shogun, this Shogun, like you can, well, it's the Shogun, so I guess we can't talk about that. But you see, you get what I'm talking about though, right? Like this, I'll give it to you like this. This is the last example, okay? This Ito is not an Abyss Ito. This Ito is an Abyss Ito. Right? So if we look at your characters on your account now, right? We also have to look at who the characters are. And now you're getting into team building. No, your Shogun, I wouldn't worry about the Shogun. You don't necessarily need the Shogun's nice. But if you have Kuki Shinobu is the Shogun of the Abyss. She's better than the Shogun in the Abyss. It's because of Alhaitham. Because you have Alhaitham, Kuki Shinobu is your Kazuha. She is your Shogun. Because Kuki Shinobu. But the Abyss is a different Genshin impact. It's a different, yeah, C0. The Abyss is a different Genshin impact. It's different builds altogether. They're not drastically different, but they are definitely not all these wacky DPS, main DPS. Like, you're not, like, this is not an Abyss Albedo. An Abyss Albedo has a, oh, it is an Abyss Albedo, but it depends on your timepiece and your goblet now. So defense, Geo, yeah, so that's an Abyss Albedo. Yes, 100% switch your Shogun for Kuki. For the Abyss. For Hyperbloom. If you're doing spread, sure, you can have the Shogun. But if you're doing Hyperbloom, you 100% want to run Kuki on Hyperbloom. For this Abyss specifically. And you want to do that on the second half. Anyway, so your Ito, you need more crit rate for the Abyss. For D-Luke, I think your D-Luke's fine. I think your D-Luke's fine. But with your D-Luke, that means we are going to be looking at your Xingqiu and your Yelan. And I think your Yelan is fine too. Yeah, so you shouldn't be having issues on one side. But now we got to start building teams of characters. So what's your Dendro characters look like and what are their builds? And are they going to be able to support your account? Right? You have Yelan, but do you have Xingqiu in case you need Yelan on two sides? Right? In case you're really struggling in the Abyss, do you have the national team as a backup? Now you have the Shogun, but you don't have a catch. Right? When it comes to the Shogun, and I can tell you this from experience, the Shogun only has 3 weapons in the Abyss. We can argue a 4th one, but there's only 3. There's an Engulfing Lightning, a catch, and a Dragon's Bane. Now you guys see me use this, but I use this because it's EM Shogun. And this is a super luck of the happen to be there type of situation. But this weapon you're not doing the Abyss with unless you get god awfully ridiculous substats. And if you got substats to be able to support this weapon, you really should be using this weapon. This weapon is way if you can support the ER from this weapon is stronger. Because then you can just convert that 45% energy recharge into crit damage with this weapon. Yeah, so if you're using, but you know the build that comes with this weapon though, right? There's a build associated with it. So that's why I'm like, when you're building the characters, just going to the Abyss knowing that there has to be a line of communication between the team. And it's not about one big fat number, it's about mega consistent numbers. So from beginning to end, there needs to be kind of a workflow until you get to the end of the end of that floor, that room. She has a 4-piece emblem. So 4-piece emblem on a Dragon's Bane is not the right Shogun. For the Shogun, there's three artifact sets that you would use with a Dragon's Bane. With a Dragon's Bane, you would use Thunder and Fury, Paradise, or Emblem. And you can argue Deepwood if you want, but it's typically one of those three sets. But with the Abyss, it's because you actually have to min-max everything. And it's not until, and I say this all the time because there's always somebody who's like, well, I run Healer Nahida and I could do it. Yes, but you're AR level 60 and you have Mist Splitters and Aquas and C2 and C3 Shoguns and Kuki Shinobus with C2 Nahidas and you got Triple Crown Yanlans. That whole concept of I'm doing off meta in the Abyss does not apply to you. This applies to people who don't have Aquas and Triple Crown Yalans. You know what I mean? And Mist Splitters and Thunder and Pulses. For that, you need to run meta to do the Abyss. You know what I mean? No, I know. Yeah, you got Abyss characters. I got Abyss characters. Everybody here who builds has Abyss characters. All the theory crafters here have Abyss characters. You got all of them except Dea? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you could do it with D-Loop, right? But to do it with D-Loop, you're going to need a well-built Xingqiu, and you have a well-built Yelan, but you'll be looking at maybe both, and maybe you might want to employ him for uptime. You might want to employ him for the buff. You might want to employ her for anything. You know, but you're looking at, you know, Bennett. Bennett is a huge one on any D-Loop team. Yeah. So you would want. So if you're getting into the Abyss, then you need to build your account towards the Abyss. And I'll tell you a story. My account, and if Necro was here, he'll tell you. My account was never even. I was never even considering the Abyss. But then Kazuha dropped. And then when Kazuha dropped, everything in the Abyss changed. It wasn't until he dropped is when the Abyss got, like, you needed to. You couldn't beat the Abyss with whoever you wanted to anymore. You had to have Kazuha on your account to beat the Abyss. Right? So then I saw the meta conversation coming. So then I started building meta. And then I pulled the meta characters, namely him. And he was the first one I pulled. Pulled him. And now I've been 36 in it ever since. Because the Scaramouche boss is hard for me. And it takes too long. I need them for all I hate them talent mats. Okay. So that's what I'm saying. So do you have a strategy as to how to be? I feel like it's more of a discussion with you now. Because you have it's not that your account is weak. Right, I think it's understanding the deeper side of the mechanics for you at this point. I'm gonna do the resin with you and stuff like that, but right, I think it's more so that. So anytime you're dealing with Scaramouche, my advice, and this is because he has a cryo shield, you're dealing with the cryo shield health bar, not cryo, electro shield health bar. I always recommend you take a cryo in there. Whether it be Kea or somebody. And then you want to reserve your burst for... Hey, what's going on, Totaglia? You want to reserve your burst for those shield phases. Now, Ayaka's great because she can just one-shot the little things. Yeah, don't bring Electro. Yeah, you can bring Ganyu. Ganyu's perfect. Yeah. Now, with that being said, you want to bring him just so you don't have to do all the dodging and play Punishing Grey Raven. Unless you want to play Punishing Grey Raven, that's fine too. Yeah, you could do Layla too. But having a shield available is going to make life so much easier on you. And you can run a sack sword on Layla. You just have to overcompensate like a mug your HP substats. Zhongli, yeah, and he's a shield bot, right? Your Zhongli's a shield bot, right? Because if you do that, if you have Ganyu and Zhongli, and Zhongli is a shield bot, you should be able to beat that domain. Like, really easy. And the first phase, you just hit him in the kneecap with Zhongli in his whatchamacallit. You don't even need Al Haytham. Al Haytham doesn't come until you break the shields. Then you drop Al Haytham. Al Haytham, Jean, Ganyu, Zhongli. Yeah, they're fine. You don't. I wouldn't even touch Al Haytham in the beginning. I would just Zhongli it with a shield. Not the first room. I could do it and show you what I'm talking about. But after you knock him down the first time and he's standing tall, you attack that big tall guy with him. Yeah, well, it's his attack speed because when you break the shield with your normals, because I'm assuming you're doing. I mean, this is the way I do it, and it works amazing. You're doing the shields with the little bullet thing that you shoot. I guess I'll just do it. I'm not gonna do the whole thing, but I'll just do it real quick. $43? Yeah, mine has 43. Yeah, you're fine. And then I'm assuming you're talent level 7 to 9, right? So the damage I do literally doesn't matter right now, because it's literally not going to matter in the next phase. I'm just trying to get to the next phase real quick so I can show you what I'm talking about. So we're going to do shenanigans and pretty much do a skip real quick. Or should be a skip, roughly. Maybe not, maybe so, maybe not. Yeah, I probably need a shenhe for that, but that's okay. 8 shield, the rest I never mess with? Okay. Alright, so in this phase, because I'm assuming this is the part you're struggling with, so you just pop a shield and you just hit your normals. Right? And then when the things pop up, that you do that. But this is why I'm saying just run Zhongli on this part. And then when it pops up, of course you grab it. You just run back to his kneecap. Just make sure you pop your shield every time. Because the amount of, because you're not doing damage to the shield. Like I can hit it with a skill and it's gonna do the same thing. Like it doesn't matter. So the damage doesn't matter. It's, you want to get rid of that white bar. And his attack speed is really high and all that jazz. Right? Once you get through all this and you do all the things, right? And I'm sure you know about this part, right? You just hit it with an opposing element, it breaks them, right? You know, all that jazz. And yeah, and all that. And then once you get past that and you get to the top part, he's going to give you all your burst back. So you get a free, it's like the Shogun. He gives you all your burst back, and you go up there and you just dump all your burst. Minus Zhongli. But you would dump Ganyu's burst, and then you pull out Al Haytham and do Al Haytham things. You can break those. Yeah, you just hit them with an opposing element. So you saw how I was Barber, right? It's got a, anytime you see a bar, look at the color of the bar, and that tells you the element, and you just have to know which element breaks what, right? So cryo breaks electro. So hit the purple bar with cryo, right? Hydro breaks pyro. So hit the red bar with a hydro. And it'll always give you an element that's opposing to what you have on your team. Right? So if I have a whole bunch of hydro, like if I run like hydro and cryo, then it'll give me, you know, like hydro and, you know, something else, whatever this breaks, like electro or whatever. You know what I mean? So it'll give you something that you can break based on the team you bring in. So it's not like you can't break those things. When you walk in, you'll have the element. So because you're bringing out Haytham and whatever her name is, I anticipate it'll be either like hydro and pyro or something. It'd be like something like that, hydro or electro or whatever. Does that make sense? Yeah, and you need to build supports. Like you need to build, for the Abyss, supports are way more valuable than your main DPS. It takes 2 whole supports to do what the main DPS is doing typically, but you need your main DPS on top of the other 50% of the DPS coming from your supports, whether it be by way of buffs, right, or it could be by way of DPS off field, like Xiangling or something. Does that make sense? So with all that being said, right, if you don't know who to work on, maybe you might want to work on Xingqiu, Xiangling, Bennett. Kuki Shinobu would be a huge one right now. I don't know what level your Kuki is, but if your Kuki does not have 1,000 EM on a set, right now, like Gilded or Thunder and Fury or Paradise or some, I say Gilded, but right? You need to build Cookie. Cookie is going to by herself. She might be able to match the DPS of your Alhaitham in just Hyper Blooms. Just Hyper Blooms. She's probably going to match the DPS of your Alhaitham. If you don't believe me, and this is for people in the chat, because I know you believe me, but if for anyone who doesn't believe me, pull out your Cookie, give her 1,000 EM, put Xingqiu on the team, give yourself a random Dendro dealer, and then just do Dendro things, and then just walk in a circle and see if the boss don't die about as fast as it would if you were actively swinging. All you need to do is apply an element. That's Cookie Shinobu. You just walk around and explode blooms, and it does 30k damage per bloom. And there's no cooldown restrictions on these blooms. There's a number of them that can be active at a time, which is 5. But if one's going off every second, that means 5 can go off every second. That's 150,000 damage potentially per second. Really, it's 3 seconds, but it's 150,000 damage per second. Per second, potentially. But on average, I think it's like 150,000 damage every 3 seconds. It's a lot of damage coming out of a 4-star character. So I don't know where. I think her build. I think her enemy is in the chasm, right? Like she's this guy. Is that right? What's Cookie is this thing, right? Sleepy, did you need resin, by the way? Oh, my phone is on. Sorry. Ari, you still here? Jesus Christ, hold on.
这就是旅行者平日里的生活吗？感觉又多了解了你一些。
There we go. Whoa, that was a lot more than I thought. Okay, hold on. Okay, give me 1 sec. I don't know. I'll wait for her to get back. Right now, what I need for Cookie is Spectres. So we're not doing resin. Because if we're not doing resin, then I'll come back to you. Or we could do the weekly. Or what is it? The bounties. We could do bounties. Okay. Yeah, you level up Cookie Shinobu. You said she's level 20, right? So we should be farming boss materials for your Cookie Shinobu. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I just don't want to hold up the line. That's all. But I would say my vote is Cookie Shinobu. Like you could double the amount of time it takes you to do a floor with your Alhaitham just leveling Cookie. And her build is as cheap as Kokomi. It's like building Kokomi, but instead of getting one of the best healers in the game, you're getting one of the best DPSs in the game with the same energy, give or take. And you need fins for a shenhe? Okay. And I'm looking for her boss materials. Yeah, she's a mechanical ray. Yeah, so let me get Miss Crazy Lady, ma'am. Yeah, I'll keep in it. Yeah! You thought you were gonna hit me, it didn't work. Steve! Tell him what you talking about. I got a particle, thank God. God, let us 300. Excuse me, sir. You're gonna get a second Steve here in a moment. Whoa. Ooh, how much energy I get back? Okay, that was a lot. All right, so you're going Yamiko on a rerun? Yeah, she's strong. She's strong. Her weapon doubles her damage. By the way, there's only one weapon that keeps up with her, and that is the Witsith. But the Witsith only keeps up with her for 10 seconds out of 30 seconds. So for what it's worth, consistent wise, this weapon is technically 66% weaker than this weapon in the long run. But this one does more damage if you average out the damage, but this one gives you bigger numbers in the moment. Unless you're going to pull her weapon. Yeah, you do want to build Bennett and Kuki. Specifically, I would say start with Kuki, though. Because Kuki, Skyward Atlas is dumb strong. But with Kuki Shinobu, it's because you have Alhaitham. Right? You don't necessarily need Bennett like that with that D-loop side, especially to get past floor 10. Like, what you really need is that Kuki Shinobu. Because of how, like, building her is going to, I believe, shave off way more time than Bennett would. Because she's going to directly translate to a crap ton of damage. Bennett's buff doesn't necessarily translate to, like, that. His is a case by case. You'll see what I'm talking about. You will see what I'm talking about when you build both of them. The only reason I know Kuki is because I have the Shogun. Except Kuki can do it more often in more scenarios. You added Bennett? Yeah, that's fine. Bennett is the easy. Bennett. There's a few. Okay, so there's Kokomi, Barbara, Bennett, Kuki Shinobu, EM Shogun. Like, and there's a handful more, right? These are the, like, cheapest characters to build in Genshin Impact. Like Venti, Kazuha, Sucrose. Like, these are the cheapest characters to build in Genshin Impact across the board. Because the stats, because you don't need a goblet and you don't need crit stats on any of them. With the exception of, like, Bennett. Like, Bennett is the only one that has a situation where you need crit. Well, him and Kazuha are the only ones that have a situation where you need crit, and that's because of Favonius procs. Venti, for real, don't need Favonius procs. Like, he gets a quarter of his burst back, give or take, just because he's Venti. You pop his burst, a quarter of his burst comes back as a passive. You just get it. You just get a quarter back. Venti's burst cost really is like 45 burst cost. No, you don't even need a bunch of attack on Bennett. That's the thing. That's why he's so cheap to build. Like, Bennett doesn't actually use attack. He uses base attack. So he uses the white number, not the green number. He only uses the number at the top of that and whatever attack comes with him. That's the attack he uses. Right? Then that's where you come into the conversation of this and this. Right? High base attack weapons. But, I mean, I already kind of showcased it and explained it, so it's up to you. But my recommendation is energy recharge, because the difference in damage is not that much. Now, if you're running with D-Loop, you know, sure. You do a non-energy recharge weapon, right? But if you are not playing with D-Loop at that point, I would recommend energy recharge weapon. And you just give him Noblesse. Call it a day. Yep, 4-piece Noblesse. and it's ER HP or it just a HP. Just make sure the timepiece is energy recharge. That's like literally all it is. That's really what 4-piece noblesse energy recharge timepiece. That's all it is. And then you just run an HP on one of these two. So he'll have good heals, but they're still going to be kind of copium if you run one source of HP. Right? If you run two sources of HP, you're trending on overhealing. Like your heals are too good. If you run HP healing bonus, you don't need a healer at all. You'll never hit 100% HP, but you'll never need a healer. Like the dude his heals are really strong. And it's because his burst up time is so consistent, you're gonna have a downtime where you're not healing, but it's not gonna be to the point where it's problematic. Oh, I ain't got Zhongli. I'm tripping. I'm like, what's wrong with my numbers? All right, so, but yeah. Mind you, that's an Aqua. I could switch to it. I don't want to, you know. Yep. So we need that, and then we need that other guy. This guy. But yeah, your Kuki, like it's in the Abyss though, specifically the Abyss. Like I really want to really kind of hone in on that part. The Abyss is a different game. Let me do Ari's thing real quick, because Ari did something actually pretty special for the group too. I don't want that to not happen. So give me 1 sec, if it's okay, you guys. Okay. Okay.
点数不错，今天就继续翘班吧。等到状态好了，再去把活一次。
Almost done. I apologize. Trust me, I tell you, I do not feel good about taking this time, but I do have to do this. If y'all knew why, y'all be like, oh, that's actually cool. I just don't want to say it on stream. Let me put it this way. Ari loves you guys. I'll put it that way. So, almost done. Okay.
在这世间行走，
Boom.
身份多一点才便利。
Boom.
需要我帮你捏造一些吗？
All right, we're good. All right. Ah. Wait, I can't see. Okay. The myth, the legend, the Ari, that part. All right, let's get her done. I see a teleporter. Wouldn't it be crazy if the Hydro Archon could CC? Wouldn't that be like amazing? That would be fantastic, wouldn't it? Steve! Oh, that's okay. Ah! 1, 2. Get on! God dang it. What? Yeah, they keep saying that CC's reserved for Animo though, for whatever reason. Steve! Oh, no, Steve! Save us! Save the day. Bop, bop, bop. Thank you, Steve. I broke my voice calling out for the homie. Steve, save us! Save us. Yeah, I gotta redo some Steve merch, by the way. Cause it's cool, but it's not Steve. So I'm thinking, as a joke, there'll be two pieces. There'll be one that just says Steve question mark. Literally it. Only Dome Precision people will know what that means. And then you'll have the picture of Yamiko from the game. And then we'll just leave it at that. And then if MiHoYo has a problem with it, I'll deal with that. We're going to sue you. Great. Take all the revenue. I just want the sweater to exist. Who is Steve? That's for Dome Precision to know and for you to find out. Which is funny because I feel like you're a Dome Precision. But yeah, Steve is the homie. Let's put it that way. How you doing? Oh, I'm doing good. Jesus Christ. I saw you pop into it, and I so apologize that I didn't say what's up to you, Mixoplex. I feel like I had a million things going on, so super duper sorry. But yeah, how you doing, bro? Hope all is going well with you. We're going to do Barbara, because she has Hydro Shred. Oh, so then you should know what Steve, you should know who Steve is. You don't know who Steve is? Everybody know who Steve is. Who here know who Steve is? You taking a break? I don't blame you. I don't see no problem with that. Steve from Minecraft? Stop it. Definitely not Steve from Minecraft. Steve and Dawn. There's only one Steve. There's Steve and then there's Steve. And that is the only Steve. What is going on here? Am I tripping or am I... Nope. You will figure out who Steve is soon. Matter of fact, let's say what's up to Steve. Let's see Steve. Where's Steve at? We're gonna play. We're gonna play with Steve. You grinding your alt? Oh, knock it. You gonna figure out who Steve is. Steve is he's a nice fella. Very interesting, hardworking fella. Good guy. I'm a huge fan of Steve. Steve is amazing. Steve is nice, and he doesn't say weird things to children. He respects people. Especially their grandparents. Bam, bam. Bam, you got 2 more fragiles? Let's go. He's quite a serious fella. He respects personal boundaries. He doesn't cuss. He just flexes on his enemies without even trying to flex. He's not even flexing. Me? No, I'm not Steve. That is not my name. Steve isn't nice. It's all in your relationship with Steve. It all depends on, are you friends with Steve? Or are you not friends with Steve? Steve! Holla at me, man! Yeah, my birthday was on the 27th. Oh, for real? That's what's up. Happy birthday. Shoot, we're gonna have to sing happy birthday to you. You can't be out here with a whole birthday and surprising us, hitting us with the birthday. Like, oh, it's my birthday. Like, hold on, cuz. No. Correction. Steve hurts bad people. Correction, my good friend. Steve hurts bad people. Here's the thing. Speaking of which, this thought went through my head, right? Steve defends. Good way to put it. Here's what just went through my head. So, Steve hurts people. Blah blah blah. Well, what calls a person bad? Blah blah blah. Well, if that person's conductivity, whatever they do, hurts or could negatively impact the next human being, Steve is on your neck. Let's put it that way. And yes, Mixoplex is about to go down. 1, 2, 3. Turn your volume down. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Mixoplex. I was not about to hit that tone. Happy birthday to you. Ayaka, happy birthday. I hope you had a turned up one too. I know it was 2 days ago, but I hope you had a great one. You know what I mean? Like, we take birthdays serious. I take birthdays serious here, you feel me? You know, and shout out to you on that one. Like, for real, for real. Yeah, happy birthday to you, man. You know, it's funny, to be real with y'all, I don't even celebrate my own birthday. But for me, it's an opportunity to let people know how special they are. So I like to sing happy birthday to people and blow people's phones speakers out. It was so good. I had pancakes for breakfast. Wow. I heard that. He hit that high note. I tried. You see how it came out sounding like an elephant on drugs? Yeah, it was bad. I tried though. I made an honest effort. I made an honest effort to not be too terrible. Sure. I don't care if QuickBooks tracks my location. Oh, the stream's name is Businesswag. I was going to talk to you guys about merch, so I'll talk to you guys about it during the break. We got 4 minutes to a break. All right, so let me see about killing this thing underground. Who I got? Barbara? Hold on.
线人来信了。
I like
看来又
Bennett,
出现了新的变数。
and I like her, because I don't have to chase it when I play these two. How do you know how an elephant on drugs sounds? Well, I'm a music producer. And you can usually use your imagination to take what would seemingly be a drug addict and what that sounds like typically, and just apply that to a normal elephant sound. Probably what it sounds like. Just saying. You know. Maybe it sounds like an elephant on drugs. That would be my guess. With that being said, yes, I have sampled quite a bit of sounds over my lifetime. I've sampled farts, burps. I've sampled flip pages in textbooks. I've sampled straws hitting the floor. I've sampled tearing of toilet paper. I've sampled every language. I've sampled crowds, not crowds. Animals, cars, TVs breaking, TVs getting put together. I've sampled like everything. I think it would sound like it's dying, and that's what that song sounded like. You, yep, that's an elephant. That's probably an elephant on drugs. Oh man. If you know what wind instruments sound like, take the same principle, but apply it to a human voice who happens to be a drug addict. But make it go through a really big tube with a diaphragm of an elephant. That's what I feel like I sounded like. Yes, that was a whole lot of descriptions and a lot of thought processing that went into that, but yeah, I kind of feel like an elephant. Why am I talking about an elephant on drugs? Okay, let me focus. All right, so is homie back? Because you said you had 2 more fragiles. And then after this, we're going to dive into a break. I'm going to refresh my coffee. I want everybody to get their swag going. And then I did want to talk to y'all about merch. Right, so I posted in the Discord, so you guys should be able to at least get an idea. But I did want to take some time and answer any questions that you guys might have in regards to that. Because I do want to do a drop for you guys in a little bit. You got 120 resin? No, we're going to get it. I'm assuming it's back. It's got to be back. By the way, is somebody, hey, can somebody flip out for me? Because we do got people waiting. I just thought about that. Is there anybody here who might be able to run resin? Across 2 accounts? Where'd it go? You can help with the resin? Okay. Where'd it go? Steve! Say hello! You can? Okay. You doing YouTube things? You're good. No, you're good. Oh yeah, by the way, Kinkle might be down for a couple of days, I think, as far as, because he's going to be really big. He's catching up on a lot of YouTube stuff. Not for us and Dome Precision per se, but, you know, if I remember correctly, he's kind of got this, like a plan going. Plus life, you know, so he might not be able to help out via actions, but he can still give advice and stuff like that. Just a heads up, in case anybody was wondering. So we're going to be a little... what's the word I'm looking for? I guess short-handed for the most part, because Burger's in school. Oops took off for, I'm assuming Oops took off for a little bit, and then yeah, Kinko's got some big life projects that he's working. Not it's well, he's doing real life stuff. It's YouTube stuff, but it's for his life. So, you know, and I'd rather them focus on all that. So, but yeah, then Miko's here. She could mod stuff. Yeah. She could help too, but if somebody could maybe jump in, take over for me, so I could, because I do want to do one more review before we take a break. I know I need. Oh, speaking of which, that'll actually free me up to be able to do, because Miko has reviews too. Right now, looking at that, I'll hate them, but I want to make sure we're moving in the right direction, right? Or progressing, I guess. Right. So, yeah, Eggs, maybe you could jump in and help out, and then I could look at Miko's characters, and then, you know, yeah, and then I could get through the rest of the line and whatnot. Yeah, and they got the alt account too, so there's 2 accounts. Join Miko. Yeah, join Miko. Yeah. So am I looking at 3 characters? Oh wait. Am I looking at 3 characters, or because it's 2 accounts, right? So am I looking at 3 characters on this account, or 2 characters on this, one on the other, or how am I doing that? I was gonna say we could just attack it. God, Yelan, you gotta be a bully. Just the alt? Okay. Okay, so I will give them Eggs. Eggs, you're going to get a second character right now that you can assist with. And I'm going to look at the alt account. Who am I looking on the alt account? Jerry Curls, finger waves. What'd you say? Jerry Curls, finger waves, pigtails, and French braids reference. What? Wait, what'd you say? This man brought up the 80s. I didn't even see the comment. Wait, hold on. Let me, where's your alt at? I love that, bro. He said Jerry Curls, finger waves. That sound like Drew Down, bro. Hey, da 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 da. Got to get ready for an interview. No worries, brother. Hey, I'm just saying. Toma profile picture. Okay. Oh, right here. God, I'm slow. Okay. So who am I looking at on this account? Give it up, give it up, give it to me. A Big Mac WDC in this song. And I'm gonna get sick with it. And let me get with it. Back. I don't think the queue is as crazy as it seems, by the way, guys. But yeah, you guys take it easy. It says there's 7, but I don't think it's gonna be that much. Cali dress code, swag, you feel me? If you in Cali, that's probably why we get along so well. Toma and Hutao. Okay. So I'm gonna just scan over real quick. Hey, it was different though, wasn't it? Man. It was a lot of party. It was a lot of party energy back then. You know what I mean? It wasn't so much. Yeah, drew down. Yeah, it wasn't so much gang banging and drilling and whatever. It was like it was partying and pimping, but it wasn't. You know, what's the word? That's the way I could put it. It wasn't as. It wasn't like you were cool for doing it. They were just kind of saying it like this is what I do. But it wasn't like look how much better than you I am because of what I do. It's like, nah, I'm better than you because I'm a better person. I just happen to do what I do. That's the vibe, at least I got from back then. It wasn't like I'm super proud to be in this situation, but while I'm here, I'm gonna make it work. Like that was the energy back then. I'm here, but I'm gonna make it work. All right, so we doing two piece Toma. You know, okay, is it this piece? Because I know what you're going. Because I think I know what you're going for in Toma. I would re-roll that. I saw that EM roll. If you're playing him on a vaporize and melt, I want to say keep this piece. What's making it hard for me though is there's no crit rate on the goblet. And your circlet is fine, but I feel like he should have 70 crit rate because of how easy because you're running a crit rate circlet and because of how close you are to it. Like you're so close. I feel like maybe if we just got a little bit of that, we should be all right. The thing is, if he's consistently vaporized, like if you play him with Yalan and you're going for him to vaporize, which should be the case, then at that point, I feel like I feel like this piece is justified because most of his pyro damage output, at least, is going to be capitalizing on the EM roll on this guy. So this is a good piece at that point. This piece right here is great, but you're right there. You're right there. So for what it's worth, I don't know if I'd necessarily change anything right now, but if you were, I would look for a crit rate circlet on Crimson, specifically Crimson, because these pieces are fine in my opinion. Like this one, I'm not gonna hold you to that one too much, and this one's got 12 crit rate, so and a crit damage roll to go along with it, so I'm not gonna hold you to that one. But this one right here, I would say maybe look for a Crimson piece with EM and crit damage as the substats. But I would really actually try to get those two substats at that point, though, on the Crimson Circlet. I would actually go for that, like intentionally. Los Angeles was something else? Oh, you was in, yeah, my brother-in-law from down there. Yeah, LA was a thing, too. LA was huge. LA, bro, Northern Cali and Southern Cali are like brothers at this point. He has your artifacts? Okay. So, yeah, so I would look for a Crimson Circlet with EM and crit damage. And then hopefully that allows you to kind of seek something a little bit different on the goblet. Because it's a strong goblet. But if he's going to be in the main position, maybe, yeah, I really want him to have 70. For what it's worth, he's good. But I really want him to have 70. What's your talents look like? Okay. If I remember correctly, you say you're going to triple crown him. I would start with the burst. And I would go burst 12, then skill 12, then normals. He has your best artifacts. Oh, that's what you were saying. Yeah, so when you continue farming in the future, yeah, but I would do it in that order. I go burst. You can even crown the burst, but I would go burst, skill, then normal. But yeah, I would switch this out. Switch this out for a Crimson Circlet and start preparing yourself for a crit rate, crit damage goblet. That's what I would recommend. And then as far as did you have any questions on your Toma? Because I can just give you because Meta Hu Tao, she's super quick. I don't know if you want the meta, but I mean, it doesn't have to be meta. If you 4-piece Crimson, what, for him or her? Because Crimson isn't necessarily like the end-all be-all for these two characters. for what you're doing with him. For Toma? No, you don't. No, because Crimson activates on skill. If I'm not mistaken. I mean, it'd be nice for the vaporize. You can do it for the vape damage, but if I remember correctly, as far as that pyro damage bonus, let me see, where's it at? Here it goes. So increases blah 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 by 40% using elemental skill. Yeah, and it's using it. It's not necessarily hitting it, but using it. So yeah, his skill takes a while. So you'll lose the pyro damage, but you'll get the reactionary damage. So if you're banking on doing where's your wrong account? If you're banking on like vaporize with your Toma, then yeah, 4-piece Crimson would, in my opinion, be better. Um, but if you're not really tripping on the vaporize per se, but more so just his personal damage, I don't necessarily see a problem with what you're doing. I don't think it's going to be that different. Because with the 4-piece Crimson, it's going to translate to about 18 attack anyway. The damage itself. It's only going to give you 7.5 pyro, which is far less than 18% attack actually. Yeah, I would base it on if you're vaporizing consistently or not. If you're vaporizing, if you're vaping consistently with him, 4-piece Crimson. If if you don't care about him vaporizing consistently, like you're not worried about him vaporizing like all the time, but you just want him to do a lot of damage, then I think you're fine with this. You would just take the better substats. It's not until you get into, oh, he's vaporizing everything and I want him to vaporize only, and that's your approach. Yeah, but it's how often he's vaporizing. If he's only vaporizing 2 out of 7 hits in whatever you're doing, then just stay with this set. But if he's vaporizing like 5 out of 7 hits, then 4-piece Crimson. Yeah, no worries, Kingle. Does that make sense though? I wouldn't worry about the Crimson on him necessarily. It's only if your vaporizers are consistent. Like every other hit is a vaporize or something like that. Then 4-piece Crimson. Make sense? And then yeah. And then for Hu Tao, I'm assuming you want to stay with the set bonus. We are going. Okay, her attack is kind of low, but that's okay. What's her HP? Oh, she's level 60. Okay, I have to ask because you said you don't want to change her artifacts, right? So do you not want to change her artifacts because you don't want to farm for them? If you don't want to farm for him, you just say you don't want to farm for him. Because you can rock this set. There's no problem with what you're doing here. And you like our crit ratio? Yeah. So at that point, yeah, we just be bolstering maybe like crit damage somewhere. Like your flower, right? So the attack percent. So because your attack is really low, it's really just because of the weapon and her level. But you kind of low key need that attack in a weird way. I still don't like the piece, but level 90 her before you do anything with. If you're ever going to touch her artifacts, 90 her first. Like definitely 90 her first. By the way, her ascension stat is crit damage. So if anything, I think you'll be around like 80 crit damage by the time you're done. 185. You'll be like 80, 185 by the time you're done. And then as far as her talents, take her burst to 2. If you're not gonna do anything, please just take it to 2. Trust me when I tell you. You will thank me later. You I can almost promise you without a shadow of a doubt you are going to thank me later. But just take it to 2. But yes, do her normals and then her skill and then her burst. You're gonna do 898. If you're gonna do that, do 988. It's stronger. Yeah.
Yeah, anytime there's a conversion, like let's say Zhao, you do the normals, like where they convert your normals. The normals always do the normals. The normals are always stronger. So in this scenario, you would do 998. In this scenario, you would do 5-4. On Ito, you would do 988. That makes sense. The normals are always they're always stronger. Just that's for every character, by the way. Even Kokomi, you would do her normal before her burst. Any questions? Well, Dea's is burst damage only. Hers that she doesn't have normal conversion. Toma, Sucrose, Kokomi, and Zhongli. It's okay, but at that point you're not vaporizing enough to justify building for vaporize. Like you'll vape twice and then that'll kind of be an end to that. Like you'll vaporize, but it's not as consistent as it would. Like it's not like vaporizing with Diluc and Xing Cho. Yeah, let's wait until you pull Ayaka, because Ayaka is she is a high investment character. Like it's hard to do split building when you are building Ayaka. Typically, if you want Ayaka to get done in a timely manner, you want to focus all your resin on Ayaka. I mean, you kind of want to do that with every character, but with Ayaka specifically, because she involves a lot of rerolls. So, yeah, mostly pole arms. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. If you have a flute, or you can craft Ayaka's weapon too, by the way. But back to Hu Tao. Do you have any questions in regards to Hu Tao?
大球球病了，二球球巧，三球球菜要，四球球熬。
I swear I'm about to play that beat. But yeah, by the time you're done, side note, by the time you're done, you should really have a ridiculous ratio because of this weapon. So by the time you're completely done, like I'm not farming for her ever again. You're probably looking at about an 80-40 ratio with EM. But that you're going to be in Crimson for so long and burning through so many Wondrous Troops pieces. Like you're going to be doing so many rerolls by the time you're completely done, right? But your soft goal would be 200%. And then side note, before I let you go, this eventually is going to have to turn into a crit damage circlet because there is no reason why you can't run crit damage. Hu Tao team recommendation, anything with Xing Cho. I'm actually not joking. Xing Cho and whatever your heart desires. If you want the actual team, it'd be her, Xing Cho, Zhongli, and then like a soft healer. Like not Bennett, but like a soft healer. Fab Sword for who? He's only C4? Who? Bennett?
疼，是哪里来的？
Oh, Xing Cho? You can run Fab Sword. But yeah, you want to run. You're just going to have to give him all. See, because the thing with Hu Tao and Xing Cho, Hu Tao is so much more damage. She's going to put out so much more damage than Xing Cho. It's not until you evolve Yelan is where it starts to get, I guess we can say, competitive. I would not do Zhao with Hu Tao. Like you want to do, just trust me. All energy recharge with Xing Cho. Are you in my world? Am I in your world? No? Okay. I don't know if whoever's with you has a Xing Cho, but just have them pop a Xing Cho. Have them take all the artifacts off except the feather. And then just have them do this in their burst.
and then just do charge attacks with Hu Tao. And that is why you run Xing Cho. You don't run Xing Cho with her for the damage. No one is with you? That's okay. You don't run Xing Cho for the damage. You run Xing Cho for the hydro. And Barbara, you can say works, but she doesn't work the same way Xing Cho does. She works, but not really. There's moments where your pyro would actually hit before Barbara's skill can apply to hydro. So then you're getting these reverse vapes with literally no damage because she's vaporizing with no damage. You know what I mean? Yeah. I would not, or you can do Toma and Chongyun. Hold on, where you at? And this is the last one, right? Wait, I keep skipping you. There it goes. Okay, so and I know why you're doing Chongyun, and that's fine. I do actually recommend this weapon. It is fantastic. Here's the thing about Chongyun that I'm finding, at least. He doesn't have a set that you really give him. Yeah, no worries. The thing about Chongyun, there's no set that works with Chongyun. Unless I guess you can do Noblesse maybe. But he can't proc Tenacity consistently. Bennett usually is occupying Noblesse. You can give him Noblesse if you're not running a Noblesse character because Noblesse doesn't stack. He's not the one that's going to be using the 4-piece Blizzard. Yeah, so hitting his skill one time, there's nothing you can really gain from that. From him. So really, all you're trying to do with Chongyun is just make sure he stays alive. But if you want, you can just run an emblem and give him a burst build, a bunch of energy recharge, because there's nothing that he's going to do for you outside of what's in his passive. And his passive doesn't scale, like nothing in him scales with anything. No, you should still be in the queue. Yeah, so yeah, it's just this one. It's taking a little while, but yeah, there's no set that he doesn't need a set. So when it comes to Chongyun, what you're building on Chongyun is literally just I can show you my Chongyun. And I do the Abyss with this Chongyun. I'm actually not kidding. You could do whatever you want, but Chongyun does nothing outside of convert to cryo. So if you were to put a build on him, the only build that makes sense to me would be a 4-piece emblem. But this Chongyun does the Abyss. I just need him to stay alive. And he barely does, but he's alive. You probably, well, I'm C6 with like no talents. Because there's nothing on him to scale anything. There's nothing to scale. Everything you give him in regards to his team, everything on him is for him. And there's no set bonus that says, oh, you hit a skill and it gives your team a bunch of stuff for a good amount of time. Yeah, so if you want him, that's what I'm saying. So if you want him to do something, give him a 4-piece emblem. Because all his damage is going to come from his burst anyway. His skill does one hit every God knows how long. And it's cool, I guess, but his burst is actually really strong. It's like 178 times 4 or something like that. Well, of course you scale it, but it's whatever that number is times like 4 or 5 or whatever. So I mean, you just give him an emblem and make him hit his burst all the time. Because nothing scales with anything. Like there's no give him attack and he does a thing and buffs and no, he doesn't do none of that. Yeah, no, you actually would use the sack sword. Because if you need to, like, let's say you need to reposition it, then you can just come over here and reposition Chongyun. But that's the thing with Chongyun, is there's no set
really to give him outside of noblesse, if you just want the noblesse buff. Or I mean, that's literally it. Yeah, you just give him noblesse. You could run whatever you want. That's the thing about Chongyun. There's nothing you can give him that's going to benefit the team. See, because the thing is in the Abyss, it's the team. It's not so much the character in the Abyss. It's how your team is interacting in the Abyss. And he has no interactions that you can scale in the Abyss. He doesn't give a damage bonus for converting. He just converts it. No, you're fine. But no, I just want to make sure that because I'm sure there's somebody here who's thinking of using Chongyun. So I don't think it's not benefiting nobody, right? But with Chongyun, you can run, and when I mean this, you can run whatever set you want on him, and that's it. Now, if you want to do the big damage numbers and all that, you're looking at Blizzard or Emblem. But being that all his damage is when you're playing the game when you're playing in the Abyss. See, because when you're playing in the Abyss, you're using all the high key performance points of each character. You're using the key performance indicators of each character. Right? So his KPI, which is technically a business statistic, his KPI lies in his burst. So you would scale his burst that you can actually affect. Is Melt or Vape better? They break even in performance. So Melt is stronger, but you can only trigger it half as much as Vaporize. If Pyro is the lead, if Pyro's the reaction, if Pyro is the trigger, Melt is stronger, but you can only trigger it about half the time. And it's because Melt, when you melt, it exhausts all the application, whereas Vape only exhausts half the application, roughly. So you can get 2 vapes off, but you can get 1 melt off, but the melt is stronger. That's why. Does that make sense? So so that's why they break even. Any questions? And yes, for him, just do Emblem. I would just do Emblem. Call it a day. That's what I would do. You say you're never ever going to join? Yeah, it takes a while. No, I was going to do one more before we jumped into break. Only because it took a little bit. It took a little bit on that one. And we had some people, they were waiting like hours at this point. So I was going to jump to, I was going to take one more. Yeah, I'm just going to take one more. It's okay. No, you're fine. You're fine. I'm gonna just take, because I think who was it? Sir, it was Ronald? I think Ronald was pretty quick anyway. Ronald, you here? I have a feeling it's Ayaka. Angelino. Ooh, hold on. Boy, I can't wait. Mm-hmm. Come back to me. That's crazy. He can literally stop right here. Unless he wants the super duper charger to, which is funny because if he wants to, he can see sixer. Boy, I can't wait till this man start getting. That's the crazy part. So check this out. He's only AR55, right? Oh, there you go. It is? Yeah. So you're only AR55, right? So I'm gonna give you some context as to the health of your account. Like your account for AR55, it is a very healthy account, contextually speaking, right? Disregarding all the weapons and constellations, like I can't wait till you got AR. Oh, you got the mist splitter, dude. Just use a mist splitter. But yeah, I can't wait until you got AR57 artifacts. The mist, to my understanding, mist splitter is stronger. Yeah, because you're AR55, So you're not going to have all the 20s and 30s and 50s and crazies and all the things quite yet, right? But you're on the right path, right? So you can use this weapon though, right? I think it'll be. I mean, you could use it. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. It's just because she doesn't use EM, but it makes this number look pretty, right? But to get this number pretty, we really need to get this number. We need to get these two numbers in conjunction, looking really good. What's going on, Chicken Lord? It's level 4. You got an 120 pull? Wow. That's, I ain't gonna lie, that's actually not that bad. Being level 55 is like what? It's like being stuck in a hole. I be telling people, level 90, Yalan? Do it. Oh, 110 pull? Oh, yeah, you straight there. Jesus. Bro, yeah. Use a missplitter, though. The missplitter, it's the basic, it takes care of all of her attack rolls. You don't have to worry about attack rolls anymore. Because she does need, well, we could talk about that a little later, but I'm glad you have this weapon 90, right? I almost want to say save this for, like, nukes, especially if you get shenhe. I know we talked about shenhe last time, and you literally don't need shenhe. She's nice, but you don't need her like that. She's nice to have. She really is. Right? But you don't like need shenhe. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't want to keep beating that dead horse. All right, so anyway, this one is fine for now. This one I would be looking at a reroll. This one I would be looking at a reroll. This one, it's a goblet and it's got crit damage, so fine, fair enough. Right? And this one, and the reason why I'm saying I'll reroll all of them, and I would actually prioritize crit rate, is so you can run a crit damage circlet, right? By being able to run a crit damage circlet, she's next. Okay. By being able to run a crit damage circlet, you should easily be able to have about 150, not 150, about 110, 20, something like that. Here under crit damage, right? So you're, for what it's worth, you're about 60 crit damage ish under, believe it or not, right? So take this number and add about 60 crit damage to that, and that is like typically where you're completed, finished, not touching Ayaka again type of, that's that zone, right? Now with a mist splitter, you just take 44 off of this, right? But what we're kind of looking for, like really, is we're looking for about 80-ish here, 89, oh, hold on. Because I could tell you, it's whatever mine is minus 20. Because I have an over-invested Ayaka. So about 100, yeah. So you're looking at about 100, right? And then above and beyond that is when you get into the tier 3 Ayaka. So I look at Ayaka in tiers. Really every character, but tiers nonetheless. So tier 1 was 80, I'm sorry. So tier 1 is like 80 crit damage. Tier 2 is like 100 crit damage. Tier 3 is like 120 and up. If I remember correctly. Long story short, right? This number right here, 180 with a Kageuchi, a non-crit weapon, it'd be 50, 180, or 30, 180. And then it'd be 200 is where you can, like, okay, cool, I can stop with a Kageuchi, right? And then 220 is like, okay, now we're pushing towards, like, that's where you want to be. Right? And it's not until you get to like I think 50 here is when you can compete. And that's where you can compete with other like Leviathans and whales and whatnot. Is when this number is like 250. I think it's 250 or something. It's something like that, 250. But you still need a crit rate. Right? You don't need 50, but you still need like 30 crit rate. If you're going to go that high with a Kageuchi. Because at that point, you just add 44 crit damage and you're at 300 crit damage. Biology homework done? Let's go. Right, so I would just put whatever weapon you got on, and this will tell you about your artifacts. When you put whatever weapon on that's not a crit weapon, go to attributes and try to make sure that these numbers are somewhere in this realm. So what is this? So it'd be this minus 25. And that should be give or take your goal. And then this should be, if you want to fight bosses, 45. If you're not worried about fighting bosses, then 25. on a Blizzard set. Right? So that's what I was saying. You might look into re-rolling them and whatnot. Right? Especially so now in your case, right? So now let's say you hit the goal and you're at 220, right? And then you add 88 crit damage on. You're easily at a 300 crit damage Ayaka at that point. You see what I mean? Refill. Which one's my bad? Oh, re-roll. Oh, re-roll. Yeah. Hold on. So, I mean, you're looking at really it's re-rolling all of them, but your priority pieces. I'll tell you the priority pieces. So the priority pieces, I believe, if I remember, it was your feather and your timepiece. And the goal is to get you on a crit damage circlet, but we want to start priming your account with enough crit rate to support 62 crit damage on this piece, which is a crit damage circlet. And the crit damage circlet you're looking for, you want at least like 7 crit rate, if not more. And don't worry about the attack stat for now. Let's try to get your crit numbers in the pocket because attack percent is always going to hit more than crit. You'll see the stat more often than you'll see crit, right? And chances are if you have that stat on a piece, there's a likelihood it's going to hit attack percent. You want it to hit crit damage, but if it hits attack percent, great. Right? And this shows on pieces like this. Like, oh man, I got crit damage, but I got a bunch of attack. Like, okay, cool. That stat is there as a placeholder in case it doesn't hit crit damage. Right? But we want to get your ratio in the pocket first, because as you're rolling pieces, something in there is gonna have attack percent anyway. On the goblets. You know what I mean? But let's get that crit rate on the pieces first. And you will need one really good crit rate roll somewhere out of all the pieces. So you're gonna be keeping an eye out for that. But also remember, and I know I'm giving you a lot of words right now, but also remember that there's gonna be a last one and we're gonna take like a 10, 20-minute break. It's just to give people a chance to go to the bathroom and get some popcorn and get something to eat and whatnot. But yeah, you're gonna need one really good roll to protect the lack of rolls that you might have on other pieces. So I'm missing 3 crit rate here. I'm missing 3 crit rate here, and I'm missing 3 crit rate here. But the fact that this is 14 is making up for the fact that I'm missing all that crit rate across other pieces. Right? But you need an average of about 9 crit rate on every piece. Like an average of 9. You just want this to be 45. Yeah. And that breaks down to 9 crit rate per piece. If you want to rock crit damage. And from my experience, that build is so much easier than the crit rate approach. The crit damage circlet is so much easier to build for. Because the pieces you need to support the crit rate circlet on the crit damage side is so much harder. It's so much harder to hit a crit ratio with a crit rate circlet because you need 20-something crit damage on every single piece. And then you need a insane crit damage roll on the circlet, like 27 crit damage on the circlet. And then you match the crit damage circlet build. Yeah, I'm not tripping. We can do whatever y'all want. You got crazy stuff on Hu Tao? Did you want me to look at Hu Tao? We got a lot of EM. Ooh, see-through, hold on. You passed piano exams? Let's go! Let's go. Okay, good. Okay, good. Yeah, I like to hear that. Congratulations on that one. God! Dang, that's a lot of crit rate. Ah. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, we just gotta get you some stronger pieces. You know what I mean? If you're re-rolling anything, you really want to re-roll these 3. But we want to get this one on set. And then you'll be straight. If we can get this on a crimson set, that'll open this guy up. I have a really strong feeling you have a pyro goblet sitting somewhere with just some stuff on it. Like you probably got a 1014 with EM just laying around. or potential 1014 with EM laying around. Sorry, my hand is doing weird stuff. Maybe. And as far as the talents, put one tick on our normal, and then if you're gonna do it, then put the tick on our skill. And if you're gonna keep going, then at that point you can get the burst to 9. And then if you want to, you can just triple crown from there. As far as the Shogun, depends on if you have a nope, you got a lightning. Alright, so for alright, hang on tight. So for the Shogun is really hard to build for. Yeah, the Shogun is hard to build though. She's not an easy character. Jesus, I keep forgetting about that. She's not an easy character to build though. She's easy if you know what to do, but it's getting the roles that she needs is what's hard, right? So this one is fine for what it's worth. This one is, you actually might be looking into re-rolling that, and I'll tell you why in a minute. This one sec.
这就是旅行者平日里的生活吗？感觉又多了解了你一些。
Okay, they're just gonna be loud outside my door. Okay, that's fine. So anyway, right here, where is it, the timepiece? So I'm cool with you having energy recharge and electro right here. But right here, yeah, you do want crit rate and crit damage. And then same thing here. It's gonna be really rough. And then right here, you are gonna have to stick with crit rate. The energy recharge, I wouldn't worry about too much. Believe it or not, you can get away, especially with a Go for Lightning, right? You can get away with 260% energy recharge. Your goal is 270 energy recharge. But what I'm trying to explain is that if you're running energy recharge on the Shogun, it's technically not as valuable as you think because you don't get the full effect in its entirety after 300 energy recharge. And just by simply hitting your burst, you get 30 energy say what now? Oh, 35 energy recharge. Oh, okay. Well, shoot, you got an extra 5 coming to you then. So yeah, by hitting a burst, so technically you can go with 265 energy recharge because you don't get anything after 300% energy recharge. And it's because of the set bonus. The set bonus stops at 300 energy recharge. So anything you get beyond that is just attack percent. It's just you just get more attack, which isn't bad, but you're not double dipping anymore. Right? So we want to stop putting our efforts into energy recharge past, in your case, past 265, and we'd rather that energy go into like crit damage or crit rate or something like that. You know what I mean? But just to give you an idea, when you see energy recharge on a piece, is that actually doing something for you is more so the question. Right? So this one is great, but it's not as great as it would be if you just took that 11 away and converted that to crit rate. Because you're not getting anything past 265. You're like you said, you know what I mean? We could rather enhance your consistency, right? Or maybe enhance the damage more than the energy recharge would. You know what I mean? So when you're picking but that's what makes her hard to build. Because you actually need crit rate and crit damage on every single piece, especially crit rate. But yeah. Yeah, it's just you need to re-roll pieces. So the rule of thumb when you're picking out pieces, this is across any character you build, by the way, is when you're gonna go redo the character's artifacts. If it's a DPS character, namely her, him, her, like straight DPSs, don't even touch the artifact unless it has crit rate and crit damage on it. Do not even invest in it unless it has those 2 stats. If it has 1 stat, you're going to set yourself up for failure. I see this constantly, bro. And people defend those pieces. Because you're stuck. You get backed into a corner and you can't switch the piece because the piece is too strong. So you can't use another piece. So now your build is stuck. And you can't actually grow until you get a piece that's can bounce. But now you need 2 pieces to replace it. So my advice would be just don't roll an artifact unless it has the 2 stats minimum.
And then if it has the third
像这样
stat,
悠闲安稳的时光，
fantastic.
如果再多一点就好了
Does。that make sense?
我真贪心呐、
Make sense? Hold on.
刀枪无眼，红绳的力量也有极限，所以我才不喜欢人多的地方。
刀剑爆焰，民工怀抱。
All right, cool. Do you have any questions? You should try what over the summer. Say what?
剑就和茶一样，细细品味，才能理解其中风雅。
Yeah, because if you're good, we're gonna jump into break time. Cause I need to refresh my coffee. And I wanted to talk to you about this little merch thing, man. Get some feedback. Like the pictures are in the Discord. I just want some feedback from y'all on what y'all thinking, and then kind of explain because we had some people who wanted black and whatnot, and I wanted to explain the difference between the two. You know what I mean? But I'm gonna safely assume there are no questions. I'm assuming there's no questions, right, Hicks? You're good? Oh, I didn't look at your talents. What am I doing? Okay, please, trust me when I tell you. Focus on her normals and her bursts. Keep them even as possible. Right now you're at 669. Get her normals to 9, man. Mega important. Do that before you even do that. Here's what I would do. Hicks, straight up. Do the mist splitter first. Then get her normals to 9. And then do her artifacts. And when you go do the artifacts, save all the cracked hydro pieces. HP and defense and attack percents, because you're going to get a bunch of them. Save all of those. The minute you get them, lock them. All your hydro cracked pieces. If you get them, save them, lock them. Just get it, lock it. It's got crit rate, crit damage, lock it, set it aside. Especially if it's hydro. Because when Fontaine comes out and all them hydro characters come, well, guess what? You might have to go back in that domain and go farm some more because we threw them away or we broke them down or busted them down or whatever. But just go ahead and save them because you never know. Every time you get a dual stat piece, every time. This is how you build. This is long. It's gonna prove what I'm telling you right now. It future proofs your account basically. So if you get a dual stat, lock it, set it aside. This will make it to where I could throw as a throwaway, and that's EM. But lock it, set it aside, because you never know. You never know. Yeah. I cannot stress that enough. I can't tell you how many characters I built off hand-me-down and random artifacts that I just happen to have from other domains. Like, oh yeah, I got that Shimenawa. I got 2 Shimenawa pieces. I'll use those. Oh, I got this random circlet. I got this random HP circlet. Where is it? I got this random HP circlet. Blah, 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 blah. Oh yeah, I got this random blah, 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 blah. You know, why is my family so loud? Am I loud? Am I loud, y'all? Oh, it's a lot of cryo here. Oh, okay. That's a lot of cryo. Fine, I'm gonna be the best cryo in the game while y'all out here playing, trying to flex y'all cryos. See me about something. Best cryo in Genshin. Fight me, cuz. I'm playing. Alright, break time. Let's get it in. Y'all go ahead and get yourselves some ices. Y'all go ahead and get yourselves some food. Get all the things. You know what I mean? Wrap up your homework, all the jazz. But I did want to take this time. We could do the Shogun too, but I did want to take this time to talk about the merch and whatnot. So let me get my my coffee on the pot and whatnot, and then we're going ahead and jump into it. Okay, guys? All right, I'll be right back in just a minute.
剑爆业，民工怀宝。
刀枪无眼，红绳的力量也有极限，所以我才不喜欢人多的地方。
哎，刚刚我想说什么来着？失礼了。呀，哼，哼，哼呀，呀，哼，起舞吧。
回向正道，保身护命。
失礼了。哼哼，这想去凉快点的地方。呀哼呀，起舞吧。哼，哼，呀，雪纷飞。
人间的归宿是一种奢望，我早已习惯跟山川与鸟兽作伴了。
1、2、7、7、2、2、7，哎呀！
回向正道，保身护命。
最近乱七八糟的申请表有点多，都驳回吧。
2、7，哎呀！刀剑爆业，民工怀宝。哎，刚刚我想说什么来着？像这样悠闲安稳的时光，如果再多一点就好了。
刀枪无眼，
我
红绳的
真贪心
力量也有
了。
极限，所以我才不喜欢人多的地方。
1、2、7、7、2、2、7，哎呀！起舞吧，嘿，哼！
书记官的工作很简单，我就是因此。
All right. Oh, hold on. What? You see, you still? I just talked to you about this. Jeez. Hello. Hi, everybody. All right. Let's get her done. All right. Awesome. All right. Let's see. I have a feeling I'm gonna run Chi-Chi. All right. So check this out. So who here has seen? I'll call it the test products. Who here has seen the test products?
想去凉快点的
So,
地
like, I
方。
know Egg's seen it. I don't know if Siri is here. I know Siri has seen it. I know Miko's seen it. Anybody else seen it?
刀剑爆业，
Oh, wait, what? Wait, somebody was saying something? Can you look at my Ganyu real quick? Oh, got you. Okay. Hold on. Let's give it, hold on, 2 seconds. I'm not gonna do like a review or whatever, but I just want to see what in the world are you talking about with this Ganyu. That was Shen, right? I don't see a Ganyu on here. Okay, Chi-Chi. You don't have to keep saying Chi-Chi things. Okay, Chi-Chi. Okay, Chi-Chi. Can we start, please? Oh my God, can we start? Oh, Lord, Chi-Chi, shut up. It's on your alt? Oh, okay. Wait, Ari's back. Ari! Ari, did you get it? You got it, right? I'm not running Chi-Chi to heal. I'm running Chi-Chi because Chi-Chi is hilariously fun. Chi-Chi's actually really fun. You didn't say healer, right? Okay. I'm going to aggro over here. Because I don't want her to... Ow. She came right at me. Excuse me, ma'am. You did? Okay, cool. Alright, check this out. So Chicken Lord, if you go to the Genshin chat, I don't know if it's still visible. I don't know if people have been talking in there the whole time. You crowned a skill? Good job. Let me know. We're going to talk about that here in a minute. So, if you go to the Genshin chat, you should see merch, basically. Right? I don't necessarily want to say what it is. I'm leaving that for the Discord to know, because that's where I'm collecting all the feedback, and I don't want it to take over the stream necessarily. Right? It's all good. Well, she can't hear me if I say it's all good, but it's all good. Uh-oh. Back up, back up, back up, back up. Back up, back up, back up. Back up. Like, you gonna catch a mad L going in there. Okay, no, we're gonna be on break, yeah. Because I'm gonna have a cigarette and my coffee, chit-chat with them about the clothes and whatnot, and then after that, we're going ahead and get back to the queue. But I want to look at it before the queue, because you were already in the queue, and we don't do repeats and whatnot, out of respect for people waiting and whatnot. But we'll get you taken care of. Or I want to see it anyway. Anyway, so what's happening is there are two different print types, right? And one print type, oh snap, sorry about that, Runes. One print type doesn't really work well with black. Black print, like a black sweater, right? The reason why is because it's printing on white material in order to do all the detail, all the smaller, finer details of said product is only achievable if it's printed on white material, right? Whereas the print is like way better, but the amount of detail I can add to it is not as robust. So I'll just come out and be transparent about it because I'm talking way too cryptic at this point, I think. So long story short, there's sweaters. And then, you know how you have a piece of clothing and it has that wax graphic on it? You know, you have it for a while, you bend the shirt, it cracks, the wax cracks or whatever. To get that, I'm not going to be able to print all, like, anywhere on the product. Only the chest and the arms and maybe the back. Like, I can do the back like that. But if I want to throw Easter eggs on it, which is the idea, then there's a chance that it could fade. Now, the feedback I was looking for is how okay with having dry clean only attached to it. Like, how cool are you guys with that? Because I'm literally wearing one of them right now and it's faded. And the two sweaters that I had with where they have the design inside the hoodie, it fades. Not the inside of the hoodie, but the black fades. Right, so I'm going to be sending out more tests over time. If you would like to be a test on it, then the way I'm doing it with the public right now is you're getting it for a massively discounted price because it's a test product and it's not a finalized launch product, right? But the wholesale cost of it is $44, and that's a lot to send out for a test. You know what I mean? So I don't mind putting up some of it if you would like to be a test, if you like to test out the sweater. For all we know, that could be the final version, right? But I have some in the field already. They're testing the white prints. We're not testing the black prints because I have 2 black sweaters that are literally the same sweater. It's just not the same graphic, but it's a black sweater. It's just the graphic would be different. So I already know how that turns out. And it's not bad. You just have to you have to dry clean it. Right. Let me go fix my coffee now because I had it on the pile. Let me go fix this coffee and then we'll get it back in with the Shogun. One sec.
读书并不会让人变聪明，看看教林院里的那些家伙就知道。
我想说什么来着？
归向正道，保身护命。
刀剑爆焰，哎呀，民工怀宝。剑就和茶一样，细细品味，才能理解其中风雅。
Anybody got swimwear? Cause we in there, cuz. Woo! All right, so now I'm gonna talk to you guys about the businessy side of it, right? Of the merch thing, right? So the reason why it's super important to me, the reason why it's super important to me to inquire with you guys about this is because let's say I send out a sweater that somebody buys. And they don't like the sweater. Well, if they don't like the sweater and they return the sweater, well, there's technically 2 approaches, right? Now, I've done customer service for a long time. I'm going to tell you approach number 1. Approach number 1 is simply there's no returns. I'm not really a fan of no returns because that's not, in my opinion, how customer service works. And I'm customer service, like that is who I am. I like happy customers, right? So if I'm going to allow returns, then what happens is if you return something, I effectively have made the purchase for you, and then it goes in the trash, right? And there's reasons for that. You know, there's a good reason for this. You know, it's health related reasons, and you know what I mean.
So my distributor doesn't want to put something out in the world and then it gets returned, but the person who returned it had a cold, right? And then now there's a chance that that same product could get in the hands of somebody else, and now we have a lawsuit on our hands, right? So that's why, right, they don't accept returns. I have to eat the cost on the return, and they won't give me a credit back for the product, right? Now they'll give a credit back they'll give me a credit if the package is unopened, but that might not be the case, right? So the reason why it's important for me to ask all these details now, and I'm telling you guys this because when you guys start becoming little entrepreneurs, these are questions you're going to have to ask yourself when you're coming up with the stuff that you're going to try and sell. If it's a product that you have to pay for, basically, right? So I want to make sure when it goes out, one, you got the expectation of the quality of it is actual. It's not clickbait. It's not salesy, because I don't want to have to deal with returns. Because a return will kill. Returns by themselves can kill a business. Not a whole business, but it will impact the business definitely. I don't know how we're going to survive this. Oh, thank God I had a burst up. But yeah, all that makes sense though, right? Okay, I thought I had a burst, but I guess I did not. But yeah, if you haven't seen them, they're posted in the Genshin chat. There will be over time more designs coming. But you know, like I said, we're doing some product testing as of right now. But I think it'll be a win-win for everybody though, by just doing it right the first time. You don't have to return a product. It comes out exactly what you anticipated it would come out looking like. You know what I mean? There's no, well, I thought like none of that's the case. Dude, how is my Yelan? Now I was finna say, how do I not have a burst this whole time? Give me 1 second, I gotta focus real quick. Jump ropes, that part. What does Mika C6 do? Shreds defense. Oh, Mika? Physical crit, 60% physical crit damage. Whoa. Here we go. Oh, you get away from me, ma'am. We ain't playing with none of that. I'm over here, cuz. Whew. Yeah, that was kind of difficult. So, all right, so on to the next topic, and then after this topic, we'll do one more run, and then we're gonna jump back in the queue. Okay. So, last thing I want to talk to you guys about. I'm gonna need a cigarette for this one. So bear with me, y'all. Okay, because I'm going to the garage and blah 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 blah. The last thing I want to talk to you guys about was, this is to the artists, is getting you guys stuff put. Yeah, no worries, Miko. Okay, no worries. So, Jesus Christ. So the last thing I want to talk to you about was, I don't know how to phrase it, but basically putting you guys stuff on Dome with Precision clothes, right? Or like licensing or something. But I wanted to entertain the idea of you guys being able to put your graphics on Dome with Precision merch. But what I think is the most important piece, and I'm literally telling you this because I care about you guys. I could tell you how you could be gotten over on, and then I'm going to tell you what I would like to happen, but I'm going to propose that you do it, whatever you counter offer if you need to. I'm not making an offer now. I'm just saying, right? So basically, if it's under the Dome Precision brand, there will be Dome Precision branding on it, right? And my idea is, like, there's so many artists here. Why can't we get some of these artists to just make graphics for the clothes, right? So you guys make the graphics for the clothes. Give me 1 sec, because I'm getting this. I'm literally getting my little streaming thing. Right, so you guys get the you guys make the graphics for the clothes. We put it on Dome Precision Clothes, and now we have a pipeline. But I would like to release it in series. So there would be, let's say, a Miko series. There would be a Syria series. There would be a Ari series. There would be a whoever series, but like a series under the Dome Precision brand, right? That's if that's something that you guys would like to look into. The key thing is, as long as it's fair in a business way and you're over 18, then I think that would be a lot more beneficial. But let me talk to you about how I would like to do it, right? The way I would really like to do it is if you see a value, and this is where you're going to have to do some discussing with yourself on this one, is if you see a valuable reason to put your graphic on Dome Precision versus your own, then I am more than happy to work with you and discuss like profit splits and all that, and then we both push the product or whatever, right? But outside of that, if you're not going to do it with Dome Precision, then at least do it for yourself, right? Especially if I see it and I believe in it, like you should probably do something with that. Like at least do it for yourself. And my commitment to you guys on that front would be, if it's not under Dome Precision brand, but you still want to do it, I don't have a problem kind of walking you through that process. Because at some point, I would still love to license out your work if that's what it takes. You know what I mean? Like I could just be a licensed distributor for your clothes or whatever, and then I'll just take like a finder's fee. Whatever it takes, I would love to see your artwork on clothes and get that out to the public. Long story short, whether it be under Dome Precision brand, and I host the clothes and all that jazz, or I send customers your way, or whatever it is. But I would like to do something with you guys, and I feel like you guys have a lot of potential there. If you want, we could discuss a little bit more of the details later, because I don't want to get too TED talkish. But are there any questions in regards to anything that I was talking about so far? And this doesn't just apply to clothes. This is kind of everything, because there's going to be a whole lot coming out. There's going to be like a store. I'm going to be opening up like a store soon. Not a brick and mortar, but like a, you know what I mean? You said 50-50 or 60-40 if I had to make a deal with you. Was that a question or an offer? Was that a question or an offer? That's the offer? Okay. Would it be for the graphic on the shirt? Like what's the 50-50 like what does it pertain to? Hold on, I gotta reset my control. 1 sec.
刚刚我想说什么来着？像这样悠闲安稳的时光，如果再多一点就好了。
Okay. Do I sound cool?
没事做的话，我来给你讲故事吧。
Is it regards to like splitting of the profits, or is it an ownership, or both? Like rights holders. So like pay me a scenario. So are you talking a 50-50 split as far as like a graphic? And the use of said graphic, is that what you mean?
我的直觉告诉我，
这就是旅行
马
者
上就要有
平日里的
精彩的事件
生活吗？
发生了。
Splitting the profit. Okay, so basically the way so it really boils down to who holds the rights to the use of the graphic. That's what it boils down to, right? And typically you don't do a 50-50 on that one, right? So what I would think about first, I'm giving y'all a free game, by the way. So please, if you're not using it with me, at least use it on your art. But use it though. Use this game that I'm telling you if you're a creative, okay? The rights to your image is really what you're selling or splitting, right? Now, if it's 50-50, both basically kind of sort of can do what they want with the graphic, long story short. If not, then whoever has the majority can do what they want and typically has the final say over what that can be used for. And it's really a discussion of the rights. Now, what I would be looking for is a majority at least of the rights, not to put on suspect products like weed pens, but I would want the majority of the product, because if I have a new idea, I don't want to necessarily have to consult to use the product on, like, let's say a cup or something, right? But if you're more comfortable having a majority split on that one, right, then there may be a point where I might actually need to like charge, right? Because really what I'm looking for is the ability to use it, right? And if the negotiation is a 50-50, then somebody still has to have ownership over that. Now, I don't mind giving you a majority of the ownership, but I would like a majority of the profits because I'm going to be having the store and dealing with the returns and all that. But that would be a whole discussion that we can definitely have. Like, I'll paint a picture for you. Let's say somebody buys a sweater and they return it. Are we both eating that cost, or is it just me? If it's just me, I need the higher percentage. If it's just you, then you definitely are taking a higher percentage. If it's a 50-50 split, then we both eat that evenly. Does that make sense? But it's whatever you it's whatever you want to do though. It's really up to you guys. I just want to make sure that it's fair, not just for you, but for me too. You know, because things may, for all we know, people may never return it. Right? But in the event they would like to return it, who's eating that cost? And the wholesale price of a sweater is $44. So if we sell a sweater and somebody's like, yeah, I don't like this, and then 3 people do that, we're out $120, we got a 50-50 split, out of your pocket is $60. Right? So what I would do is I would sit and ponder on what's more comfortable for you. Because the way I was gonna have it set up, this would be my offer. Right? My offer, it's not gonna sound good at all. Right? Mine is like 10 to 15%, but I hold all the financial responsibility of said product. So I take care of, I'm the financial burden on all the problems. All you had to do was draw the product and chill. And I take care of the rest. I take care of the marketing costs. I take care of everything else. But I would still get the majority of the profits. Now, I'm more than happy to do a 50-50 split. But now you have to take on 50% of those costs, if you're cool with that. So if I'm like, hey, I'm going to run an ad, and this ad's gonna cost $100, I'm gonna need $50 from it. And if there's any people who are in business, particularly in marketing, you will go on ahead and tell them. If you're cool with that, we'll do it though. I'll do that. Is that what you would like to do? Oh, what's up, Jay Shroom? How you doing? Wait, where's the Shogun? Wait, why is she not dead? Sorry, I think my heels were sucking. They were terrible, huh? But yeah, does that make sense though, Shin? I would also advise you to I'd also want to advise you to do some kind of like legal protection on the art too. You know, like if it's going to be a 50-50, I would highly recommend you do some type of legal protection on your artwork. If it's unique. Right. So yeah, so that's the hard part. What's going on, Tree Frog? How you doing? At the end of the day, as long as everybody's cool, I just want to see it go out and people are cool with it. Yeah, I'll look at it just super quick and then we'll jump back in the queue. Let's see, and you are here. Ganyu is not here. Where's Ganyu? Oh, you're alt. Jesus Christ, I'm slow. My bad. All right, so yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, you told me that. 63 what?
明宫怀抱，
000879. I'm just gonna look real fast. 40 EM 1600 4178. What level is
像
she?
这样悠
80
闲安稳的时光，
70. Did you
如
just
果
start
再多
building
一
her?
点就好了。
You doing a freeze charge shot?
我真贪心了，
What's your circlet?
想去凉快点的地方。
Ooh. Haha. One of these are out of bounds though.
刀剑爆叶，
So it's your timepiece.
明
Yeah,
宫
so you just
怀
gotta
抱
reroll the timepiece.
我好像闻到了最暗的味道。
I actually want that timepiece really bad, but yeah, you gotta redo the timepiece.
烟花易逝，人
I would
行
take a
长
hit.
存
This is my approach. I would take a hit on the crit damage for attack percent. But more so, I would take a hit on the crit damage for crit rate. It's to say, I'd approach it the exact same way as Ayaka.
刚刚我想说什么来着？
Now, if you're going permafreeze, that crit rate roll you literally do not need. You could just roll a whole crit damage piece, crit damage and attack percent.
怀抱，
It's an Ayaka build. Yeah, you can use. Yeah, I want that piece for my Ayaka actually. That energy recharge piece, I want that on Ayaka, so I could use a mist splitter. I don't necessarily like the Favonius sword. I'd rather just have an energy recharge timepiece when I need it. But yeah, it looks good to me. She looks fine. In my opinion, she looks fine. I don't see no problem with it. All right, cool. We good? And then if you guys want, I would like to have. I'm gonna be wanting to jump in the Discord chat, just to kind of talk more, and just kind of for people who want to get into that
就和茶一样。
split thing I'm talking about, right? Like, I want to make sure that you guys are aware of how it works and are comfortable with whatever it is. Because I'm going to be pushing out designs regardless, right? But I like you guys' designs. And once again, if it's not under Dome Precision, at least do it under yourself, and I can walk you through how to do it. Like, it's not hard. Love the Skyward Blade? I would, but I'm cool. I would, but I'm cool. I know it's great. It's better than Kageuchi, but yeah. Star! What's happening with you, cuz? Okay, I'm doing it, M. I'm becoming more responsible, M. Ah, yes, I beat M to the punch. I'm getting better at it. I'm getting better. I'm getting better. I am getting better. Oh yeah, as a reminder, yeah, we do take donations. You could donate via Cash App, all the jazz, if you're having a great time. All right, so let's see. So it was Star Genji. Yeah, we take a super chat and super thanks. Let's see. So what am I looking at, Star?
刀剑爆叶，
Is Star here?
明宫怀抱。227，哎呀，
Yeah, it should be pretty quick at this point, by the way, Pippa. It shouldn't be too long.
剑就和茶一样。细细
I don't think
品
Star
味
is here. All right, so we're gonna burn through the queue. So we'll come back to Star unless Star is here.
我来给你讲故事吧。
I can't check if Star is here right now. Unable to ping them? Okay, they might not be here. All right, Sleepy Den, what's going on?
6，
So yeah, so I'm not gonna take names out of queue for now. So Sleepy Den, what's going on?
明宫怀抱。
Side note, if you have a question, you could just ask. If you need resin, just say I need resin help, and somebody can definitely help you with the resin. I see your name right here, by the way. Yeah, somebody should be able to just help you with the resin now. You don't necessarily have to wait for resin. Like, I need to kill a boss, or I'm farming for Ayaka's boss, or whatever. Somebody here 99% of the time can help you out. But I'm just waiting on... You almost fell asleep? That part. Well, you've been here all day, I know.
想说什么来着？
Oh, Cheese is here too. It's Cookies. Cheese is a hitter. All right, so, yeah, what we doing? Just want you to review Shenhe and Zhongli. UID Dior.
刀剑爆叶。 民工怀抱。
That's actually a good question, Cheese. Yeah, see, we got a lot of people here who can help with Resin. Yeah, Cheese can help, Shen can help. Yeah.
7、7、2、
Does
2、
Shenhe?
7。
Does Shenhe what? No, not really, but you can. She doesn't. She's not great with DPS at all. Unless you're C1, she's okay with DPS, but she's not. She's not a DPS. You can make her DPS, but she's not a DPS. But you can. Like mine is a physical DPS.
想去凉快点的地
It
方。
won't let you type it. Just do 3 numbers at a time. You're available too, Kinko? Okay. Yeah. By the way, for those who don't, for those who want to help, only help if you are available. Like, don't go out your way. Like, focus on life. Life before the game.
1、2、
Nami.
7、
8 4.
2、
There we go.
7。
You feel me though? All right. So you said Shenhe, right? Is there Shenhe DPS? There's a Shenhe DPS. Mine is a Shenhe DPS, but it doesn't work great. I guess is what I'm trying to say. It's not. It's strong, but just not that strong.
2、3、4、5、6、
Okay.
7、7、
Dude, this cheat. Hold on.
7、7。
He doesn't talk. Be right back. Okay. There we go. Sorry about that, y'all. All right. So, good weapon choice. You do want to level it to 90 for base attack. The energy recharge you want it to, but it's really that base attack you really want for in Shinha's case. She is level 70. She is one of the few characters I recommend getting into level 90. I know a lot of people aren't fans of level 90, especially with all these shorts and YouTubers. You don't need 90. Yeah, but I don't see what the problem is with just going 90, but at least 80. 80 ascended, at least. You're really doing it for the attack. For her talents, it depends on how you're using her. I'm going to consult with you on that one here in a minute. Before I get into artifacts, how do you plan on using this Shenhe?
盘算着也该到万文集社新进小说的日子了，不妨我们顺道去看看。
Huge fan of level 90? Psh, I was going to hit you with the Denzel phrase. My homie. We'll say that. But yeah, so you want her to be a main DPS. All right. So at least what it feels like, okay, is she's physical until C2. And you only run a cryo goblet at C1. Not until C2, but C1. And it's still even arguable at C1. Main DPS or sub DPS. So you want her to be a DPS. You got to melt Shenhe? Yeah, I mean, ain't nothing wrong with it. I'm just, I went into other streams, surprised they still can't read my name. Are you for real? Well, I'm nearsighted, so I thought I saw a B. So there's my excuse. You already got a cryo goblet on her, though? Yeah, you can, but typically you want to go physical. Here's why. So her cryo damage is not amazing, right? I think she maxes at like 20 or 30k per vaporize on burst or something like that. But her max physical damage output is like 20k per hit or something like that. Like mine hits 14k right now on physical damage. So 2 hits and you already have 1 tick of your burst. Now you're probably going to hit 4 or 5 times before the next burst ticks. So tit 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 tit, right? So, and because of how her burst works, you're probably only going to be melting 1 of the 2 times. Does that make sense? What's going on, Chong Yuning? How you doing? Right. So you can do cryo, right? But if you want her to be a DPS, I do not recommend a 4-piece Pale Flame if you're going physical. If you're going physical, that build basically looks like a 2-piece Pale Flame, 2-piece Bloodstain. And I hate to say it, but maybe even 4-piece Bloodstain. But either way you're going about it, you're looking at some sorts of physical scaling, whether it's a 2-piece or a goblet or something along those lines. Now you can do cryo, but if you do cryo, all your damage is coming from your skill. This is in comparison to Rosaria though, because Rosaria is way stronger than Shenhe on melt and everything. When it comes to the burst, Rosaria is just simply stronger than Shenhe. Especially if you pair Shenhe with Rosaria. Unless you got like a Queller or something. That's a different story. Yeah. Now you can. I'm not saying that you can't. And I'm not saying it won't perform. It's just that if you want to kill stuff with her, you're looking at a vaporize comp. Not vaporize. You're looking at a melt comp. And busted crit stats, like busted crit stats. Also, I don't know if I'd recommend this weapon necessarily on a DPS Shenhe. Level 60? Okay. Here's what I would personally recommend for your Shenhe until you get a bigger... What's your AR? 45? Yeah, nah. So here's what I would recommend for this Shenhe until you get a bigger inventory of artifacts. Is I would actually just recommend building her as a DPS support. Meaning the weapon's fine, but you would either do a 4-piece noblesse or a 2-piece and put as much attack as you can on the first 2 pieces and energy recharge as much as you can across the rest of the pieces as far as sub stats, but you would run triple attack. That's what I would recommend at this stage in the game. It's not your main weapon. What's the main weapon? You want Sano to make a joke about Rosaria? Maybe we should start calling her Rose Ari. Stop it. You want the prototype? The prototype what? I want prototype on her, but that domain for that isn't open yet, and it's level 40. The prototype what? Are you talking about that energy recharge weapon? The craftable, is that the one you're talking about? Yeah, the craftable, the energy recharge one, right? It looks like a black cliff, but it's yellow. Hold on. Am I still in co-op? All right, hold on. Yeah, the start. Yeah. Yeah. So, okay. So, the only reason I would not recommend that weapon, you can, but the only reason I wouldn't recommend it is because the base attack. The energy recharge is higher, but yeah, I don't know if I'd necessarily recommend that weapon to you. That is not the... Yeah, the Star Glitter. Yeah, you're talking about... I know what you're talking about. The only reason I know about it is because I was going to make it for somebody. And then I looked at the energy recharge stats and all that, and I was like, and I think me and Kinko talked about it too. You're talking about this guy. Yeah, so it does give more energy recharge as a stat, but the Favonius like powers you faster for what it's worth. After using an elemental skill, increases normal and charge attack damage by 8%. It's really telling you to put a physical build on. That's kind of what it's getting at, I think. I mean, at this point. If you want to go DPS. Now, here is this with super conduct.
站在这里就行了，是吧？
I guess I'll just put some other whatever on. Just to kind of give you an idea. Do you have Yunjin? Well, first off, would you even consider, does physical even sound like it's something you want to do? Or do you want to stay cryo? Because if you want to stay cryo, then you're basically kind of looking at building her like Ayaka at that point. Or like Ganyu. Really, it'd be looking at building her more like Hu Tao now I think about it. Your computer died on you. Uh-oh. It's cool. We still here. Why does that account keep showing up? Bro, where's your account again? Hold on. Okay. I'm like looking at your... One sec. I'm just waiting for you to get back in. I gotta get to this room here in a minute. So let me show you this shenhe real quick, and I'll show you the build that I'm using. But if this is competent enough for you, don't get me wrong, I got a lot going on this shenhe right now. But this is with triple attack and a jade. Now it is with a jade spear, to be fair. Right, but if this is anywhere close to what is okay for you, then cool. Are they good? Oops, I was supposed to hold. Yeah, I was supposed to hold, but when I do the hold, it's like 14K or whatever. So, all right. So anyway, so the reason I didn't want to spend too much time on your artifacts is because you had a lot of 4-stars on those guys. Now you are AR45, but this guy's going to need to be replaced regardless, and this guy's going to need to be replaced regardless. As far as this guy, you need to accommodate the set bonus, and this guy right here, that's energy recharge, which is fine, but you could do that via substats. All right, so just looking at this page, I can already tell you probably got to re-roll the whole shenhe. That's why I didn't dig too deep. This one is manageable, but the crit rate is really, really low. If anything, you could switch this for crit rate and try to get a crit damage substat, and you should be all right. What's going on, Lost? How you doing, brother? You're going to farm a Noblesse crown? Okay. If you're going to do Noblesse, which you can, I almost want to say just do a 4-piece Noblesse. Because at least you get 20% attack off of that. That's 2% more than your Gladiator set. and it's going to benefit your entire team. The dependency will be dependent on you hitting your burst consistently, and it does only last for 10 seconds. But yeah, it's going to be a wild ride. Well, I mean, to be fair, it's AR45, so you don't have a huge pool to pick from worth of artifacts, right? So I think starting off, I think the more advantageous thing to do, like really, would just put on a crit rate circlet for now, and then just level her up to 80, level the weapon to 80, and get her talents situated. Yeah, and then just come back to artifacts, because you're gonna figure out you're gonna figure out exactly how you play her after like a while anyway. Like it's gonna take you a little bit, and then how you play her is gonna determine the build. Is she on the field or is she off the field? That's a huge proponent in how you're gonna play Shenhe. If she's off the field, she doesn't need crit. Is her damage output actually the highest out of your whole account? And are you actually doing that? Like, what kind of supports does she need? All that kind of jazz. That's what's going to help you determine your build. Yeah. So yeah, just focus on the weapon, her, and the talents for now. And then the minute you get a crit rate circlet, like Gladiator or really anything, I'm not even joking. No, it doesn't matter about, like, keep this for now. But the minute you get a 5-star circlet that's crit rate, put that on. Just don't worry about the 2-piece noblesse. It's great, sure, but nah. Put a crit rate circlet on. Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with the set. What I'm saying is just don't worry about the artifacts now. Let's just give you at least crit rate so you can take advantage of the crit damage that you will have. But we need to level her and the weapon and the talents, though. The artifacts are important, but this grind never stops, right? So, and plus, these bounce off of this and these anyway. So we might as well just do these when the opportunity permits itself and try to get those knocked out as fast as possible. Meaning her boss materials, if you need help with that, we can go slap that right now, right? The weapon materials, when those are up, do those. When the talents are up, do those. And in the days where those aren't available, you know, provided you're done with her boss materials, those are the days you go farm artifacts for her. Exactly, yeah. So in 1 week, there should be roughly 2 to 3 days where you can just dedicate all that resin to artifacts, and you just do that to whatever domain you want to farm for her, whether it be noblesse or Shamanawa or emblem or whatever you want to put on her. Those will be the days where you spend your 160, 180, or however much resin on the artifact domain. But finish this, finish her, and finish these. And the only reason I'm even proposing that is because mine is 90 and I hit that super quick. Like if I didn't have resin, it probably would have took me a week or two. And she's 90 and the weapon's 90 in like a week or two. But you just have to focus on that and skip artifacts. But it's hard to skip artifacts, so I understand. All right, so did you need me to join you or are you good? Or did you need, or I'll say it like this, did you need help with that? With farming her boss? Because if you need help with her boss, somebody here could do it. If they're not available, I'll do it. Like, it doesn't matter. But if you need help killing the boss, we will go slap that boss right now. Yeah, absolutely. All right, so let's see. So Zhongli. All right, so level 60. Okay, so I'm going to take a second because I think I know, without looking at Zhongli at all, you're going for DPS Zhongli. Period. He has a Geo Goblet. He probably has a crit damage circlet. Maybe a battle pass weapon. I don't know. But he does not have HP at all. And if he does, it was an accident. His talents are all in its burst. Is this true? He's the opposite? Oh, I love you. Ah, he's balanced. Oh, thank God. Oh. No, I was close, cuz. You over here playing. And you got Gladiator on him. EMG. Stop it. See? Playing. See? Not even close. What? You want to know why? Because everybody does that to their Zhongli. Everybody. Everybody. Every single person that has not built Zhongli, like the people who are not level 90 Zhongli, all have the same approach. Big meteor, big damage. I want the big ha out of my Zhongli. It's every single time. You are not alone. I did it. I did it. Everybody does it. 2 crit rate. You got -3 crit rate, but I got 500 crit damage. Like everybody does it. So yeah. All right. So here we go. So, hey, what's going on, Angel? How you doing, brother? All right. So here we go. So, all right. So with that all being said, we got all that jokiness out the way. So what do you want to use your Zhongli for? I know you want big burst damage. I know that for a fact. But because everybody does, I do, right? That's why I pulled the Homa, right? So I know you want burst damage, but what is your priority with your Zhongli? And I like the fact you don't have a 4-piece because you need. Oh, you're C1. Oh, you should probably run a 4-piece. But anyway, what do you want to use? What do you want to do? Shield support and burst damage. Okay, so which one? If you had to choose one, which one is more important to you? If you could only pick one. If you could only pick one, which one's more important to you? By the way, regardless of the way you cut that cheese, it's still gonna stink. You still running HP right here. Shield support. All right, so you're gonna go HP. You're gonna go Geo. You're gonna go crit rate because of the weapon. He has no crit scaling, that's why. So you're going crit rate right here. And then you actually are gonna want HP percent substats are actually gonna be a thing. You say, oh, come on. I'm just keeping it real with you, cuz. But no, and I actually would, and this is because you're C1, I actually would recommend a 4-piece tenacity. You have a higher likelihood of proccing tenacity on a C1 Zhongli because you'll have 2 pillars out. God, I love Zhongli. This dude, he's so smooth. He's such a savior to the player. That's all he's there for, is to make the player comfortable in the time of stress. He de-stresses. He relieves so much pressure on your account. You don't got an HP timepiece? That's fine. HP is one of the highest, like, rated pieces to get. Like, it's going to, you have the highest likelihood to pull HP. You know how everybody pulls HP percent and defense percent? Or you know how everybody pulls defense percent? You'll pull HP percent. You're guaranteed an HP timepiece if you actively farm the artifacts. You're guaranteed an HP timepiece, right? So yeah, but that would be the approach that I would personally recommend because of the weapon. Now, if you had like a crit weapon or something, you're not gonna like this. But if you had like a Black Cliff, I would actually recommend HP crit damage or crit rate. Even if you had a Battle Pass weapon, I would actually recommend HP. You know, I wouldn't recommend because the shield matters. Now, if the shield does not matter, then you're running Geo here. But you have 2 sources of HP. One here, and you're going to have one here. So if the shield takes priority, 2 HP sources. If the shield does not matter, 1 HP source, because you only need 1 HP source to beat out attack. HP scales harder on Zhongli. At level 90. Like, you level him to 90, HP percent beats attack. Before 90, attack beats HP. But after 90, HP beats attack.
What if I told you that HP could potentially be Geo? So here's an HP piece with 7 crit damage, right? Here's another one, right? So there's a 4-piece Pale Flame. So I'm gonna just take away 20 attack for now, and then we'll just deduce or whatever. Matter of fact, I'll do this. So I'm gonna take this off because it's a multiplier. 50, that's fine. I just want to show you this just so you know. And then while I'm showing you the difference between HP and Geo, this is just in the future. Because I can almost promise you without a shadow of a doubt, you're going to have a couple builds on Zhongli on accident, just because he can use just about every set in the game. So this is Zhongli. So what was that? 20? Oh, no, I don't have a burst. Fantastic. Okay, I'm not going to waste your time on that. Because now I got to get his burst back. Anyways. HP can compete. What I'm saying is HP can compete with with Geo. That was kind of the point I was about to try to make, but I'll do it later. I'll do it in the Discord or something. I don't want to hold you up. Long story short, don't be afraid of adding HP here. It's not that. That's the point I was kind of trying to make. Anyways, any questions? So, and you got to replace all these with 5-star pieces. So anyway, any questions so far? Want to see a Kershaw Miko? No, I do not. Oh, and then his talents. Please, 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 please level that skill like your life depended on it. That burst is literally there just to pump dopamine. It's like a sip of Sprite when you're thirsty, but it ain't water, but it's super nice. But level that skill. That skill is like a Honda Civic or a Subaru Impreza. It'll never let you down, cuz. Like 3,000 with her skill. Oh, but for Shenhe, is it good if she's doing 3,000 with her skill? Given where she's at, I think it's okay. I mean, I'm expecting 3,000 to be with her skill, yeah. Your goal with Shenhe is based on the multiplier, right? So for every... Okay, so for every 200% on a multiplier, you should be putting out about 7k damage, give or take. Something like, for every 200%. It's something, not 200. Yeah, it's about 10k for every 200, right? So by the time your Shenhe is done, mine is talent level 7, so I can only tell you from level 7. So on the press, I should be, if it's a DPS, I should be at about 10, 15k-ish if I'm over farming my Shenhe. That's kind of where my Shenhe is though right now. But I have this weird hybrid thing going on. But that's basically what you're looking at though. That percentage right there should translate to about 10k damage by the time your build is done. Or at least coming close to done. Obviously it can get higher, but by the time you're close to done, that for every 200% should be about 10k damage. So if you have 400%, it should be, and I'm talking raw damage, it should be like, you know, if it's 400%, it should be like 20k. If it's 600%, it should be 30k. Yeah. And then you stack on buffs and noblesse and all that extra stuff or whatever. Does that make sense? Plus it's multiplicative, so the higher the number gets, it's exponential. As you raise the percentage, the number gets higher. So 400 is really like 25,000. Yeah. And then 600 is more like 70,000. You see what I mean? Like it's or not you know what I mean? Like it's up there though. Like it's exponential. So the higher the number, the higher the percentage, the higher this percent, the is gonna be bigger though. Like bigger than the bigger. It's not a straight line. Like every 200, it's like 200 is 10, and then 400 is like like 25, and then you know what I mean. And it's like 40 at 600, 40 to 50 at 600 or something, and then 800 is like 70. Like it's a curve. Yeah. Because I'm running freeze. Say what? Because I'm running a freeze and melt team, and her damage is pretty good. Yeah. Yeah. No, she's strong. But yeah, you can run her as a DPS, but the majority of your functional damage on Cryo should be coming from her skill. Like the big numbers is going to be coming from her skill. Her burst numbers are supplemental damage. That damage is going to be like, okay, it's like this. Like this thing ticks with the engulfing lightning. It ticks for 4K. With a catch, it's about 2 to 3K, right? But it's ticking for 2 to 3K. Albedo, let's say this Albedo. Albedo is 20K. So his breaks down to like 10K. Whereas Shenhe, does that make sense? Whereas she's like 3/4, like she's a third of that or whatever. Oh, yeah, business swag all day. What's up, Ashwin? Yeah, we was talking about merch earlier. Yeah, I'm gonna be doing like a merch. I got a lot of stuff. I got a lot of stuff going on with Double Precision on the back end. It's a lot of prep work though. Once all the prep work is done, then yeah, you're gonna see a lot of. It's gonna be lit. It's gonna be super lit. Like there's gonna be a lot of cool changes coming to the channel. It's a lot of prep work though, because I want to do it right when I do it. But yeah, any questions? Sleepy, Den? Yeah, I was like, I took something off this guy. I can't see, so bear with me. Ah, dang, I'm going blind, cut. Oh, there it goes. I'm like, man, I'm going blind, bro. All right. Just need her boss. Let's go. I should probably not have this team like this right now. Yelan. And we're going to do this and take you two out. This is just in the event that, whoa. Okay. Oh, you're helping them right now? Oh, okay. How you guys doing? Do you guys need me there or are you good? If you guys are good, then I'll just go to the next one. You guys good? Okay, for sure. Let me see. You don't have her boss in your world? What's your oh wait, what? No, you good. I know you're talking about the Vishaps. You do not have the Vishaps. You should probably do that quest line. Like the minute you can. Is Star here? Star Genji, did they come back? If not, I'll jump to the next one. But yeah, so for my world, you gotta be AR45 or higher. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. If you need the boss, yeah, they do have a alt. We could probably do it on. Would I need to be on the alt though, Shin?
Or you good? Oh, it didn't pull the next one. No, because you need access to the boss. But you got to do a quest line before you even get the boss. And I don't know if you did that quest line. Because you got to, because her boss is, you know, it's the Vishaps. It's these things. Who's that, Phantom? Okay. Oh, okay, for sure. Yeah, you straight then, Shen. Hey, good looking, Shen. I do appreciate that, by the way. A friend's Ayaka. They want advice on their Ayaka. Okay. Same here, eggs. Immediately. All right, so is Phantom here? Phantom, you here, bro? You are? Okay. All right, let me look this up. Let me do it from here. Hold on. I don't want people getting the wrong idea. He's a... Nope, I'm not a Yelan main. I love the Yelan, but I'm not a main. 313-186. Are they here? Oh, Ruby. Okay, for sure. Is Ruby here? Okay. 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 Yeah, we can jump in. Yeah, is Ruby here? Okay. So, first off, tell them I said shout out to them on the talents, but they should have crowned the normals before the skill. With that being said, definitely the crown the normals. Just to, you know. You know how that is. The weapon, I'm not tripping on the... No, that's fine, but I'm gonna get into that here in a second. So the weapon is fine, right? But the weapon at this point is a big stat stick. Now they do play. Okay, good. So the issue with, because you know who else has this weapon? So Ronald Hicks has this weapon, right? No, not necessarily Ashwin, right? I'll show you why. So if I go pick, let me pull this back up, right? So if we go to this Nahida or this Ayaka, right? And we go to artifacts and then just check the details of the artifacts, right? So there's borderline, so there's really not much going on here, right? But really what's happening is they're under 60 plus crit damage. They're missing about 60 crit damage is what's happening. So really, there should be 60 crit damage higher is what it really should be. Well, her attack is low because it's compensated by the crit damage that's supposed to be on it. And it's because the base attack of the weapon is really low, right? So when you have 88 crit damage on a weapon, it's going to have the lowest base attack possible, right? And that's the trade-off. But it works in Ayaka's favor because when you start stacking a bunch of attack on Ayaka, she has a tendency to fall in diminishing returns on attack. But in this case, you can use attack percent stats on her. They're just not going to hit as hard. This is where the Mist Splitter is probably one of the most balanced weapons for Ayaka. Right. So, with that being said, at the end of the day, what it boils down to, she's missing about 60 crit damage. That's really what it boils down to. So she just has to reroll for more crit damage because she's doing supplemental damage. So she could be way stronger, but for her to break even, she needs about 60. She is going to need about 60 crit damage because this right here is what's balancing Ayaka. Not necessarily the weapon. It's these right here. This right here matters only when it comes to the weapon that you choose. But these right here are universal across all Ayakas. Yeah, no, the stats are fine, but it's not a nice Ayaka because of her stats. Like her stat, it's because of the weapon. The weapon is what. Now I'll say it this way: this would be a nice Ayaka. I'm gonna tell you the artifacts here in a sec, Phantom. The artifacts would be fine if this was on a Kakeuchi, If this was an enemy no Kageuchi, this would be great. But it's not a Kageuchi. She has 88 crit damage worth of help, meaning that she's basically missing 88 crit damage. And that's where it's like, ooh, hold on now. You know what I mean? So anyway, what she would want to reroll. She's not missing 88 crit damage, but she's missing crit damage, right? So what it is this. I mean, I don't have a problem with this one, but I would like to see a little more crit damage. But it's not a problem though, right? Because 16% attack is doing a lot of work on this one. This one I would reroll, no questions. This one I think she's good with. I think she's good with that one, but she really wants to reroll this, like period. That feather is killing her. The goblet I'm not tripping on, and the circlet I would reroll as well. So it's really just her circlet and her feather, but her feather is destroying her right now. Now here's the thing. Now if she can get, what is it? If she can get 20 crit rate across this and this, like a crit damage circlet's substats, then she's in good hands with Allstate. I don't know if I'm tripping too much on this number right here. I mean, she can, but I don't know if I'm tripping on it too much. It depends on how she plays her. Right? If that's the case, even still, I would still reroll this. Right? Because she shouldn't have 7 crit damage on her circlet. It's not that, and once again, this is coming from a place where I know you can't choose your artifacts. Also, she may not have them, right? So, I mean, with all due respect, like, I get it. But when she's farming artifacts, what she is going to be keeping an eye out for, if she wants the energy recharge, she is going to be looking for the same stats, but we want it to lean closer to crit damage, right? At least 1 hit on crit damage would be enough. At least. I know it hit attack, but if it at least was 14 crit damage, I wouldn't trip too hard. You know what I mean? But it depends on how she play. I wouldn't touch this one though. This one is fine. And a goblet is a goblet, so I'm not tripping on the goblet. But this feather, bro, she gotta do something about this feather. That energy recharge ain't doing nothing for her. Not on this piece. It's so not. It ain't doing nothing for her. Now, if it was alongside crit rate and crit damage, great. But it's not. But what she will need, though, right, to keep everything nice and balanced, is she is going to come down crit rate to do this. But she would end on a 50% crit rate. And she would end on 90% crit rate on freeze. But she would have close to 300% crit damage. At least by the time we done with her. But it is going to take a long time, you know, by the time, and I'm talking we as in like me, you, like Dawn Precision and Daniel Por Segundo. By the time we done with her, she should have about 300 crit damage. Yeah, with a 50% crit rate. She should be 50% crit rate, 300 crit damage. Is where she should be at. Right, and then she's not going to hit the 300 immediately, because that's going to take this being re-rolled, and this will need to be re-rolled and whatnot, right? But by her losing 10, she should be able to hit 50. Now, if she wants to keep the crit rate circlet, you can let her know this too. If she wants to keep the crit rate, because I like the consistency, that's perfect, okay? But now we're looking at like 20-something, 27 crit damage on the circlet, which is not necessarily impossible, but you are looking for some kind of like, you're looking for, we all have unreasonable rolls in our artifacts, but she's going to be looking for the unreasonable roll on her circlet. The 27 crit damage roll, the 25 crit damage roll, not 21, like 27, 28. She's looking for that if she wants to run a crit rate circlet. But then she's also going to need that with like a lot of her other pieces. So, you know, it's up to her. So I think the cheapest move, resin efficient, would be just crit rate, crit damage here, and then energy recharge, crit damage here, but have it lean towards crit damage. And then she should be good to go. That's it. And then of course, this would be a crit damage circlet instead of crit rate, blah, blah, blah. And then she would just need a cumulative 20% across the two pieces. So 10% crit rate there, 10% crit rate there. She's good. And then just crown her normals. And then she'll have a super mega slapping Ayaka. That's primed for all the attack buffs. Except for TTDS. No, she could TTDS. But Bennett's gonna be her best friend, because he gets flat attack. Any questions? Who is this? Whoever you are, say, "It's me, Mario," and I'll let you in. You don't have to say Mario, but yeah. But yeah, any questions? Yeah, not a problem, Ruby. I like your Ayaka. I'm a huge fan of Ayaka. I don't know who this is, but they finna get blocked like 10 times over if they don't stop. Like, you gotta chill. It's definitely... Is that Eggs? Is that you? If it's you, yeah, you can join. Just say, "It's me." Oh my god. Good investment, including weapon and skin. Uh-oh. Oh, I know. They got the weapon and the skin. Oh, it's not? Oh, okay, I was gonna say. Oh, "It's me, Mario." But yeah, no, whoever that was, if they're in the stream, just say, "It's me," and then you could join. I just like to know who's in my world. That's all. I don't care. You can come in, take whatever you want. It's not a problem. I just want to know who it is. Oh God, eggs. Okay. I feel like that's not eggs. AR59. I doubt this is egg. This is not eggs. This is burger. See, told you. This is burger. Burger act like I don't know. Yeah, I'm old, but I ain't no fool, cuz. What's happening, Panda? Yeah, it's burger. Yeah, she can use that weapon. Right? It's harder to balance her attack stat because you're not basing the attack on a really high number. But you make up for a lot of it on crit, and it makes her a lot more qualified for running with Bennett. Right? If you're using that Ayaka with a whole bunch of attack assistance, like Jade Parcels and Temptation, where it gives you like 300 attack and whatever, right? And then Bennett and all of that. I'm talking flat attack. Like, that weapon is the better option for flat attack buffs. Percentage attack buffs, probably not the best, but flat attack buffs, definitely. Probably. I am not eggs. I know you're not eggs. There's eggs. I still can't type in chat. Yeah, I know you can't type. Oh, Panda's taking off? Alright, Panda. Alright, brother. Hey, you saw my message in leadership chat, right? Like, if 1 + 1 is 2, just let me know and then I'll take care of that for you. Like, it's all good, bro. But I got one more left. You know what I mean? But just let me know. Alright, cool. So, let me get back focused. Alright, cool. Any questions, Ruby? Any questions at all? Any questions at all? Oh, Panda is a guy, by the way. Panda is a whole man with a son. Well, let me not put all his business out there, but he's a man. He's a man. He's a man. Elemental Mastery City. Stop it. But yeah, no. So I'm assuming they're good. I am assuming they're good. I would just, trip a little harder on the crit damage, right? So but they got a game plan. Prioritize. So crit rate, crit damage. Prioritize crit rate. Crit damage circlet. You need crit rate on this circlet more than anything else. And if you have the option, roll for crit rate and your substats. Roll for crit rate and energy recharge. Because I'm pretty sure they want the crit rate. Or the energy recharge, I'm sorry. One sec. I don't know what it is about today. Well, never mind. Never mind. I think that's it. They're still working on it, like you said. Yeah, they're still. Yeah, it's a never-ending process. It's a never-end building a character. It's never-ending. Every character on every account that I look at has one flaw, and you're always in the pursuit of fixing the one flaw. You will never have a flawless character until all your pieces have 46 crit damage. And you rock a 44 crit rate weapon. Then you have, like, the character. And even still, you might not have the character, but we're not going to go there. All right, anyway, yeah, I think they're good. Okay, next. Wait, don't Burger got home? Is he done with school? Burger, well, I'm sure he can hear me. You done with school, right? Hey, take it easy, brother. Yeah, take it easy, Phantom. Always love, bro. Daño por segundo. Stayed up past 2. Uh-oh. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Nah, get your rest on, man. You have waste products in your brain, and your brain is going to drink a lot of water before you go to sleep, too. Use a bathroom before you go, but yeah. Because you're going to be dehydrated when you sleep tonight. Because it's going to run water through your brain and flush all that out. Sorry, that's me on my psychotherapy stuff. All right, so anyway, who's next? Kinkle. All right, let's go. And what was this? This was main account Tainari and Raiden. That is crazy. But you got aim though, so you can do that. It's the only reason I like Tainari. I wanted to build him, and my aim sucks, so I can't build him. I can, but nah. All right, so haha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Ha! You actually invested in the skill. I am disappointed, Kinkle. I'm messing with you. All right, so let's see. So, let's see. So, okay. Check DMs. Yeah, as soon as I get back in. I'm not in the house right now. I'm smoking a cigarette. But as soon as I get back in, don't smoke, kids. As soon as I get back in the house. What's his EM? 155. Some old plushies. Okay, I just got a notification on it. Miko. Yeah, I'm gonna check it out here in a second. Working on the talents. Yep. By the way, I am jealous of your Dendro Goblet game on like every account that you have. They're all like really good. So whatever you're doing to get these, to keep going to church, whatever it is. Yeah, I think your artifacts are solid. I don't. Hold on, that was 18, right? Oh, 13. Oh, but it's got 58 EM. Yeah. You know, I'm biased, man. I'm biased. I want you to have an EM timepiece. Now, I think we talked, what was it, yesterday? And it's just that troop EM pieces don't drop. Or they haven't for me either. I got an HP piece that looks literally like that. And I have an attack piece. I have that same, look. You know I'm joking? It's on, that piece is on my Yanfei. Close. And then I have the HP piece. So I don't know why EM doesn't drop like that. Yeah, yeah, EM, and when it does, it's like the worst substats you can think of. It's like HP, defense when EM drops. And then if it has attack, it's flat attack. It's really weird. I don't know if the same thing is happening with you, but yeah. But yeah, I would, the minute you get it, I would do, yeah, but it doesn't drop EM. Yeah, it'll drop everything, just not EM.
On troop though, I don't know what the deal is with troop and that. Like energy recharge will drop on everything but emblem, and then EM does not drop on troop or hasn't. It, for me at least, it hasn't. It doesn't. Like attack, it never drops on Blizzard. And we're talking, by the way, me and Kinkle, we're talking about the crit rate, crit damage. It'll drop. It just won't drop with the substats you want.
身份多一点才便利。需要我帮你捏造一些吗？
You don't even got bot pick? Jesus Christ. I've gotten one and it had crit rate. But it was like HP, it was like HP defense attack crit rate or something like that. Or something like that. It was something stupid. I was like, I can't use this. But yeah. So, I mean, but that would be my only thing. Everything else seems relatively either balanced or, you know, like in my next tier, my tier, the next, like tier 3 of artifacts. Like this is fine. This is fine. This one's fine. Like all of them are fine. Like they're all good. They're all really good. It's just a timepiece. It's not EM. That's all. And I know it doesn't matter that much, but I want it to be EM. And then you already know about the talents. I don't know if you're actually gonna rank his skill, but you know. You know. If you're good at aim, I would do his normals. But if you're just playing him to play him, you can keep him even. But if you get his charge shot down, I would do his normals first. I would prioritize his normals. But yeah, no, I mean he looks fine. They're both typing Japanese in the game chat. Yeah, Burger's he's still practicing Japanese. By the way, Burger's self-taught Japanese. Like you guys will slowly see why I treat Burger the way I do, and I speak highly of him. I give him a hard time, but he's great. He's just greatness waiting to happen. I'm telling you, self-taught Japanese, crazy number cruncher, amazing at games. Right? We done got him to stop beating himself up. We done teased him out of beating himself up. Like you beat yourself up again, I'm gonna roast you. Stop it, because he's great. He's got a lot of potential. Yeah, he's like a genius. Yeah, he's a great. Yeah, he's a great person. Really good person. Yeah. He's one of those guys. If I can just say this real quick, Burger is one of those guys that is going to be the guy the ladies wish they never skipped over. That's Burger. They're gonna regret not getting with Burger later. That's Burger. Provided he doesn't say that. If he starts saying that, no, they should be happy they're not with you. But, you know, if he just stays humble and he's cool, I can almost guarantee, without any shadow of a doubt, that he is going to be the guy that the ladies will wish they'd never skipped over. Will be Burger. He's going to be that guy. All right, so you said touch. So he looks fine. Yeah, Burger's great. Yeah, so yeah, he looks fine, and I agree with the weapon. So who was the other one? Yeah, Burger's dope. Burger's really good. Yeah, just focus on. I tell them all the time. Yeah, just focus. Don't worry about Genshin. Just focus on all that, and everything else will work out. You can come in and snap your finger, and stuff happens in Genshin. Don't worry about it. We need to get this stuff over here looking like your Genshin account. This over here look like your Genshin account. You winning. You good, bro. You know what I mean? You'll be straight. Yeah, Burger's great. Anyway, so who was the other? Raiden. That's what it was. I'm sorry. All right, so Raiden and oh god. Okay. All right, y'all gonna see a really strange. Oh wait, what? You really memed your Raiden?
演术不错，今天就继续翘班吧。等到状态好了，再去把活一次干完。
见到了这么美丽的景色，自然会产生没有色。
Why would you do that? Why did you do? Why? I know it works, but why? Why would you do this? I know it works, but why would you? But like, why though?
That is hilarious, bro. What's your
为流
stats?
通而造的船，
Attack.
遇到港口也会停泊，所以璃月是一切财富沉淀的地方。
Like why? Why would you?
飘摇风雨中，
No, he's good. He's fine. Yeah, these are good piece. I need that circlet. That circlet's crazy. Wow. Hey, you need to do a video on this. But never show the weapon. Like don't show the weapon. Just all you need to let them know is that your emblem. That's all they need to know. And that what are you? 10 and 10 double crown with emblem. That's all they need to know. It'd be a clickbait.
想游历璃月名胜的话，
Just clickbait them. And then right at the end, show them the weapon. And then go wah 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 or something like that. But do the crazy performance and all of that.
见报业，民工怀抱。
This is a thumbnail.
同在久，
This is a thumbnail.
只可
And then right at the end put bruh. I'm dead serious, bro. Don't even hint at the weapon in your editing. Just save it for the end. And then when you go through it, just do bruh, and then end the video.
为流通而造的船，遇到港口也会停泊。
But you gotta do like the 100K burst and all that. That'd be classic, bro. Yeah, crit rate would love this rating. Crit rate would be in love with this rating. He'd be like, oh yeah, this is a go. This is a go right here. He'd be the first person to leave a comment on your video. I swear to God. Crit rate would be, he is proud right now. But I know it's working though. All right, so do you have any, would you like to, I'm going to go to the next person because I know you literally have no questions about this. Is there anything you would like to explain as far as what that experience is like? As far as that rating. I want to see that video now. Oh man. 200K with C6? Yeah, what's the base damage on it though, right? The base damage is like what, 60, 70K? It's gotta be like 70K. 70, maybe 80. Now think about it, because you're at 200 crit damage and like 1800 attack, so what are you, attack? No, it's probably higher than that, because you're attack, 200 crit damage. Yeah, probably like 8, you're like 80 at base, right? Like you just walk into the abyss, hit your burst, and then bam, like it's like 80 or something. I'm pretty sure it's like 80. It looks like 80. I don't know why. Like 1800 attack, 200 crit damage, and attack with that much energy recharge on an emblem set feels like it's got to be somewhere in there though. Yeah, I'm pulling the next one right now, by the way, Ashwin. Blocks, is Blocks here? No, Blocks has been waiting all day. All right, so Blocks, what's cracking?
桂花同在久，只可惜故人何日再见呢？
I feel bad for Blocks because they were rightfully impatient. Rightfully so. They were impatient, but rightfully so. Like I get it. Well, yeah. Well, 56 at this point, but yeah, well, 55, yeah, it's 55, yeah. No, it'll be viable with the catch because you got 200 crit damage. The fact that you have 200 is what's helping offset the lack of the 3 crit rate. Like the 3 crit rate difference is not going to matter because you're so far above and beyond the crit requirement, the crit damage requirement to run a catch effectively. You're beyond the crit damage. You're that far beyond the crit damage requirement, I guess. And then you'll be so good. You'll be doing so great in an energy recharge situation. Because where are you like 230 energy recharge with a catch? Like if you put a catch on, you'll be straight. I don't think Blocks is here. Oh, maybe I should have pinged them in the Discord. I did not see that.
接下来想去哪里？
until just now.
如果想游历离月名胜的话，
Okay, let me
我
do
有一些
Pippa
不错的
then
参
real
考
quick,
方
and
案
then I'll ping them in the Discord.
玉麦桂花同在
All
久，
right, so what we doing, Pippa? So I'm gonna do Pippa, and then I'll
只可
ping
惜
them in the
一
Discord.
人，
But I don't want to, you know, they might be
何日
doing
再
something.
见？
Plus, I don't want to. Yeah. So all right, so Pippa, what we doing? If Pippa's here, I think Pippa's here. Yeah, Pippa's here. Who the heck is under? Oh, Burger. Resin. All right. So we are going to. So I'm gonna kick everybody and join you, unless we're doing a boss. Are we doing a boss? You love Kokomi? I like Kokomi. No, I'll take that. No, I could. Yeah, I could. Yeah, I love Kokomi. Yeah, she's an asset to my account. No, you're not getting kicked. No, it depends on what we're doing. So because we have to go to Pippa's world if it's a domain. That's why. Ashtaha? Oh no, we could just do that here. It's because the domain resets. Like if we have to reset the domain, we could just go to your world. All right. Yeah, every boss is super easy. I will take Zhongli because Burger's here. You guys can literally bring a level 1 Dory and a level 1 Chongyu. You could bring a level 1 Dea and a level 1 Bennett. You could bring level 1 characters right now.
在这世间行走，
Actually, I'm going to make it even sweeter on you guys.
需要我帮你捏
I
造
farmed
一些
this specifically for y'all.
剑，
That piece right there is just for Dome of Precision.
细细品味，才能理解其中风雅。
A lot of people are saying Kazuha is
会流通
going to
的
be on
造船
3.6
遇到港口也会
soon,
停
or
靠，
3.8. That's
所
good.
以璃月是一切
Yeah,
财富
Kazuha
沉
is
淀的
yeah.
地方。
You could bring what? You could bring Mika. You bring Cosme. It doesn't matter. You guys are not gonna die, and Ashaha's gonna die basically immediately.
还差点什么才能调出难喝的
Especially if Kazuha's here, because that means I'm gonna have my
好
burst.
办吧等到状态好了，再去把活一次干完。
Yeah, you'll be fine. So Mika, stand back because I need to get a burst first. Yay! Time to save, boy. I got Ayaka and I am good for. Oh yeah, you're super good for like a minute. You might as well get your burst up, Mr. Yalan. Oh, you already got it. Okay. Guess who? Keep doing Kaz things. I need all the energy, Mr. Kaz. Yep, keep feeding me. Feed me, Simo. I need to quit holding that. Yay! All right, do as you wish, people. I'm just gonna sit back here and do support things. Lots of support things. You know, you literally don't have to do anything. You can just tap them now. There you go. Asha's done. All right. And then who else? Did you have to do weeklies? I got 1 month holiday book. Oh snap! Hold on, cuz. You talking about from work? Miko said, Kazuha! I feel you. Kazuha is that fella. For real, for real. Alright, so who else? God, that felt like such a DWP run. We used to do Warframe like that. You need Kazuha so bad. Yeah, he's really good. Who else are we doing? We doing the
旅
raiding?
程总有一天会迎来终点。
确认来信了。
Is this what we're doing? Are they is who Chinese? For the Abyss? Yeah, he's really good in the Abyss.
玉麦桂花同
Like
在
he's
酒
cheap in the Abyss.
只
But
可
Kazuha
惜
is kind
对
of, I
人
mean, he's made for everything, but he's kind of like
何
low-key
日
made
再
for the
见
Abyss too, though. Okay, no worries. Yeah, you do that. I can take it from here, Burger. It was nice having you here, good sir. But yeah, no, get to your studies, man. We'll be alright. Nah, Burger, go study. Nope, you gotta go study. We'll be alright. Unless is he still here? Yeah, no, go study, bro. We got you, bro. Ain't nobody forgot about you, Burger. You're here, like with us, bro. You know what I mean? But we want you to win.
玉
You know
麦
what I
桂
mean?
花
Win
同
in
在
life.
酒
We'll be alright, bro.
只可惜故
I see you. Yeah, we know you're here in spirit, bro. We're gonna do this for Burger. Let's go.
捉到。裁决之地。
云野，天理长驱。
荒谬！须臾泡影。
拒收并蓄。
That was an accident. Oh my god, I need C6 Zhongli so bad.
天动万象。天理长驱。
All right, this is on our elemental characters. All right, so I'm gonna be mega struggling trying to get this burst up for Zhongli for y'all. Please be safe. Please be safe. Cool. Where's she at? Oh. Oh, it's cookies. Oh, why not? Nah, why not? Again. Awesome. Yay! I feel like that would have been faster with Ayaka. Alright, cool. You guys, when you come out here, I'm gonna heal you. Say what? Okay. Who is it?
休养生息。
All right, cool. Anybody else? Yeah, Saxor Cause is super nice, ain't he? I be trying to look. I've been trying to say that for a long time. That Saxor Cause is so nice. It's so fun. It's so fun. What is this? Oh. I may be partially Asian. Nice. All right, cool. Pippa. Anything else? Japanese. Yep, it's a language. I'll be doing that. Anything else you got to do? Do you got to do a domain or you got to do a domain, a weekly boss, or what? No, my phone died, so I got to read the PlayStation. Gotta go for now? Okay. The timing is impeccable because I can't even interface with the chat right now. So I can see, okay, I see that's totally not cool. I see that, but yeah. All right, Pippa, you take it easy though. Because now I have to like wait for my phone to turn on again because, yeah. All right, let me go in the house and not be out here so I can actually see the chat. But yeah, take it easy, Peppa. All right, so I literally can't see anything, so bear with me. I can't see chat. I can't see the game. I can't see nothing. That food smells amazing. Plug this in. Boom, boom, boom. I can see the chat. All right, cool. Next, so Pippa was done. What is this? So Fonji. Trying to get through the rest of these. 742. Yeah, hopefully let's see if we can clear this queue. Newts! Wagwan runes. Hey, good to have you here, by the way, Pippa. Wait, Ayaka Pointers, VV domain for Heizo or Wanderer. And then which is better? Okay. Yeah, not a problem. Anytime. All right, so... Okay, so... See, because I don't want to just keep throwing out the same build for Ayaka, but it's really like one build for Ayaka. It's really like two builds for Ayaka, really, at the end of the day. So you pick a the weapon borderline doesn't matter. Like, really. Like, the weapon doesn't matter, right? It's really just the crit ratio on... Ayaka is a crit character. And it's really because of the way she scales and the teams that she's typically on. And the options available on those teams is what kind of puts her into this super easy build. It's just hard maximizing those stats. Is where that's typically where the challenge is, right? But what you're going for at the end of the day is 30 crit rate on freeze and 50, and no matter what you do, you're going to be on Blizzard. You can do Emblem, you can do two-piece. I'm going to talk about that in a minute, but Blizzard is her best in slot for maximum damage output, right? And then you're going 30% crit rate for an exclusive freeze scenario, and you're going 50% crit rate to fight bosses. All the rest of the substats go to crit damage, and then energy recharge is at your discretion. Now, I don't use energy recharge, but energy recharge is a very valuable stat. It is a valuable stat on Ayaka. Right now, I'll just paint this picture real quick. If I had C2, then yeah, I would pull this number down, and I would push this number up, because I wouldn't need this number as much because I have
平
C2.
面打理过长
Or
野
if I
间
had more refinements on this,
飘摇风雨中，
then
应该是错觉吧。
at that point. But I haven't needed energy recharge
刀
this
剑
entire
爆
time,
业，
but it is at your
灵
discretion.
宫怀宝，
And if you get it as a bonus, awesome, right? But this number is the number that's going to dictate your Ayaka. Everything else is just there. So that would be my pointer to your Ayaka. So decide what crit rate you want first. Do you want to fight bosses more than freeze, or do you want to freeze more than fight bosses? And when you answer that, that's going to tell you how much crit rate you have.
我很喜欢
And then depending on how much crit rate you
见到这
have,
么美丽的景
there are
色，
two different crit damage numbers that are going to get spit out. So if I had 30 crit rate, I would have 300 crit damage. If I have 50 crit rate,
太多
I'm going to
手
have
上只
roughly
剩石墨拉了
270 to
不过幸
280
好还有
crit
石墨
damage.
拉。
Does that make sense? Now, if you have a Kageuchi, obviously just remove 44 crit damage. Does that make sense? Any questions on that? I was waiting for you to respond. But any questions? Any questions on that?
灵宫怀宝，
Okay. And then the burst. I'm assuming and then the burst. And then Ayato for freeze. Okay. Yeah, I mean that's fine. Yeah, so if it's for bosses, then 50% crit rate.
未雨绸缪，才能临危不乱。
That's because the passive of this will put you at a 70% crit rate. Now, if you go higher on this number, let's say I just do this. I'm just doing this for context. Let's say I went higher on the crit rate, right? Then you can go higher above and beyond. But 50 equals 70% against bosses.
刀
Yeah.
剑爆业，灵宫怀宝，
At 50, you're at 70, basically. And then don't worry about attack. Like, take care of this, and then pull one of these numbers down for attack in the event you need it. But these are super hard to get. This is super easy to get. And this is super easy to get. But this is really hard. On Ayaka.
每个生灵
Last
意志
piece of
都值得
information.
尊重
There's two more pieces of information I want to give you. One is that when it comes to her talents, skip her skill, please. Get her skill to 2 and stop. If you want to start using her right away, don't even level the skill yet. Put all your efforts into her normals and her burst. And you can immediately start to clear content if you do those two. Unless you do a quick swap Ayaka, which no one really does. Where you switch her in, do a thing, and switch her out. Like, no one plays Ayaka like that. If you're doing that, though, sure, do the skill. But if you want her up, going, and clearing all the things, like right away, take the books that you would have put into her skill and put that into her normals and her bursts. And then come back to her skill until her normals and her bursts are sufficient to your liking. Then start putting it into her normals and her bursts. And then when those two are to your liking, then start putting them into her skill. It's really just literally it's cryo ICD because it has its own cryo application timer. It's that, and it generates particles. That is the only reason you're using her skill. And then once you're finishing your Ayaka, and you have you're not investing in her normals and her bursts anymore, then you're probably going to start using it for a little more damage. Like, I just want to hit something real quick because I don't feel like waiting on the charge attack to come out. Okay, cool. So you just hit her skill because you want to hit an enemy behind you. So, which is funny because she can hit enemies behind her on charge attack. But that's another conversation.
And then the second one, I forgot what the second pointer was, but that, I mean, that's pretty much about it, though. Really, now I think about it, that's really kind of, it's really kind of it. It's really like the, yeah, I can't think of this. I can't even think of the other one. Yeah, it's just crit. Oh, and weapons. Yeah, so the weapons don't really matter. You just pick a weapon that you like, and then use it. Like, I don't want you getting too wrapped up in the weapons. Like, you're not gonna have to worry about. You can use this. You're not gonna have to worry about weapons until you get into the min maxing. Oh, that's what it was. Yeah, two piece, two piece. So two piece really only benefits you when you run a crit rate weapon. So if you have this or this, you can, but it's really a two piece scenario. And that's it. So there's a quest. Okay, so for the Kageuchi, there's a quest that you have to do that's on this. I think it starts like over here or something. And then you go up here, and there's a dude in a cage. When you free him, the key is in a tree, like here, right? But you free him in the cage, and then it starts the Kageuchi quest. And you do that quest. It's probably like what, an hour or maybe a little longer or whatever. And you, yeah, you can Google it. But you just do that quest, and then you get a blueprint, and then you just build the Kageuchi. And you don't necessarily need a R5. You know what I mean? You do like R1, R2. R5 is amazing, but like it doesn't have to be R5. Mine is R1, and I use it. You know, but yeah. Is 13K each skill good for Zhao? Yeah, that's actually good. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, your goal for Zhao depends on his multiplier, but if I remember, I think it's like 20K. You didn't know where it came from? Okay, because I'm gonna go to your, you said you're not on it right now, right? But you wanted to know what was better for Heizo and the Wanderer, right? So it depends on your, oh yeah, I can't tell from there. Oh, it starts at 253? Yeah, you might be looking at 20K on skill. So he might need a little bit more somewhere in his kit. But 13K is fine for where you're at. If it depends on his multiplier. If his multiplier is 400, you should be, no, technically you're kind of where you need to be. If it's if it's 200, 10 to 13K. If it's 400, you should be creeping up on the 20K. But you wanted to know about, sorry, I'm drawing like a million blanks because I'm all over the place. I apologize, y'all. It was the Wanderer and Heizo. Okay, so no, it's okay. So you can do VV, but it's gonna be based on the team that you're rocking, right? So if you're doing a reactionary team, meaning like you know, Xiangling, Xingqiu, Beidou, Fischl, all that jazz, right? If you're doing that, maybe the age is getting to me, I don't know. But at that point, I don't have a problem with the VV domain or rocking a VV set, but you still need DPS stats. What you're really going for is just like the shred and buffing whatever the element that you're swirling is. So it's going to make your support character, if you're rocking with a bunch of support DPS, right? Now, if you're rocking support DPS, VV. If you're not rocking support DPS, let's say you're using Resin and Zhongli and Albedo or some non-swirlable elements or whatever, or like just Bennett and it's just Bennett, then at that point where there's no support DPS, then at that point I would recommend the whatever that Sumeru domain is, the Animo charge attack 40%, 10% attack speed one. What is it? This one? Paradise Lost, is that what it's called? Desert Pavilion, my bad. Desert Pavilion. Yeah. I'd recommend that one. The domain hates you? Every domain hates everybody. With the exception of like Emblem. And Husk for some reason. Husk just hates giving people timepieces. This domain seems like it does not give you what you need unless you burn all your resin there all the time. For whatever reason, and maybe some other people can attest to this, this domain seems to love everybody. Yeah, I've gotten nothing from here. Emblem hates you? Yeah, I bet it love you on them goblets though. Emblem hates giving me circlets, and it does not give me energy recharge timepieces. But yeah, that would be what I would recommend. It depends on your team though, Newts. Gilded hates you? Gilded loves me. Yeah, Gilded love it. I get a handshake every time I walk out of there with an artifact. I walk out, I get a crit day, I get crit rate, crit damage all the time. But I don't farm it a lot. But I go in there, I walked away with something like I'm always walking away with Deepwood out that domain. Oh, you're talking about gilded pieces. Yeah, I don't get a lot of good gilded pieces. I get a lot of Deepwood though. Like I've gotten really good Deepwood for nothing. It's on Xingqiu, yeah. But my main thing is who would fit better, Heizo or Wanderer? So this is my opinion. Heizo would fit better with VV, and the Wanderer would fit better with Desert Pavilion. It still depends on the team, though. If you run Heizo National, do VV. If you run Wanderer National, at the same, I'm still gonna say VV. But it depends on how strong. It really does depend on how strong your Wanderer is. If your Wanderer is not astronomically stronger, not astronomically, but if he's not way stronger than your national team, VV. But if he's way stronger than your national, like 200 crit damage with like 70 crit rate on a Wanderer, if that's not what you're looking at, then Desert Pavilion would be the one I would recommend. Tainari, Ayato, Wanderer, and Noel. Is that open world? Are you talking about the Abyss, or are you talking about open world and domains? Because if that's the team, I'm going to recommend Desert Pavilion. Yeah, if that's the team, I'm going to recommend Desert Pavilion over VV. Because for one, you can't swirl Tainari or Noel. And for two, what you're going to swirl on Ayato, the reactions and all that, like it's not like you're doing Vaporize. So I would run Desert Pavilion, personally. I spent like 3 to 4 months in there and only got EM bot gilded pieces. All the DPS went to Deepwood. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, keep asking questions if you still got questions. Wait, why is Burger here again? Why did I let him in? Say what? No, you got homework to work on. Okay, fine. He might be done by that time. Alright, so anyway, yeah, we'll do newts. Absolutely. Alright, so let's see. So we're gonna do, I'm assuming you have no more questions, so we'll go ahead and jump to the next one. Applejacks. Is Applejacks here? By the way, sorry for the wait, everybody. Alright, where's Bot? Donde está la Bot? It's gotta be shenhe. Why? You were crit fishing earlier, huh? I know what he's doing. He's doing this. So, believe it or not, I have a 77 crit rate. So, watch this. So this, what if I told you I can give her a 70 plus crit rate with this crit damage? He's doing that. That like, that's what he's doing. So Applejacks, but there I do not recommend that though because well you can do it, but I would only do that
未雨绸缪
in that one
才能
specific
凌乱
scenario.
不乱。
Yeah, it's because you need crit food. That's why. No, I know, but yeah, the crit food, Rosaria, cryo resonance, all that. Like, I understand, but hmm. I mean, you could.
动身吧，旅行者。义师的诗篇还在
No,
等着我们呢。
never mind. Yeah, you said to try. I'm like, no, they're
奥
not.
特
And
堂出版
I
的
was
许
like,
多作品，深入浅出的阐明
that
了
was
兵
good.
法原理，我很喜欢。
Here's the issue with a Homa. Like, if you want to do it without food, you need rolls like this. You need crit rate rolls. Just so you can hit your goal. Now, because you're
玉
Shenhe,
麦桂
you
花
can,
同载酒，
because you're Shenhe, technically you can take a
只
hit
可惜故人
on your,
何日再见呢？
on your crit rate. But that's under the, at least that's under the pretense that you're running like Rosario or some other cryo character. Are you running another cryo character? And if so, are you only going to be running a cryo character with that specific build?
送我一个苹果吧。
Yeah, no worries, Miko. Because I would, that's what I would assume. For burger. So I'm in the queue for burger. Where is it? Yeah, because you can only achieve this with either double. You have to have double cryo. It's either double cryo, or Rosaria and crit food or something like you need to do that.
才能凌
So
乱不乱。
is that what you're doing? Well, let me ask you this: what do you want to do? What are you trying to do? Are you just trying to get the biggest number possible? Because you are doing it. Like there's nothing really else to do outside of re-roll for bigger stats. You know, like you would re-roll this for more crit damage. You still want the crit rate. You would re-roll. Well, no, not that one. You would re-roll that for obviously crit rate.
都值得尊
You
重
know, but obviously you
这是
shoot for
海
more
中
crit
的人
damage.
鱼，
You
也
know,
有
you
自
would
己的方向。
re-roll this for crit rate, obviously, but more crit damage. You know, so on and so forth. If anything, crit rate and attack percent. Because there's no way you're gonna have the crit rate with the crit damage pieces, unless you roll. Like I said, you're looking at rolling
奥
like
中堂出版的许多作品，
an
深入
absolute
浅出的阐
bejesus
明
ton
了
of
兵法
crit
原理
rate and rocking a crit damage circlet. You need 13 crit rate on the circlet, 13 crit rate on the goblet, 11, 13, and you still need 8, and that puts you at 64.
玉麦桂
Right? So if you're rocking 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, so on and so forth, like you still are, you need a lot of crit rate and substats to be able to, if you're doing it with a Homa. I mean, it looks good, but it's more of a like you. All right, Applejacks, you know that I know that you know that I know that you know that this is literally just to produce one fat number, and that one fat number feels good.
每个生灵的意志都值得尊重，就像海中的游
But
鱼，
that's about
也
where
有
that
自己的
ends.
方向。
You know that I know that you know that I know that you know that you know that I know that you know. That is just a happy build. But you already know this ain't a functional build. Right? So it looks good. So what I would do if you want to make it like if you want to make it more because you need crit rate. So if you want to make it more streamlined, then you are looking at rolling a ton of crit rate. I'd almost say take the 11% away and
奥
just
中
have
堂
crit
出
rate
版
on
的
it.
许多作品，深入浅出的阐明了兵法原理，
动身吧，旅
我
行者
很。喜欢。
义
It
师的
didn't go
诗
through.
篇
Why didn't it go
还在
through?
等着我们呢。
Wait, what was it for?
But yeah, yeah. So any questions so far though? I just want to make sure that you're doing what you want to do though, because if you want to do it, then the only pieces are. I'll put it this way. So if you want the number, the big number, then I'm sure you already know. Re-roll that, right? And then I would re-roll that, but it didn't show up. No, because they're not going for that, right? So because I know what because I do this with my Ningguang, right? I have a hyper Ningguang. I call it Omega Ningguang, right? So
每个生灵的意志都值得
it's
尊重，
really low crit rate,
这
but you
些
have
海
a
中的魔语
absolute
都有
unnecessary
自己
amount
的
of crit
方向。
damage. And the point of it is where you get your crit rate from is you get your crit rate from Rosaria. Now he can supplement his crit rate because he has a cryo character, meaning that he can potentially get an extra 15%. But I have to get my extra 15% from crit food, right? So what he's doing is he's landing around the 70s because he's getting 15 from the cryo resonance, and then if he's running Rosaria, he's getting another 15. So if anything, he's at like a 60 something percent crit rate with just Rosaria.
好想坐在大树上，手边有喝不完的苹果酒。唉。
Right, so it looks good, but if it was good, I would leave this on my Ningguang. I would actually leave this on, but it doesn't. It's not as good. It's good, but it's not. It ain't necessarily what you think. The setup is crazy. It's not bad, but it's not like it feels bad when you don't have Rosaria. Like it feels terrible. Like it's like you have to like now it's not Shenhe. It's Shenhe and like you have to run Rosaria. Like you can't play Shenhe without Rosaria. And it's cool for a while, but now you can't play Shenhe with Rosaria with Ayaka because you got to
他
switch
出
all
版
this
出版
out
的许多作
just
品，
to support
深入浅出地阐明了兵法原
Ayaka.
理，
It gets kind of
我很
convoluted.
喜欢。
And then it makes permafreeze a little more difficult because there's 2 slots always taken up because you need Rosaria to support this right here. So it's not just Shenhe, it's Shenhe and Rosaria, which is fine, but now you only have 2 spots. Yui, she's almost done? Okay. For what it's worth though, yeah. I mean, but you got what I was saying about the crit damage though, right? Like I would just those couple pieces. I would re-roll this. I would re-roll it. If you're crit fishing, I would re-roll this, like her and Rosaria. Re-roll that for more crit damage. And then re-roll this for more crit damage.
每个生
And
灵
then
的
just
意
try to
志
stay
都值
above
得
like
尊重，
30-ish
就像
percent.
海中的鱿鱼，
If
也
you
有
could
自
stay
己的
around
方向。
30, you should be okay. For the most part. Try to hit 40, but if you can stay at 30, you should
想
be
接
alright.
着听下去
So
的
Jeff
话
is he's a theory crafter.
送我一个苹果吧。
Really good, by the way. Said wow. Shoot up. Okay, now hold on. Ooh. 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 Mmm.
未雨绸缪，才能临危不乱。
Yeah, but these are bugging the bejesus out of me. What you could do though, good call out, Ashlyn. You could switch this out for a stronger EM piece. No, he's in a good position because his goblet is really good too. So you're fine on a goblet. So you can actually, I would switch this piece out. If you have another EM
好
piece
想坐
with
在大树上，
maybe
手
crit
边有
damage or
喝不完
attack
的
or
苹
more
果酒。
attack. Like if you had 20 attack and 7 crit rate, I would switch this out for the 20 attack thing. Yeah. Oh, you need the 7 crit rate. Okay. Yeah, if you have an EM timepiece with just a little bit stronger stats, but it has to have the crit rate. Would you happen to have that?
八重堂出版的许多作品，深入浅出地阐明了兵法原理。
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be on set though. You're in a position where it doesn't have to be on set because you have a 5-piece set. You can switch this out for a better piece. This is your weakest piece. She can be played with EM. It's not as impactful as it is on Hu Tao, but yeah, every pyro can technically be played with an EM timepiece on vape. She's only getting 60% of the benefit of this though. No, sorry. She's only getting
about 70 to 80% of the EM benefits, whereas Hu Tao gets 100% of the benefits. It's because she only
未
vaporizes 3 of
雨绸
her 5
缪，
hits,
才能
but that
临危
final
不
hit
乱。
is what's taking it from 60% to like 80%. EM crit rate, crit damage. Yeah, I mean, if you have EM crit rate, crit damage, I would do that. Crit damage, crit damage hits harder in this scenario than attack percent. Attack percent's nice, but crit damage hits harder. If that's what you're, I don't know if that's what you're asking. But yeah, you want EM as the main stat. You can have EM as the main stat, but I wouldn't get rid of EM. If that's your only source of EM, then take it. Yeah, if this is your only source of EM, take it. Right, 19,500. Yeah, you're fine. Yeah, and I understand 10%, but yeah, I ain't tripping on that. You need to farm more.
想接着
Yeah, I
听
mean,
这
but you can farm for anybody because every piece you have on this Yoimiya, for what it's worth, is really great, right? This one
我很喜
is
欢。
low key hurting, but it's because of this that's allowing you to run this, and by being allowed to run this, that means you don't necessarily need crit damage on this guy because otherwise you'd be looking at a crit rate circlet. It's not so much this. It's the fact that this is allowing you to run a crit damage circlet, which is an extra 30 over a 30 crit damage crit rate circlet. That makes sense? That's why I'm not really tripping. I was looking at these two like, could you do something? Could you do something here to pull something out of this? But then it's like, the rarity of the rolls is not really given that much of an issue. It's technically 14 crit damage per, and then on top of that, if we lower the crit damage per, but you know what I mean? If we take all this crit rate away, now we're looking at a crit rate substat, and it's like, or crit rate main stat, and it's like, nah, I think he's fine. So with all that being said, it's your timepiece. So I would just switch to a stronger timepiece. I would keep it on EM, but definitely switch to a stronger timepiece. Any questions on that? What's happening, Necro? How you doing, brother? Subscribe to Dover Precision, patron saint of the AR45s. Absolutely. And then Miko says she paid $2. She says she got the receipt, and I could check that. Like I wouldn't worry about that. What was you trying to do, Miko?
动身吧，旅行者。异世的诗篇还在等着我们呢。
Do you like Minecraft? I did back in the day, but I only played it on my phone, and my phone would get hecka hot, so I stopped playing it. But I don't play Minecraft.
每个生灵的意
If
志
that's what you're
都值
asking,
得
I
尊
don't
重，
play Minecraft.
就像海中的游鱼，也有自己的方向。
I'm looking for the monetize tab to see, because I should be able to see it. Sorry, I'm new to this monetize thing, so hold on. Yeah, so I do not see, so I don't think it went through, Miko. Yeah, there's the dollar. Yeah, I don't think it went through. No, you didn't have to. I'll get you that back in.
未雨绸
But yeah,
缪，
no, it's working.
才能临危不乱。
But yes, I do accept donations via super chat, all the jazz. EM better than attack? Yes. On vaporize, yes. So you put an attack timepiece on, it might add maybe like,
想接着听
I
这
don't
些
know what,
话，
4,000 attack. It'll add a lot to your Yoimiya, but EM, like this EM timepiece is like, shoot. Oh my God. Kinko, how much crit damage do you think this is? Like, what's the conversion on this, you think? It was like 40, 50 crit damage, like just this piece? Or something like that? Like the conversion. We don't have an exact number, but it's something like that. So it's like, I think where this is stronger on vapor, it's really on vaporize, but I think on DPS total, it's probably like a good
20 to, it's probably like 20%. 30%, 30 to 40%. Yeah, crit damage though, right? Yeah, but I think it beats out attack by like what 15, 20%, something like that. It's something like that. Like I don't know. I know it beats out attack though. How is crit damage calculated? No, 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 no. It's just when you put an EM timepiece on, like let's say what we're talking about is let's say you got this piece, and you could have crit damage or you could have EM. If you add EM, where does that and crit damage meet? And then that could kind of give you a rough estimate, but then you have to consider diminishing returns and all that jazz. But crit damage is calculated right before all bonus damage. Hey, what's going on? And check DMs. Who's Mrs. Fish Sticks? Oh, sorry. Oh. Okay. My bizzle, my homie. Swag, 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 so swag, so swag, swag. Shintaro, stop. That is too funny. All right, cool. All right, so hold on, let me catch up. I'm catching up with the whole chat. So I could drop 7 crit from the flower for crit damage. Okay. No, but I don't do that though. Because you're at 70. Like just stay there. Like stay right there. Like don't do that. What I can tell you is this. Here's what I'll tell you. If you're going to make any adjustments, you got to do them in pairs, okay? So you're looking at a 10 crit rate, 20 crit damage, and then 10 crit rate, and whatever crit damage you would need to exceed the 28 crit damage. 8 crit damage. Right? But you see where it says 3.5 and 17? You would need 11 here, crit rate, and 10 crit rate here, and then you would need more than 14 crit damage per piece to beat out the combination of these two. Now you're good. Does that make sense? Basically, you need two 10/20s. Or at least one 10/20 and one 10/14. And then you would beat these two out together. But you would have to do that if you wanted to beat out this. If you wanted to get rid of this piece, you need 10/14, and then you would need a 10/20. Or a 10/14 and a 10/20. But you would still need 20 crit rate across both pieces. And then you would need more than 14 crit damage between the two. Now you beat out those two pieces. Right? So I'm trying to think of I don't know if I have a character with that, but I'm just taking it. So here's one, and then yeah, it'd be something like that. Like you would need something like this, and then you would beat both those pieces out. Is it because of the weapon? Wait, what's the what do you mean? Is it because of the weapon? Next is me, let's go. I'm impressed, nice. No, but wait, are you talking about, does a weapon have anything to do with the artifacts? Is that what you're asking? Yeah, so so anyway, let me get back to this. So any questions at all? No more questions? Okay. Is it because of weapon or they are really good?
想接着听下去的话，送我一个
Who in
苹
the
果吧。
world just text me the weirdest thing I've seen ever? Oh, sorry, that was my nephew. All right. Well, let me do this. Let me pull your account. Sorry about that. Sorry for the hold up there for a sec. I was getting a bunch of text messages coming in. Yeah, no, it's not because of the weapon. The weapon doesn't necessarily in that situation. The weapon doesn't is not really it doesn't really have any dictation over why they would use EM or whatever. That's okay. What's your UID? I'm assuming I'm looking at your account. So we won't be able to see it on stream, obviously, but we will be able to I will be able to see it though. Well, you've been here before. Yeah, we done looked at your account quite a few times. So Ashwin, I need that UID, cuz. And then I'm gonna pull your account, and I'm assuming you want to review. And you might have to type 3 numbers at a time, but I am on Inca.network. There it goes. All right, so let me copy that. Come on, copy that and paste that here. And you are GB Healer. What is a GB? All right, so when I read whatever's under your name, first thing I thought it was
大
Nosferatu
中堂出版了许
Zod.
多作品，
I just
是
see
目
Knee
前出的
Knee
产能
Fairy
厉
and
害
I
人
don't know,
类。
been on a berserker trip.
我
Anyway,
很喜欢。
so am I doing a
好想坐在
complete
大树
quick
上，
account?
手
Oh,
边
oh,
有
3
喝不完
characters.
的
Okay,
苹果
good.
酒。
So Hutao, Yalan, and Nahida. So we're going to Hutao. Ooh, 274, nice. And this is a ooh, wow. Dragon's Bane, 61, 216. Power Goblet, 4-piece Shimanao, I love it. We are rocking a HP timepiece with 2-7. Well, it is a Dragon's Bane, so you're good. Okay, I like the flower. I love your feather. I'm kind of jealous of your feather. That feather's amazing. The timepiece is kind of clutch. It's pretty clutch. The goblet. Oh, what's your AR? 57? Oh yeah. Okay, no, you're good. So the goblet is good, and your circlet is amazing. Okay, so I don't like the HP. You know what? I don't like the attack roll, but you can't really beat that amount of crit rate on a circlet, like for real, for real. So I think she looks fine. I think oh man, I don't know if you have the option to reroll anything. If anything, maybe the timepiece? Maybe. I don't even know if I'd reroll that though. I wouldn't. Hmm. Ooh, hold on, but your normals is kind of. Yeah, your normal. Yeah, your talent is level 6. So wait, why'd you crown the skill? Oh yeah, somebody probably never told you. So start scaling up her normals like ASAP. Like I don't know if her talents are out today, but if they are, you need to go grab those like now, like now. Like now, McNow. The only thing I would change is your talents for your normals, because your ratio is so respectable at this point that I would not. Yeah, no, you're at a 61% crit rate. I want it higher,
就像
but
海中的
with the
游轮，
artifacts that you
我有
have,
自己的
I have
方
no
向。
problem with that 61% crit rate. Get your normals up though. Level 6. No, you got to do that. You got to do that ASAP. You're 216 crit damage with a Dragon's Bane. What that means for people who might not be aware of this,
旅行者，
if we take that 216 and add 66 to it, that's his Homa ratio. I don't know who that is. I know the name, but I don't. Especially Arthur, I can't remember who that is. I feel like I know you. Hello. Oh, they went to the teapot. Yeah, they went. All right. So anyway, what am I doing? That's what I was doing. Where's Domatsu? Here it goes. So with a Homa, right? See, it says 254. You would be at like 270, 270, 282, 272. Yeah, you no, you'd be at 282 on your crit damage with more EM. No, you're good, X. Yeah, you'd be at right. You'd be at like 282. Now your crit rate's only 61%,
求求病，
but the fact that you're at 282 with that much EM,
求求菜，要死，求求
I'm
嗷，
talking with a Homa. Oh no, but you would be lower because it'd be that plus two.
未雨
Yeah.
绸缪，
So you guys are about the
才
same.
能临危不乱。
Yeah, but long story short, you would be at 282. Is I guess what I'm trying to say. Like this number on your account is higher, quite a bit higher.
想接着听下去的
But they're
话
running a crit rate circlet with 28 crit damage. You're rocking a crit damage circlet with 12 crit rate. $272? Well, nah, because it'd be 212 plus 60, which is 276, plus another 6 from the Homa, which makes it 282. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good circlet.
大求求
It's a really good circlet. So that's what I'm saying. Just stay where you're at. I think you're fine. Just stay where you're at.
要死，求求
Right? The minute you go to no, you're fine, Kingo. The minute you like now, if you pull a Homa, or why am I looking at this? The minute now, if you pull a Homa, right, then at that point, I would switch to maybe a crit rate circlet, because there is a thing. No, no, Kinko is way better at algebra than me. If we're being, if we're keeping it 1000%,
还在等着
like
我们呢
Kinko's good. It was just a slip of the,
深入
slip
浅
of the,
出
you
的
know what I
阐
mean? It
明编
happens.
法原理，
So
我很喜欢。
it's if you are gonna do something crazy like this, then sure, right? But if you're not doing this, then we want to feed into crit rate. But yours is even really close to this, right? Because you have quite a bit of crit rate on yours, like quite a bit, with a crit damage circlet. Yeah, and they would need an EM sense, yeah. Yeah, if a message gets deleted, I have to just unhide it, but I ain't tripping. Why did he say something stupid? He probably didn't say nothing stupid. I'll give him the benefit of
未
the
雨
doubt.
绸缪，
I'm not gonna click it.
才能临危不乱。
Yeah, they'd be below. You'd need an EM timepiece. Cause you'd be a who? No, I'm a student. I need average Hutao. Yeah. So yeah, I think you're fine. Any questions on Hutao? Like you're good to run a crit rate circlet, but you will need a really good crit damage roll on the circlet to make it work. No questions? All right, and then who was the next? You said Yalan? Okay, good. Okay, it's looking good already. Talents are fine. Oh, she's level 80. You gotta do something about that. Send her to 90. You get crit damage out of it, and more base HP. What's going on, Fish Sticks? How you doing?
都值得尊重，
We got
就像
80.
海中的鱿鱼，也有自己的
Okay, so we
个
have
性
85 crit rate, which is good. 149 crit damage, which is good. We got 209 energy recharge, which is good. It's rocking a Favonius, which is good. Yeah, everything's looking good. Let me look at these artifacts. I would re-roll the timepiece personally, or not timepiece, the flower. Your feather is really good. Your feather is amazing.
手边有喝不完的苹
The
果酒
timepiece is Jesus Christ. That's a timepiece. You know what's funny? I actually don't like your goblet. I like your goblet, but it's a trap. It's a trap. My feather looks like that on my Yelan. I have that on my. That's my Yelan feather. But it's a goblet, so it's like. But is it a trap? Right? But you have a crit rate circlet, and the crit rate circlet is doing fantastic. So I think for what it's worth, For what it's worth, I think you're good.
未雨绸缪，才
We're
能临危
really
不
good now I
乱。
think about it. Yeah, I think you're really good. I think the only way to justify going to a different circlet, if you're going to go to a different circlet, would be to be like, let's say you want to do crit damage, you're going to need like 15 crit rate, 16 crit, like you would need that on the circlet. So I would personally stay where you're at. And then if you want to figure out where your Yelan sits, which I'm sure you already did this, just add 88 crit damage to your Yelan, and that's where your Yelan sits as far as like the big Yelan or whatever. So minus 60 crit, minus 60 ER, which is fine, and then plus 88 crit damage, and that's every Yelan who has Aqua, which is kind of insane because you're at 150% crit damage right now. All right, so what's 150 plus 88? That's 233. So you be at, or 238, give or take. So you be at 238.
大成堂出版的许多作
Yeah,
品，
yeah.
深入浅出地
You be at
阐明了兵法
238
原理，
crit damage
我很喜欢。
with an 80% crit rate, which is insane. Like 85, what is it, 85, right? Yeah, 85%. Let me show you something. Right, so I'm at 250, but for me to match where you're at, right, I'm at 226. And on any given Sunday, really, if I was at 85%, I'm only at 225. But I have an Aqua, right? So if you get an Aqua, you would be at 238. So you have 13 more crit damage than like me, right? Which is insane. But I probably have more of this, but that's outside the
未
point.
雨绸
You get what I'm
缪，
saying?
才能临危不乱。
Okay, no worries. Not a problem, fish sticks. Kinko out here trying to. Kinko just. You getting proud of you? Yeah, I feel you though. But once again, it's you, Kinkle. That's you. You get all the pieces.
想接着听下去的话，
But yeah, no, your Yolanda looks really good. And you're only AR57, which is crazy. So I'm not sure if you're going for a triple crown, but the big takeaway from what I'm looking at is, like, stay where you're at artifact wise, but ascend your Yolanda, at least ascend her to 90. By the way, everything I just said is not even considering the last 10% crit damage you're going to get. You still got 10 more crit damage that's coming to you by just ascending her. No, crit rate. You got 5 crit rate. My bad. You still got 5 crit rate coming to you.
大成堂出版的许多作品，深入浅出地阐明了兵法
Oh,
原
that's
理
what you meant, Kinkle. Yeah. Yeah, they got 90 crit rate after ascension, which is crazy. So, yeah, just ascend her and then move her skill and her burst. Move her skill and her burst
动身吧，旅行者。
to 9 and then you should be alright. And if you want to crown it, you can crown it. But I think she's fine. Am I checking Nahida or am I checking Ganyu? Because I only do 3 characters. So am I doing Ganyu or Nahida? Do Ganyu? Okay. Okay, so we got our Amos. Random question. Do you have Tainari's best in slot bow? Your Nahida's weird. Have you seen mine?
好
Your
想坐在
Nahida
大
is
树
mega
上，
regular.
手边有喝不完的苹果
Your
酒。
Nahida is fine.
唉，
If I show you my Nahida, you would be like, what? But yeah, no, serious question. Would you happen to have, you don't have Tainari, oh, you don't
每个
even
生
have
命的
him.
意志都
But
值
you
得
don't have
尊
his
重，
weapon either, right?
就像
I'm
海
assuming
中
you
游
don't
鱼
have his weapon.
也有
If not,
自
if
己的
not, it's
特
not a
性。
problem. All right. So anyway, so we got an Amos bow, 57% crit rate, which is amazing. The hunter's bow, yeah, yeah, they're running 4-piece troop.
动身吧，旅行者。
Yeah, it's just Nahida
历
builds
史的
look
诗
weird. Yeah.
篇还在等着我们呢。
Yeah, Ganyu has a 20% crit rate passive. It's built in her kit. So on every consecutive charge shot. So all she needs to do is shoot once, and every shot after that has 20% crit rate additional.
大重堂出版的许多作品
Just
深
that's
入
how
浅
Ganyu
出地
works.
阐明了兵法原理。
That's why she can get away with a 50% crit rate on Wondrous Troop. On Melt Ganyu. You can get more crit rate. Like, it's never a problem to have more crit rate. But looking at your stats, though, like, your Ganyu is doing really good, though. Like, she's really good. Like, she's really, really good. I don't know what's going on with this burst number, but she's doing really good. You don't need the burst, though. I would tick up her skill, though. Like, if you're planning on taking her crazy places, I would just start maybe tapping that skill up a little bit. That skills was going to help you not get hit when you're performing your melts. That would be that piece of feedback. As far as the pieces themselves, though,
未雨绸缪
yeah, your pieces are really good. I will say this, though. Shout out to you, but I think we can all kind of acknowledge this is a hyper RNG carried Ganyu, which is what you want. When I say that, I'll be hoping to God, like, people don't get offended by me saying that. You actually want to get RNG carried, right? But this is clearly an RNG carried Ganyu. This is a crazy looking Ganyu. When you look at the artifacts, all right? So you have a good amount of attack. You have a really good amount of attack. I know a lot of it's coming from the Amos bow. You got some really, really strong crit rate substats, and that flower is absolutely that's a monster. That is a monster. The only other person I know who has a piece like that, there's only two. I know Kinko has one, Shen has one, and Burger has one. Burger has two. But yeah, or Viv has one and Burger has one. I don't even have a piece like. I got close to a piece like that. I don't even have a piece like that. That's a crazy piece. Yeah. So, but she looks really good. She looks really good. My only feedback with this Ganyu would be I wouldn't re-roll any pieces personally. You got 166 EM. Because of the value of the pieces that you have, I'm not gonna propose you re-roll any pieces personally. You have all the correct main stats. You had 232 crit damage, 166 EM, 2,200 attack. We can argue more attack, but I'm not even going to start because of how much EM compounded with how much crit damage you have. I don't know if I'm going to push the issue. If anything, I would just start getting her talents up and maybe even preparing the triple crowner. And as far as taking her to her absolute limits, I would just go ahead and pull C1 whenever you get the chance. If she's like a main. She looks like you main her. Do you main Ganyu?
大重堂出版的许多作品，深入浅出地阐明了兵法
Yeah,
原理。
there's a chance you could do more damage with attack, but that's if you got 2,700 attack. You're a Hu Tao main? Oh, okay, never mind that.
接着听下去的话，
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it. Yeah, for what it's worth, just so you understand this, by the way. So when you have a high base attack weapon, then at that point you can run like he probably has an attack percent circlet, or he's got a bunch of attack rolls or something going on. But this Ayaka is technically
未雨
stronger
绸缪
than this
才能
Ayaka.
临危不乱。
This is stronger than this, but this is stronger when you start This is stronger when you start factoring in crit rolls or attack buffs like Bennett, Shenhe, TTDS, and all that jazz. And I can show you what I mean. Like, I run the crit damage circlet, hit Bennett's burst, and then hit a burst with Ayaka. And if I put the attack circlet on, it's weaker. But the raw damage output is going to be higher. But if their difference in attack is 500 attack, then, yeah, they're going to be stronger. Yeah, he has 2,700 attack. I don't know where he's getting 2,700 from, but if he's got 2,700, yeah, that's beating for the crit damage. That's a 500 attack difference. That's like 80 or 90% attack. That's like
好想坐在
more
大
than
树上
that's almost 60, 70% crit damage.
大重堂出版的许多作品，深入浅出地阐明了兵法。
I feel like there's more to the story though, because getting her to that much damage is not like maybe guys aren't using Bennett or something, because he should be in diminishing returns. pretty hefty. He should be at least creeping in there. Oh, excuse me. But I'm assuming he has an attack circlet. Other than that, any questions? So just do your talents. Yeah, just level up the talents, and then if you're gonna do anything else beyond this, what I'm looking at, C1, then you can stop. Outside of that, you do like C6, but it's like, okay, now we're just doing too much. Not doing too much, but it's like,
未雨
yeah,
绸
you're
缪，
C1 or
才能临
C6.
危不乱。
But yeah, any questions? Yeah, not a problem. And once again, for AR57, you are looking crazy. I hope the rest of your account is amazing. I'm just being nosy. Oh, so those are your three. Oh, yeah, those are your three investments.
动身吧，旅行者。
Oh,
历
hold
史
on.
的诗篇还在等着我们呢。
Nah, I think I know what's going on. Okay, never mind. Yeah, you're good. All right, cool. You got Inazuma? Let's go.
深入浅出的阐明了
Let's go.
我很喜欢。
But yeah, that is not a problem. Sorry about the wait, by the way, Ash. Dummy Ayaki Luna. You are something else. What's going on? What's going on, Angel?
好想坐在大树上，手边有喝不完的苹果酒。
Jesus Christ, Pez, what's happening with you? Yeah, you only farm DPS. Yeah. Just a showcase? Is anybody in line?
才能临危不乱。
Because if somebody's in line, then you have to pay for a showcase. If people aren't in line, it's a change we made to make sure people who need help or want reviews or whatever. Yeah, right. But there's only 2 left in queue. You know, so if you don't mind waiting, then I could, yeah. Otherwise, it's only like $2. It's just so I can get to Waddles and all that, you know what I mean? If they're not here, though, don't worry about it. But yeah. I think I may have injured my finger boxing or doing pull-ups. One of those. Uh-oh. Oh, okay, got you. No worries, Pez. Waddles! Yeah, we'll come back to you, though. Waddles, where you at? Oh, they're gonna change their profile picture. Hold on, Pez. Very long time. I know, I ain't seen you in a minute. I'm hoping all is well with you, though, Pez. Life treating you good? Resin, let's go. Oh, eggs, it is time for us to take our leave. When I got Hu Tao, I didn't log in again since. Wow. Waddles, do I have you? I don't think I got you in here anymore. What's your UID, Waddles? Yeah, I don't have you. 3 numbers at a time. Yeah, most definitely eggs. While you're typing that, I'm just gonna go grab something real quick. I'll be right back. Oh, they still ain't got their UID in here? Hold on, okay. Waddles. Waddles. You here? Are you available? Gonna go to bed now? Alright, you take it. Hey, you take it easy now. Make sure you get some absolutely amazing rest. You put it in? Oh, it didn't show it. Do 3 numbers at a time. Like YouTube will block it a lot of times. You did 3 numbers. Yeah, do 3 numbers at a yeah. Cause you didn't see it, did you, Eggs? Take it easy, Pez. It's always a pleasure seeing you, by the way. Ooh, yeah. Make sure you get some rest. There we go. Wait, M, you can see it? That is crap. Okay, well, good. That is how you gonna have to show me these tricks. Haha! Yeah, you gotta show me. I don't know how you did it. Yeah, cause I got live chat on. Yeah, I have no idea. All right. So I got you here, and then what are we doing, Waddles? Yeah, M is definitely magic for real. M City. Okay, that was gonna go somewhere terrible. People know about Magic City, that's why. Resin, that's what it was. All right. So we're gonna do this. Awesome. All right, let me go grab, because I was making myself some food. I haven't eaten all day. Give me 1 second. I'm just going to grab this food, and then we're going to definitely jump in. 1 sec. Opportunities I have. Oh, yeah, I remember that. All right. Oh, Lord. Lord. Look, what? Oh. Lord. All right. You got a new ice user. Wait a minute. Did you get... You talking about Ayaka? We out here pulling Ayaka? All right, what resin we doing, Waddles? Which domain? Did you get Ayaka? Oh, God, you got Mika? All right, well, let me know how Mika turned out. Because Mika... Oh, God, Mika... Okay. I'm so cute. I have so many... Like, Mika is in a weird spot with me, but I like the character. Like, a lot. Yeah, his aiming mode is cool. Say what? I'm at a high pity, so I would like to pull Ayaka, so her domain. Okay. Couldn't say for Nahida. Mika, it's the attack speed. The attack speed is why I pulled him. But that attack speed is like... Wait, what are we doing? Oh yeah, her stuff isn't out. I'm still low AR, can I build them? I mean, you can. If your AR is really low, then I would recommend you build... You can build whoever you want. But whoever you do build... Yeah, because you can do a Sumeru boss, like, early game. You can just walk to Sumeru, technically. You're still going to have to do all your quests and stuff like that. But really, I guess what I'm trying to get at is... Whoever you start investing in now at a low AR, make sure you're going to continue to invest in that character.
Like, don't
谢人来
stop
信，
investing in the character because you got a new character and you want to
看来
try
又
the
出
new
现了
character.
新的
That
故事。
typically will set that'll typically put you behind. You know, so if you're set on Mika, you could play Mika. Just make sure you yeah, Favonius Lance is fine. It's a base attack on it, but it's a good weapon. Favonius Lance is good. Um, I don't think the weapon necessarily matters. He's an attack scaling character as far as damage is concerned, right? I'm assuming that you're going to be building him to do damage, right? Like you want him to do damage things. Is Missive Wind Spear good on Mika? I have no idea what that weapon is. Why is this Wanderer slapping right now? What in the world is a Missive Wind Spear? I know I've seen it. I just have no idea. I'm drawing a blank. Oh, that? That's an attack weapon, right? I don't know what the passive. I have that weapon. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, what's the passive though? Kinkle, what you? Because I can't see the. I can't. Hold on. I'll just look. What is this thing? Where is it at? Did I get rid of it? No, it's right here. After an elemental reaction, ooh, probably not. Yeah, it's only because his cooldown is way too. His cooldown is way too. Nah, I wouldn't. Not that one. I mean, you can, but I wouldn't do it personally. You're using a melt shenhe? Yeah, that it makes sense in that scenario. Come on. Then it didn't want to hit his skill. I gotta hit my button hecka hard, like I don't even be hitting buttons hecka hard. I hit them like I ain't trying to break my controller. But I mean you can't, if it's the best you have, use it, absolutely. But it's not I don't know if I'd use that weapon. You can. I don't know if I'd use it. I personally wouldn't use it. Like, I would use it for Favonius only because it gives him burst uptime, which is very important. And if I'm going for damage, I mean, I'd be looking maybe into different, maybe possibly other options. I would be thinking about other options, like other weapons. Like, there's got to be something else besides that. It's not bad. It's just that passive. You're not gonna be able to trigger the passive as often as you would like to. It does look really good. Thought it showed to be a signature weapon. No, I mean it's not bad. I mean, but you're talking about really over investing in his skill and then doing a reverse melt on skill. Like you'd be looking into like something like that. But you can though. Bruh, I cannot wait until they come out with an EM food. Like, if they come out with an EM food, you're good. The only excellent signature weapon is Fischl. Yeah. She got that, that physical weapon. Oh, I need EM food constantly. Like, right now, EM would be amazing as a delicacy. I would take EM right now. God dang, Mr. Wanderer, what in God's name we working with? Oh, yeah, never mind. I'm like what is going on here? I'm seeing 20s. I'm like, hold on, okay.
疼疼疼，是哪里来
Pride
的？
myself on my EM to ER ratio. Hey, that's what's up. Going to college now? Good. And you have a great college day. Right? We want your college results to look just like that account. What we saw today, do that, but in college. And you take it easy, Ashton. Pleasure. Thanks for being here. It's funny because I always think to myself, how many people think what I be talking about when it comes to school? Think I just be out here saying stuff just to be saying stuff because it sound good. Like, no. Actually do good in school, cuz. Like, do the school, do all the things. Raise your hand and be that, you know what I mean? Like, do it. Just do it. Like, that kind of energy. Like, you know what I mean? Win, cuz. Like, you're going to be winners. Yeah, it sounds good. Because it is good.
是哪里来的？
Like this food. Woo. But I don't say it because it sounds good. I say it because I mean it. She could use the ER timepiece. Yeah, not a problem, Ashlyn. Actually, thank you for stopping by. You know, it's always mac and cheese. It's always good to yeah, it's always good to, you know.
把外套披在肩上了。
I like seeing very successful accounts. It just, for me at least, it shows that it's not necessarily that you need to be a whale to have like good artifacts or something like that. So, because I'm not a whale, right? But typically, that notion can be it's a really strong notion. You know what I mean? What's best? What's best? What? I got a good one. Oh, if you're talking for Ayaka, so technically what's best is an attack timepiece, and then you substat energy recharge. But if you're in a position, you know, kind of like where I'm at right now, where your ratio is kind of outrageous, but you have no energy recharge, then at that point, that just means that all your stats went to something else, right? And if all your stats went to damage, right, but you need energy recharge, you can add, you can use the energy recharge timepiece. Why did I not just join that? I'm slow. Sorry. Yes, we should probably hurry up. You are super duper mega ultra extra correct right now. Yeah, no problem. But yeah, save and keep that ER timepiece, because there will come a time where you might want to use it. Hey, take it easy, Ashlyn. If you want, you can join our Discord too. Just make sure you turn notifications off. But we do a lot of stuff. We actually got a lot going on. I don't know if you're into Discord, but you know, you can always join it. I'll just type this in case you want to join. Ah. Yeah, they were cool people. Yeah, he had a really strong account. I have a feeling that account's going to be really impressive later. But yeah, looking at that account. Oh, I left it. Nope, here it is. Yeah, looking at this account, between those three characters, and they have Kazuha, they should be able to 30-60 bits pretty easy. It should. It should be, I would imagine it'd be really easy, especially with that Yalan. That Yalan is insanity. Somebody, bro, that dude brokered a deal with me. Yo, hey, check this out, man. So you give me the artifacts, I'm gonna promote your brand. Or something happened. What? Hit all the things. Just hit all of them, Bennett. Just, yep, hit all. Why not? Come on.
What? No. I'm like, no, do Kazuha things. Kazuha finna eat the rest of that health. Bop, bop, bop. Sorry, I know I'm hitting the mic. All right. Next on the list for business swag. But by the way, I'm pretty sure I'll be in Discord after the stream. Because I really do need to. I would like to get with everybody. I think I got to talk to Lost too. What in the world? Go over there. Okay. Excuse me. Excuse me, big fella. Come on, Zhao. Do Zhao things. There we go. But yeah, so the goal is I'll be in Discord. I'll be chit-chatting with you guys. Because at some point I'm gonna have to put like a... I don't know. Y'all excited to grow the channel? Hey, y'all excited to grow the channel though? I'm excited. Like real talk. I'm excited. I just can't wait till these first steps like are done. Like once the merch is done, the design is done, like all that. Once I can't wait till the first steps are done. You know what I mean? Then I can start putting into practice the rest of it. I mean, it's a building process though. Just gotta line the ducks up and all that, and then execute. Yeah, it's gonna be dope. It's gonna be super dope. Oh, I know Kinko is juice. Yeah, Kinko, you're gonna be huge in it. Because if it wasn't you, it'd be somebody on Fiverr. If it ain't you, it's somebody else gonna do it. But I'd rather you. Does that make sense? How things will develop? Well, no, it's really just so it's two things, right? One is I'm trying to build a. So it's a couple of things, right? So one, I'm trying to build a reliable, consistent stream of income to start feeding Welkins consistently. That's one. Then two, I don't want to get too deep with the two, but the two technically is number one, right? But there's a big venture. I talk about it. I'll be talking about it in Discord. I don't like talking about it too much on stream, but there's this big thing I want to do with Doing Precision. But outside of that, it's having that consistent flow of income. You know what I mean? To build, to like feed the block. You know what I mean? Like I'm dead serious. Like it's not even really for me to make like money on. Like it's like it'd be nice, but that's not why. It's just that what I want to do with Doing Precision costs money. You know what I mean? Like imagine this. Hey, leadership of Doing Precision, I would like to, I don't know, stream. I want to be a streamer. Great. Okay, cool. But in order for me to stream, I don't have streaming equipment. But I've been streaming and stuff. And I've been taking your coaching and I've been doing the things, but I can't afford things. Oh, okay, cool. Here's your streaming things. Really? Yep. Like that's what I want to get to, that point where we're getting people closer to their dream job or whatever. Does that make sense? I want to be an artist. Great. What do you need? I don't have drawing pads, but I'm amazing at drawing. Okay, great. Here's a digital pad or whatever. Obviously can't do that for 10,000 people. You know what I mean? But at least having the ability to even consider doing something like that for somebody would be kind of dope. I think it'd be kind of dope. to be able to just to have the ability to consider doing that would be enough for me. I'm gonna do this because I haven't used his burst, I think, the entire time. Yeah, and then now imagine this, Angel. Now imagine if there's like, let's say we got a Discord with like 200. Let's say we got a Discord with, let's say there's thousands of people, thousands of people for one reason or another, 5,000 people, whatever. Let's say there's a bunch of people in there. Wouldn't it be nice if there was like 200 solid folks in there really just like helping people? Whether it be on the game, math, whatever. You know what I mean? Vouching, writing scholarship letters. Whatever, you know what I mean? Like, I think that'd be lit. You know what I mean? Because, all right. So I don't really know how to say this without getting all weird about it. But what it is I'm tired of seeing people not be helped. And with the type of people that we got here in Durham Precision, I feel like it's like so possible to just get to kind of like take over that side of the internet, where there is a place on the internet where literally the whole point is you walk in and the win energy is so strong that you walk out with a life partner and a college degree and a dream job. Like, that is what I want Durham Precision to be. I want it to be so positively charged that people walk in to Durham Precision, they get into the Discord, and by the time they leave the Discord, they're married with a university degree. Or they walk in and they leave Durham Precision with a house that they paid for and a job to support it, and the financial responsibility and know-how to be able to support that lifestyle. I want them to be able to walk in Durham Precision's Discord and walk out with a whole business that's literally feeding their family. Win. And not win meaning you beat somebody in a competition. I mean win as far as you actually have the happy life that you say you want. Like a dream machine. But we don't sell, but not in the way that we sell dreams. I don't want to sell dreams. I want to help people achieve their dreams. Because it's not hard. It's easy to hit your dreams, and I know how to do it. It's just that I can't do it for you. You have to do it. But it takes time, though. Like, sometimes you got to wait and meet the right person. Sometimes you got to wait for the right opportunity. Sometimes, you know what I mean? There's nuances to it. But while you're waiting on that time, you know, all Durham Precision is going to be doing is working on your character, making sure your character is so on fleek that by the time that opportunity presents itself, there's no possibility they're not going to consider you in whatever thing they got going on. That would be at least a goal for everybody. You know what I mean? Right? I'll put it like this. I'm an extremely blessed person. I really am. Life ain't the greatest for me right now because, you know, lupus or whatever, but I'm extremely blessed. And I've been blessed to be around blessed people. And these blessed people believe in the blessing I'm trying to give. Right? Those know who I'm talking about. I'm talking about you, and I'm talking about others also. But I'm blessed to be in that position. I would like others who I feel have a good heart in them to be put in the same position as me. But imagine if you was able to do what I do, but didn't have lupus. And you don't have lupus, right? So if you do this, bro, it's cookies. It's so cookies. Like, you don't even know. I want to be a whale. Do this. You will make more money than free to play. Oh, you definitely gonna be up there. It's so easy. Free to play, I tell you. It's not hard, but it takes a mind state. It takes a mindset, right? But in order to get people in that mindset, you know, there's things that come with that too. You know, it's practice and discipline and the know-how, know people. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's just a matter of you knowing what to do rather than knowing you know what I mean? Sometimes it's just knowing what you should or should not do, and then have people around you who support making good decisions rather than go throw yourself through a table so you can get Instagram famous. Like that's not gonna guarantee anything. There's like a 0.001% chance that you will go viral off of that. Like, what's lupus? Lupus is not a cookie. Lupus is technically a type of wolf, but what lupus is your body attacks itself. Long story short, and it's not that it's painful. It's just it's really tiring. So I can stream for 9 hours a day, but when it comes to like stress management and all of that, I don't want to get too deep. I can explain. I can sit here and talk about it if you want. Like it's not complicated to people who have lupus, but it's kind of complicated when you're trying to explain it to somebody who doesn't have lupus, because it's kind of a lot to it. But the long and short of it is that your body attacks itself. So you're constantly in like a fight to have your body not fight itself. You know what I mean? And it kind of is a mental thing. I see you said mental, but there kind of is a mental component to it. Like it's easy to fall into a depression with lupus, and because you're, you know, it's weird. It's weird, but it's not like cancer. Let me put it that way. It can be, but it's mine is not like cancer. You know what I mean? Yeah, mental health is a huge deal, bro. Like it's kind of like this. Like, let's say you've been in the trenches and you in the streets and you with the thugs and the gangsters and the killers and all of that and the weirdos, and you've just been around that, right? And then you walk into a building and it's gold and it's paved with gold, but it's not gold like rich people gold. It's gold like heavenly God gold. Like it's not there for the money. It's there for the prestige. Does that make sense? And then you just in this environment that is just so positive for no reason that it inspires you to just want to go do something with yourself, because everyone is doing something with yourself, and the whole tribe is like, we are doing stuff with ourselves, but we're not going to judge you if you don't want to do nothing with yourself. Just at the end of the day, as long as you're happy, right? But if it takes switching jobs, then switch jobs. Be realistic about it, but switch jobs, but do what makes you happy. I want to start a business. Okay, let's figure out how to start a business. Let's do it. You know what I mean? Something like that. Like that's what Dome with Precision. That's my ultimate goal with Dome with Precision. By the time everything is said and done, that would be the ultimate. No, it doesn't. It's not that it hurts. If anything with lupus hurts, is usually like bones. In my case, it's usually bones. But typically, if you got a real bad case of lupus, typically it can hit like your organs. You know what I mean? You could have open wounds on like your kidneys or something like that, or open wounds on like your stomach. It's like, imagine having an ulcer, but it's not an ulcer per se. You just have, because you know, an ulcer is just an open wound, right? So imagine having an ulcer, but like it's on like your chest muscle or something wacky, weird like that. But that's when it's like a fatal case. You know what I mean? Like it's really bad. If you get lupus on your heart, you're dead. You know, stuff like that. Whereas lupus, it could be any number of places, but typically it's on the skin. But it kind of lives in your bloodstream. Mine is in the bone marrow, but it's usually in like your. So you usually see it first on the skin, and it's usually on like your cheeks, or your arms, or your chest, or your back, or you know. But it's usually like on your cheeks, top of your head, stuff like that. You know what I mean? And if anything, it's actually more. If you have lupus, it's more advantageous to have it on the skin, because it's either the skin or it's like a gallbladder or something. Like or your heart or your stomach. It's like somewhere where it can kill. Like you don't want it on an internal organ. So if you got it on your skin, it's better to have it on your skin. There's not a cure, but there's treatment for it. Yeah. Believe it or not, the best battle against lupus, in my opinion, I don't know
First off, it's different case by case, but what I found to be the best option for lupus is stress management. Now, I've always been a relatively positive person, but with lupus, I'm forced to be positive. I'm in a position where I actually literally cannot take on stress, and if I do, there's physical ramifications for that. So if I stress out, I get what's called a flare up, and a flare up is where I'm not getting out the bed for the day. Not because it necessarily hurts, but my bones might be sore, my kneecap might be sore. You know, I'll be mega tired, just super tired, just no energy for it. It feels like you ain't slept in 3 days. Without the shivers, though. You don't got the shivers, but it's like you feel like you ain't sleep for like 2-3 days. Like you have no energy. You know what I mean? But you have to be positive with lupus because stress will kill you. Like if you have lupus, stress hurts. Stress does a lot to you when you have lupus. So it's really, really important that you take stress management very serious, or at least for me, at least. You know, which is why I don't. That's you know. So because I've been having to do this for a long time, every time I tell y'all do X, Y, Z, happiness, I'm telling you, I am forced to think this way. I have to practice this every single day. I gotta filter who I hang with. I gotta chill, micro meditations, relax. Don't take this too serious. Don't take that too serious. You know, and it works. It keeps you centered. But with that, your happiness is so on fleek. It's crazy because you really actually start to realize what's actually important. And I think that's, now I don't want to get too religious, but I feel like that's what God did for me. Was like, oh, okay, you don't realize what's in front, because I was so obsessed with making money at one point. It was like, oh, you don't realize what's important. So how about this? I'm gonna make your lupus take form, and then we're gonna go on ahead and force you to figure out what the important pieces are, or something like that. I don't know. That's how I look at it. It helps me accept lupus and blah blah blah. But it's not as bad as you think, though. It's just you're really tired all the time. Yeah, stress management is good regardless. You said how much of base attack is on a kilo of ammonia? 674. That's what makes you amazing, but lupus is no match for you. Yeah, I ain't tripping on lupus. But I don't know if you guys noticed, that's why I make two tumblers worth of coffee every stream. Because if I don't make 2 tumblers worth of coffee, I'm falling asleep halfway through the stream. Like I'm done for. Like I'm going to sleep. You know, but with lupus you do what you got to do. You know, you just do what you got to do, and then I have such a drive for this dome of precision thing that as of late it's all I could think about. It's crazy. Thank you. I hope you get well. No, I'm good. I'm super good. Yeah, it just makes you mega lethargic. But it gets in the way of your you know, it can definitely get in the way of your responsibilities, though. Like, I have to go to the bank, but you're too tired. You're actually too tired to go to the bank, type of thing. Yeah, autoimmune disease that does not care or cure. Yeah, there's no cure. Yeah, the body attacks itself. Imagine it gave you 10 spoons. That's your energy for 24 hours. Yeah. You have to store the energy and how you spend it. Exactly. This is why I was having that. This is like that right there is why I say literally everything I say. Like, I'm not finna babysit a grown man's feelings, blah, 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 because I physically can't do it. If I didn't have lupus, I could sit here and babysit grown folks' feelings all day. You could just be mad and I could be like, oh, are you okay? I'm sorry. I can eggshell and all that. But I don't have the energy to do that. So what you're getting out of me on a day-to-day basis is as close to the real me as you're going to get. Until I do a face reveal and you get my real name and all that. So, but how I talk and what I do and what I say, because I can't be fake. It takes too much energy to be fake. I don't have the energy to fake. You know what I mean? Yeah, you take it anytime, Waddles.
You know what I mean? So it gave me a chance to work on myself and get myself so in tune to where everything I do and say is second nature. So now I don't have to think about being a good person. I just can kind of just do what I'm normally gonna do because being a good person makes me the most comfortable. You know what I mean? So now I'm in my comfort. I'm in my comfort zone when I'm helping people. I'm in my comfort zone pleasing people. I'm in my comfort zone, not having a babysit. That's in my comfort zone. You know what I mean? Believe it or not, my comfort zone low key is conflict, but I'm only in my comfort zone in conflict when like I'm attacked or something. When I'm attacked and I have the right, I'm finna get at you. But if I ain't got the right to get at you, I'm not finna get at you like that. You know what I mean? And if I do, I just apologize. Like I have to fix it on the spot. If I can't fix it on the spot, then I have to let it go. But that's lupus for me. All right, so I don't know if Burger's here, but he wanted me to look at his Ayaka. And then Art will do a showcase, I think, after this, because we should be closing the queue here in 9 minutes. I don't know if is Burger even here? What was his name? Undefined. He probably got he's probably got a number 2 Ayaka. Look at this. I know what happened. I know exactly what happened. I know what God, Burger. Burger is so competitive. He's so competitive. So, I think it was either last stream or the stream before. But I think it was, I know Free to Play said it. So it was Free to Play or Bob Ross. And they were talking about 300 crit damage Ayaka. So Burger is now going for a 50% 300 crit damage Ayaka. I can almost guarantee it. Here's the crazy part. So, like when I'm telling you right now, so I'll be wanting to do stuff like what Burger's doing. Right? But there's a reason for it. I don't know if he's doing it for the same reason. But I'll be wanting to do, like what he's doing is, I just hope he's doing it for the right reasons. Right? I do it to humble people. It's not to flex on anybody. It's literally just to humble people. I'm the greatest. I'm greater than greater. Oh, you are you? Have you seen mine? Chill. Like that's why I do it. If it's close to that, and that's why Burger overachieves, is to kind of keep people chill, he's got 1,000% support. 100 million% support from me for all these outrageously, unnecessarily. Oh, he nerfed his Shogun. What in the world is going on here? Oh, because C6 Yalon. You know what I mean? So if that's why he's doing it, then I'm with him on that. But this right here is gonna be no reason outside of shutting up people who. If Burger, if you're here, I will tell you this. If you're here, the Ayaka community is the one community you are not gonna have to worry about flexing on. Maybe the new Ayakas, but regular Ayaka, the mains, we don't care what the other Ayaka has. I don't know if that's why Burger's doing it, but yeah, his old Ayaka was stronger. Because he had like 270, but he had like 2200 attack. His old Ayaka was stronger, but it's the ratio, because the ratio is harder to hit. A 50-300 is so much harder to hit. But if he does that, he can shut up every single overconfident Ayaka in the game. And I support that because people need to be humbled. He had 2,000 attack. If he had 2,000 attack, this one might be stronger. Because I think he was 270, wasn't he? I think he was 270. Because I'm 270. Because his Ayaka, I have his old Ayaka. So this is his old Ayaka. Except take this Ayaka, but make it, give it 2,000 attack. It was 284? Oh, well then, yeah, that Ayaka is stronger. So it's probably similar. So it's like the difference of doing like this. So 2080 with 49 crit rate and doing like this, right? But then also doing something like this, I guess. I mean, I don't know. I'm just jumbling stuff around. We're just trying to paint a picture. I think it's probably more so something like this, where it's like 1900 attack, but 48 277 or whatever. So it's like my crit damage went up, but my attack went down. And yes, this build is weaker. But that's the only thing I could think of. But if you hit the ratio of 5300, that's a really hard ratio to hit.
刀剑报业，民工怀宝。
60 ER, yeah, it wasn't worth the exchange. But it's the ratio. It's literally just to shut people up. It's a statement. He's not doing it for performance. I do that. Like, I know the performance Ayaka, but I don't like, this is the performance Ayaka right now. This one has its place, and then this one I only use. It's like why I still have this circlet. The only reason I have this circlet is to shut up people. Favorite Ning Wong. This is the only reason I have this circlet, is just to shut people up. Right? But you don't get that kind of, like, that conversation doesn't happen with Ayaka players. Like, people who really play Ayaka, they don't even care about your ratio. They don't even care about what your Ayaka really has like that. They're so much more concerned about their Ayaka and her performance that they don't really care. That's why it's like he must have. The only thing I can think of is that he's probably preparing for a toxic conversation, or he ran into a toxic conversation. So now he's just proving that his Ayaka is quote unquote better, just to shut that person up. That's the only thing I can think of. Because he knows better. But I think that's what he's going for. Yeah, 200 attack is a huge number. Right? Because just going up 30 attack, basically, 32 attack. 32 attack, you could remove. Here's what's crazy. So I can remove, what is that? 40 crit damage and add 32 attack, and I'm stronger. It's not until you include Bennett, right? But I think that's what he's doing. So that 200 attack, that's a huge one. Like, I can run a 61 CR and 255 crit damage, but you lose 200 and yeah, don't do that. That 200 attack is a monster, bro. Of course, it has its diminishing returns, but on her, like, I personally do. I mean, I'll show you guys right now. And then Angel, if you want, you could join. But yeah, I don't feel diminishing returns until, like, I hit Bennett. Like, once I hit Bennett, then it's like, oh, okay, now it's weaker. I thought you were talking about being humble, though. Why shut them up over a game? No, it's to keep them humble, so you don't have to hear it. It's a waste of energy talking to somebody that's not humble. So, because they're never going to stop until you just make the statement. Like, when you are dealing with somebody who has that kind of energy, you have to outright shut it down a lot of times, because this is where you get toxic relationships from. Sometimes, and it's not about being right. It has nothing to do with being right. It's just that every time you run into this person, it's going to be toxic. So you have to just handle it, right? And sometimes if you don't handle it, it's just going to be out of control indefinitely, right? So this is why that's why I'm going to build the busted Xiangling, so I can take care of this stupid Dea conversation that keeps floating around. So if I just make her busted to the extreme, then I can just say, okay, you bring out your C6, whatever her name is, and then I'll bring out my Xiangling, and you run your Dea, and then I run my Xiangling, both of us as Kazuha, and then we'll just run these characters, and whoever clears the domain faster, that's the better character. And I'm going to do it with a C6, and I want my Xiangling to beat out a C6 Dea so we can put that argument to rest. Because it's the stupidest conversation. But sometimes The conversation will never stop until you just do it. Now, I don't think Xiangling will be the C6 Dea, but I'm to the point where I want to be the C6 Dea because I'm tired of all this anger at me for downplaying Dea or something. And it's like, why are you taking it out on me, bro? Why don't you go holla at Zajeff? He's the one that proved everything. He's the one that put all the reports and all the things up. Like, relax, bro. You see what I'm saying? But since I'm on this end, I'll do it. And if anything, I feel like that would be the only reason why Burger would do that. Because he's literally a theorycrafter. He literally knows more than me and Kinkle when it comes to Genshin. And if I'm looking at that and I'm like, oh, that's worse. And if Kinkle's looking and he's like, oh, that's definitely worse. We can just look at the, especially if he had the same crit damage. Like if he had 284, and now he's got 284, but he's got more attack, or like 200 less attack, or whatever less attack. How much did he have? Yeah, yeah, he is. But Burger's the most out of all three of us. Burger's more knowledgeable. So, yeah, so he was off by 2 CR. So realistically, he traded like 100 and some attack for 2 CR. Really? Yeah, he calculates more. Yeah, yeah, but he traded a bunch of attack for 2% effective CR. Because if he gains 6, you only need to hit 50. So he was at a 48%, but he traded 48% for hundreds of attack. The only reason I would think he would do that, and 1% crit damage. So the only reason I would imagine he would do that is to prove a point. Wouldn't be the best thing to pray for him? Not if they keep bugging you. And I prayed, and God was like, well, then do something about it. And I'm like, all right, well, then I'll just do this. Just don't make a fuss out of it. Like, so as long as I don't make a fuss out of it and I just do it, especially if I'm standing on my beliefs, it's, you know, so God, so when it comes to the religious side, yes, pray for him. To answer your question, yes, you want to just pray for him. But sometimes, you know, at least what I'm getting from it is like, dude, just build a better character then. If it's that serious, just build a better character. And if the character's not better, now I look stupid. That could be a humbling experience for me. So for what it's worth, you know, I can go on ahead and let God do his thing. But yes, you are right. I could just do that. You are 100% correct now I think about it. And the queue is closed. So is this, there we go. All right, cool. So for what it's worth though, that ratio was smackeries. That ratio was looking amazing. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Are we doing Ningguang things? Are we doing Ning things? Wait, what weapon do you have? Yeah, you do. You just give it to God. He's not religious, though. Oh. He said why he did it? You said he said it earlier? Oh, for fun with the Kageuchi. Oh, okay, never mind. You got Solar Pearl? That's actually what I was looking for. I didn't know if you... Because I was like, why is Yoon Jin on the team? Okay, so maybe I was projecting quite a bit just then. We'll do it like this. I think I was projecting when I saw that build. Because I'm like, that build makes no sense at all. Like, why would you do that? It makes sense, but what are you doing? Maybe a bit. No, I was definitely projecting on that one. I saw that and I'm like, if I know Burger, if I know Burger, cause he know, like, come on, dog, you know, bro. Like when you get that high, like who did you meet recently? Because to hit 300% crit damage, you typically need like
在这世间行
you're
走，
typically going to be
身
sub
份多一点才
50%
便利。
crit rate.
需要我帮
But
你
he's only
埋葬一
15%
下吗？
off. That's one crit damage roll on 2 artifacts. If he got one additional crit damage roll across 2 artifacts, he would be a 50%, 300% Ayaka, which would be crazy. But that's because he got that something 35 feather. So I'm like, Jesus Christ. Okay, so I just want to start with Ayaka. All right, so are you doing like a big, like a nuke Ayaka? Is that what we're doing? I will say this. If anybody could do it, it'd probably be Burger. I would not be surprised. But I'm like, man, the drive it takes to do that, who pushed you to do that, bro? Like, what pushed you to do that? Like, I'm not doing that. And she is number 2 on my list. I don't do that for my Ning Guang. Who hurt you? Like, that's what I was thinking when I looked at it. Like, bro, what is driving you to want to do that? And then the first thing I thought about was that 300% crit damage Ayaka. And I'm like, I swear, if he's going for a 5300, something happened. Maybe that's what he told you, King. I still kind of feel like that's what he did. Something tells me that's what he's doing. I really low-key feel like that's what he's doing. All right, so for what it's worth, Kazuha Bennett is still stronger than Mona. And Shenhe does beat Mona. Or at least on my account, she's beating Mona. All right, so you know how it works, right? Oh. Wait, what? I thought you wanted to do a nuke, bro. You wanted a review? No, that's not a problem, Bear. Yeah, it's all good. If they're not supposed to do it, I'm not finna step on the parents' toes. It's the parents. Yeah, no, it's all the way good. It's all good. I mean, you guys are always more than welcome to be here, but yeah, I do not step on the parents' toes at all. Yeah, parents gotta. I actually support the parents getting involved. Oh no, so just want you to look at the characters on the show. That is funny. I want to review. That is funny. All right, so who am I looking at? That is hilarious. That's the feeling. He probably has nothing better to do. I mean, I guess. No, you're good, Bear. The Destroyer Bear. That's hilarious. Yeah, you take it easy. God bless you too. You like Genshin more than Minecraft? Swag.
所以我才不喜欢人多的地方。
Who am I looking at though? Every single one of them. Oh, that's what you meant. Okay. Well, I will do a quick overview if it's every single one of them. Not that fast. I'm just get my finger ready. So I will do an account overview. Oh, hold on. Okay. Okay. Okay.
好久没有和别人一起冒险了，我们走吧。
Okay. Okay. Character levels.
人间的归宿是一种
Okay,
生
he's
活
level 80. Okay.
我早已习惯跟山川与鸟兽作伴了。
Oh, Egg's taking off. All right, Eggs, you take it easy. Okay. Okay.
话说，等在原地是不会有好事
Okay.
发生的。当然，以我的运气来说，往哪里走都一样了。
Great minds think alike. Okay. So who is? Ooh.
等，是哪里？
Ooh, we need some EM though. That's a crazy ratio. Oh, you do have a battle pass weapon though. To be fair, still a crazy ratio though. That looks really good. What kind of weapon? Okay, so I might look at Yato. Okay. Ooh. God dang. What kind of weapon? Oh, Miss Splitter. Okay.
班尼冒险团
Okay, we might. Her attack is 3,800. What's your ER? 129? Okay, we might. Look at her. What kind of weapon has he got? Plus 20, 76, 182. Okay. 73, 123. Favonius. I kind of want to look at. Oh, all right. So do I have free reign or just look at whatever? I can just look at whatever. Is that cool? Because there's no one else in queue. Is there anybody else in queue? If there's nobody else in queue, I'm about to have a field day on your account. Not in a bad way, but I'm gonna have a field day. Oh my God, yeah. We're gonna go have a cigarette. I'm gonna spend the whole rest of the 20 minutes looking at this account, cuz. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Okay, cool. Yep, just a couple more seconds because I'm finna go have it's because I'm finna go spark a cigarette. Don't smoke, kids. We got a command for that, cuz. Boop, 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 boop. All right, cool. Almost there. Just pulling up the iPad. Almost there, Angel. Almost there. So who I am really gonna want to take a deep dive on is your Ayaka, your Ayato, and I kind of want to just take a quick peek at your Yolan's artifacts to see what's going on there. But she looks really strong, and then your Shenhe, and then kind of take a little tour of what's going on with Shenhe, and then maybe make a recommendation on that one. So him, he's fine. I'm not too worried about him. All right, so I mean, get his crit rate up, but I'm not worried about him. It's her. Okay, so that can you... Oh, nope, that's the circlet. Wow. We'll come back to that. Not in a bad way. We're going to come back to that. 10. We'll revisit that. I would investigate reroll. It's the goblet. The goblet's killing you. So it's the goblet. It's not so much the circlet as it's more so the goblet. And the reason why I say that is because your goblet is the hardest piece to get. It's a really, really hard piece to get. But if you get the goblet, then we can look at the next piece. But typically, when you're getting closer to finishing a character, the strength of your goblet usually will dictate how close to being finished with the character you are, right? And this one right here is kind of crippling your Yolan. It's not that bad. I'm using strong language, I guess, but it's not that bad. It's just, yeah, we do want to replace that guy. Now, this guy right here, obviously we want to replace this. The energy recharge substat is cool. It's amazing and all that, but we want to get a ratio on point first. You do have over 70%, so you're killing it right now. But we can use more crit damage, and where that's going to come from is going to be the circlet. And if I remember correctly, the timepiece, the reason I'm not tripping on the goblet is because I'm not banking on your substats being amazing. I'm banking on you having crit rate and crit damage is what I'm banking on. Right? The fact that you do not have crit rate and crit damage is more so what I'm tripping on. Still farming? Yeah, and that's fine. Yeah, you're gonna be in that domain for a while. And just remember that domain is going to feed the block. It's going to feed a ton of your account. Not necessarily any of these guys, but almost every support you got is probably going to feed that character. So with the with the hand-me-down emblems, right? So with Yolan, when you're farming for your Yolan, now let me come to these two, right? So this one is really good, but the way I would visualize this piece, right, is if you take this piece and you put it together with, let's say, another piece, right? Put the crit damages together, cut it in half, and try to exceed that much crit damage across the two pieces. But your goal is to try to get crit rate
on this guy as well. And if not crit, you got energy recharge, so you're great, right? It's for what it's worth. It's an amazing piece. This, if you go pull up my account, I'm not going to show it. If you pull up my account, my UID, and you hit my Yelan, I have a feather just like that, except there's no energy recharge. So I'm in the same boat. Like, I'm in the same boat, bro. But your timepiece could use a little bit more crit damage, maybe, and I would want it to be on set. And then right here, yeah, we got to get a better goblet. It doesn't have to be drastically better, but just a little bit better. And then, of course, the circlet. So, I mean, that's pretty much about it, though. But for what it's worth, your Yelan she is in a good position, right? Namely, because of the weapon choice, right, which is tacking on a whole bunch of energy recharge. And then you're at 120, which is basically your minimum on Yelan. Not even 120, it's like 110. So you're at your minimums. But those would be the pieces that's really going to start to bolster your numbers. And that would be your Yelan. As far as talents, I don't have a problem with your talents, but I would at least tick the burst to 9, if anything. And I know it's pricey, but that would be it. As far as your shenhe, now you have a queller, right? But you have 129 energy recharge, and you're coming up on 4,000 attack. So one strategy you could use would be to take advantage of the fact that you don't have 4,000 attack. Thank God. And I just don't want you to fall in the trap of trying to have 4,000 attack. I see you're trying to get a ratio, though. You said what? I put that on her because my rating has the rest of the emblem. Got you. Okay, sounds good. Okay, so have you seen a ratio with no crit main stats? Because there are specific crit rate rolls that wow, that is the best circumstance I think I've ever seen. Basically, you need this crit rate on every piece. Not 14 specifically, but you need like that crit rate roll on like every piece. Now, are you going to get it with the crit damage? I couldn't tell you. It depends on how you want to use her, though. So clearly, this is not a number you're going for, but we want to get that number up. But keep this in mind. This number doesn't really matter. At this point, we just need her to crit. Because your attack is so high that it almost doesn't matter what's going on right here. As long as this number's over 100, we're good. If she's just support, then none of this right here matters. This matters. If she's just support. Now she can support and do DPS because her support really you only need attack for her to be support, but you don't even need 4,000 attack for her to support. You're at 3,800 attack. That's more than enough. The rest can go into energy recharge as a support, and the energy recharge is for cryo shred. It's for cryo resistant shred. That's all that's for. But outside of that, if you want that and a ratio, then it's either you're going to have a ratio or you're going to have energy recharge. But I would go ahead and make that decision. And if you do want the best of both worlds, crit damage is the one you're going to have to shave off to. So for minimum, are you talking energy recharge or crit rate? Because if you're talking energy recharge, it depends. So if you're going to hybrid, I would say maybe like 140 to 150 energy recharge with a 60% crit rate and 100% crit damage. Ignore flat attack. If you want full support shenhe, then you're looking at around 170 to 180 energy recharge, which is all substats. Right? And just be mindful. The only stats that matter on these two is energy recharge and attack percent. So this would be a perfect piece for the most part, right? And then this one right here, I would reroll because you want attack percent and energy recharge. Those are only two stats that matter on the support shenhe. And the only stats that matter on these guys is energy recharge. And we can say crit rate, but adding crit rate to these pieces on top of energy recharge just makes it so you can proc a passive on a Favonius sword if you ever wanted to. And you could do flat attack, but flat attack is like it's less important than energy recharge as far as substats. Energy recharge should be your top priority. Now, I'll tell you what I told the shenhe earlier today. And that is, if you get pieces that has enough flat attack to put you over 4,000, keep those, but those are going to be your showcase pieces. But I am 99% sure that you're not going to be using that build in the Abyss. You can, and it will work, but it's not beating the energy recharge shenhe. And I'm only saying this because you have a queller. Yeah, if you didn't have a queller, then it can look a little it can look different, but yeah, like 170. And what that looks like, by the way, is like you're looking at like what, like 10, 10, 20, 20, 20 energy recharge. That's what that looks like. And that'll put you at your 180 energy recharge. Now the 20s are hard to get, but I mean, that's the only stat you're looking for on these guys. Yeah, these pulls did go kind of crazy though. They really did. They really, really did.
人间的归宿是一种奢望，我早已习惯跟山川与鸟兽作伴。
I will say this though, and then I'll move on to the next one. As far as she's concerned, if you're ever feeling froggish and you happen to have a jade spear, for one reason or another, might I suggest a jade spear? I don't recommend it in your circumstance at all, but if you're feeling froggish, you can use that to do a little bit of patchwork if you want. I really don't recommend it at all. I just recommend doing what you're doing and re-rolling for more crit rate if you want a DPS. Or just rolling for energy recharge. But that would be what you'd be looking at though. So if you want a crit ratio, 60% crit, then your next goal is 150 energy recharge and then crit damage. If you want to go all in, 170 to 180 energy recharge. And then if you want your nuke shenhe, not that she nukes, but she contributes to a nuke, you want to have over 4,000 attack. But you're not going to have a ratio, and you're probably not going to have energy recharge. You may, but it's not going to be anything close to like functional energy recharge or functional. You know what I mean? Swag, swag. I got the DM, by the way, person who sent DM. So yeah, so yeah. And then talents. I would tick her burst on 9. I think I said that. Ayaka, I don't think I really got to talk about too much, but you did have a 30%. I'm a stickler for 30% Ayakas. I hate them. I hate all of them. I don't hate them. I just really don't like them. But it works. So I don't know if I need to say too much about that Ayaka. No, I don't know how to deal with rats. Yeah, the reason why is because when I see 30% here, that just tells me you stop farming. That's all that means. That's what it means to me. When I see that, that just, I got tired of farming her. And I don't blame you. But, like, come on. Yeah, see? Yeah. No, we all got bad luck, bro. I've been farming my Ayaka for a year. I know the struggle. But it's like, dude, just go through the struggle, man. You got to go through the struggle. Just go on ahead and just struggle, bro. It's cool. It's going to be cool. Just get an onset circlet. Screw that 12 crit rate. Just get an onset circlet. This ain't that powerful anyway because you got no crit rate on these. Well, this one and that flower. Right? You get crit rate on these. This thing right here is null and void. This is worthless. We can argue that 13 energy recharge, but that ain't doing nothing for you when you're missing 20 crit rate. You know what I mean? So, by the way, this is why I say this. So if you're going to have 30, this needs to be pushing 300 crit damage. If this is 30 with a missplit, I'm giving you the end game. I'm giving you I'm completely done. My builds are done. I'm giving you those expectations. You don't have to do it. For what it's worth, you have a beautiful account. Yeah, I was going to say your account's beautiful. Your Sinnoh now, we can talk about him later, but not that he's bad, but yeah. But everything is beautiful. But your goal right? If you're gonna have 30, then this needs to be creeping on 300 crit damage, right? And if not, then this should be around 50. At least that's your goal, right? The attack, I'm not too worried about the attack. 2,000 is your goal, but I'm not that worried about the attack right now. Only because we're kind of lacking in this department. That's all. Other than that, she looks good. You got a mid splitter. She's on her way to be triple crown, I'm assuming. And then what was that last? Ayato. That's what it was. All right. So here's the deal with Ayato. Now. Yeah. No, you're good. You're good. You're good, Angel. All right. So here's the thing with Ayato. You have a jade cutter, right? But your crit rate is 70%. Now, for what it's worth, you're basically done. But something tells me something's missing.
刀枪无眼，
不如在周围找找看吧，说不定有宝藏呢。
所以我才不喜欢人多的地方。
Yep. There it is. Mm-hmm.
班尼冒险团出发！
So you already know what you got to do, right? My G, cuz. You already know what you got to do, right? On a good note, here's what I'll tell you. Here's what I'll tell you is you're in a good position. Is because your Ayaka could use some rerolls, and you have a circlet you can go get, right? Now, for what it is worth, this one technically can use a reroll, and this one technically can be rerolled to make it on set. That HP percent isn't drastically powerful even with the J cutter. It's usually like a R5 J cutter, and then like Yalan on the team or something. It's typically those type of scenarios when HP has a chance to outdo attack. But I wouldn't worry about the HP percent. I wouldn't use that as justification to run on your Ayato. I would rather this be onset. And the reason why is because what you're doing is you're trading 35% is it 35 or 30? I think it's 35. You're trading 35 30. You're trading 30 bonus damage for 18% attack. Use them in a Hyperbloom team? Yeah. So, but that's the thing. Even with Hyperbloom, and I saw you, David. So even in a Hyperbloom team, like you still want a good ratio on them. The only thing is you just don't need EM on a Hyperbloom Hydro character. Right, but you still want like a really, hold on, let me fix this. Well, not fix it, but I personally don't like this ratio. But yeah, you still want like your Ayato to be like up there. Right, you're missing a whole crit rate roll though, and that's pretty much it for the most part. But as far as the set bonus is concerned, it's like 18 attack. The way I would look at it is specific to Ayato. The way I would look at it, this isn't literally how it works, but the way I would recommend you look at it is imagine 18 attack versus 30 crit damage. No, you're not invisible. I saw you. It's just the queue is closed and we're about to be wrapping up here soon. Right, so that is, and there should be nobody. There's nobody in queue, right? He said, yeah, queue's empty. Yeah, because we closed the queue earlier. You had not. Hold on, David. You had 9 hours to show up and ask for a review. 9. What? Come on, David. 9. I do it for 9 hours every Wednesday, Saturday, brother. I'll take a quick peek though. I'll take a quick peek at your Edo before we stop. I ain't gonna do you like that. All right, so Right. So, but yeah, just fix your circlet on your Ayato, and you should be all right. And then for oh yeah, just switch your circlet out. But like I said, just jump in the domain. Keep an eye out for one of these on harder depth. Keep an eye out for one of these on harder depth. And provided you get 14 and 11 crit damage, you're still going to be in the positives by quite a bit of damage, even with the circlet, right? But your goal is to pull the circlet. Keep an eye out for that. Keep an eye out for that harder depth. And then while you're in there, keep an eye out for, you know, maybe some Ayaka rerolls, like maybe an attack time piece with some crit rate on it as well. Keep an eye out for this with some crit rate on it as well. Keep an eye out for an onset circlet, stuff like that, right? Because your goblet for your Ayaka is not crazy strong. It just happens to be on set, right? But if we can open this up to other domain options, then it'll keep you from having to consistently be in that domain looking for a goblet. Then you could just go farm for him or do some Thunder and Fury runs, and then you'll get a Thunder and Fury goblet with like crazy stats or something. You know what I mean? But it'll kind of help. It'll help you kind of progress as far as resin is concerned. Know what I mean? Yeah. And I hope everything that you've been getting from here, I hope it's been helping your account, man. And I hope your channel's been doing great. I really mean that, bro. Because whatever progress you make, if it comes back to DWP and you ain't growing, that's gonna look bad for us. You know what I mean? That's gonna look terrible on Dome Precision. And it's like, nah, he's a whole creator too. No, we gotta make sure we gotta make sure he's slapping out here. All right, so here's how this works. Okay, so what you're gonna do is, give me one sec. What you're gonna do is you're gonna do Shenhe's tap. And have you done a Shenhe nuke yet with Ayaka? Is David still here? Because he wanted me to look at his Edo too. I know he's not in the queue, so okay. You have not. Okay. So the way it works is you go tap and then burst immediately, right? Right after you burst and tap, you wait for Bennett to hit his burst. Once you see Bennett's burst, you're going to dash with Ayaka and then hit your burst. So just tap burst on Shenhe, then you're going to dash you're going to wait for Bennett, then you're going to dash and hit your burst with Ayaka. There's one more thing. You're going to switch back to Shenhe, and then you're going to tap your skill a second time, and that's it. Make sense? So tap, burst, wait for Bennett, Ayaka dash burst, then back to her and then tap. All right, cool. So we're just going to wait, and then we're down it, and you don't got to worry about attacking it and all that. I'll down it. Because just don't you can do it, but just don't use your Ayaka skill. Don't hit it though. But when the little extra things come out, you're just gonna switch to Ayaka and hit your skill. And we're gonna take it down that way. Oh yeah. Okay, for sure. Yeah, Ayaka skill has nothing to do with a nuke, by the way. Well, for charge attacks it does. Charge attack nukes, but burst nukes no. All right, where's the lit one? You are here. Ah, why'd you move? Oops, that was an accident. Okay. Yeah, he doesn't have cryo. Yeah, just hang on tight. Just hang on tight. No energy? Oh, get some energy. Yeah, let's get you some energy. Yeah, we gotta get you an energy on your, get you a burst on your Ayaka. You got a burst. Oh, you got a burst. Okay. All right, cool. So now, yeah, we just do that. I just need to not use Bennett, I guess. Hi, big fella.
我来了解。
Ow. Boom, boom, boom. Are you gonna do something? Oh, okay. Ah! Get your fala. I'm gonna be speaking Mandarin by the time I'm done. Do a thing. Do a thing. Come on. Do the thing. There we go. Yay! Alright, please don't move. Cool. Don't worry. Alright, here we go. So, tap skill. Tap burst. Yep, there we go. Go for it. And that is how you do a shenhe nuke. And it died before you can even switch back. Congratulations, good sir. Fun times. So yeah. So as long as you remember that, I don't know if you gotta go. Hey, not a problem. Not a problem, good sir. But that's the queller. That is the queller. Yeah. You don't need any more attack than that, trust me. It's outrageous. It's outrageous how much attack you get. I'll be on stream until the end. Okay, no worries. Now I don't know if David's here. Maybe David took off. But I mean, I don't mind taking a quick peek, but we're done right now. But who was it? It was David Bogey? All right, so while I'm waiting on David, I will show you. That was amazing. Yeah, so I'll show you for solo. Yeah, 73 a tick. Yeah, that's that. You can credit that to the queller, right? That's really like the queller. So you use Kaz, use Bennett. You can use Mona too, but Mona is the weakest buff out of all of them for one reason or another. But maybe I should put these. I'll put energy recharge weapons on because I don't want to take up too much of you guys' time. Awesome. Everything is awesome. I'm going to go to the VV domain to go get my burst up. Yeah, 76, that's huge. Now, that's what I'm saying. So keep the 4,000 for nukes. Now, if you want to see what your shenhe is like with that amount of energy recharge, just switch your timepiece to energy recharge. And when you're doing your rerolls on your shenhe, that's like that 180 or whatever. That's kind of you really want to have that. Yay! All right. So we're gonna go say hi to Mr. Azdahali. Hey, David's not here, is he? Okay, so last call. Yeah, I'm just. Oh, I should have switched to what's her name. So technically, you don't have to hit Kazuha's burst. I just did it because I don't want to keep having a reswirl cryo or whatever. But you just go tap this, then you go that, then you go Bennett, then you go dash, burst, and then you switch back to shenhe and you tap her skill again. Right? When you do that, you'll see the number go back up. So, and that's why you switch back and tap. Now it's Azdaha, so I was getting hit and all that jazz, but that's why you start with shenhe, Because by the time you hit her burst and switch to Shenhe, she's coming off a cooldown. And then you can actually hit Shenhe's skill to buff the rest of the ticks. Yeah, so that's all that is. I actually got that from a viewer here. Yeah, so yeah, man. Make your nuke video. You got a queller. Clearly, you just did 70 something. What was it? 73K? You did 73K a tick. Like, I don't know if you have C2 him or where you don't need. Well, maybe C2 him. I don't know if you don't need C2 him, C2 whatever him. But I didn't have 1,000 EM Kazuha. It was like I think 8 or 9 and some change, 954. So yeah. Name a character that I don't have. Oh, there's a bunch of characters I don't got. There's like a ton of them. Did you say Coop? Shut up, y'all. Oh, I love you guys. Oh my God! All right, so I guess we're good, right? We good? Would we call it a good stream? Was it a pretty good stream? Were there any cringy moments that y'all can recall? Any weird, cringy, awkward moments? Stop, Kinkle. Oh, Kinkle jumping in now. Y'all have a good time? I hope everybody had a good time here. Lost, I'm going to be tapping into the Discord chat here in a little bit. I'm going to be in the Genshin chat, taking feedback and whatnot. But, or did you want me to talk to you first? Because I did need to get feedback from you on the UWAP. We're not going to name it because they don't know, like, you know what I mean? I'll talk to you about it in the Discord. I was projecting earlier. Yeah, that almost went left. I almost went left on that one. Yeah, I went. I don't know. I went to a dark place on that. I went. Things good. Sorry about that one. But yeah, no, that's cool, man. I'm excited. I can't wait. I'll be in the Discord after the stream. I'm just gonna wrap up a couple things and I'll see you guys in there. You say exhausted from work? Yeah, it's all good, bro. Okay, for sure. Yeah, so I'll holler at you. Yeah, I'll holler at you tomorrow then. It's all good, brother. I know how it is. I'm exhausted from the stream. All right, so we're going ahead and end it right there. Man, thank you everybody, as always, for being here. Keep your eyes and ears peeled over, maybe next. I keep saying a month or whatever, but it's not really a month. It's just there's so much that's going to be happening, kind of one after another, that you'll start seeing. You guys should start seeing a little bit more, like as time goes on and stuff like that. But as always, let's go ahead and close this thing out without further ado. This is CS from Done With Precision. Man, without further ado, this is CS from DWP. If you guys enjoyed yourself during this stream, don't forget to like and subscribe. And as always, keep your wig screwed on tight. And if you're new here, we do this every Wednesday and Saturday. Oh, side note, guys. More likely, it's going to be a split stream on Saturday. I think I told a lot of you guys. My niece's birthday, so we'll be looking at, I'll try to do it as early in the morning, and then there's going to be a break from like 3 Pacific time or somewhere around that pocket, and then I might not get back till like 7 or 8. So it will be a split stream on Saturday. But yes, keep your wig screwed on tight, and I will be hollering at y'all on the next one, all right? All right, love every single one of y'all. For those who will be in the Discord, I'll see you in the Discord. You guys stay amazing. Peace. Woo!